Inside of a quiet morgue, Leon walks slowly between metal tables where the corpses of his comrades lie in body bags. The cold air and flickering lights add to the dreadfully heavy mood. Riddled with disdain and guilt, he thinks about his childhood and the kind of person he once wanted to become. This life was never a part of that dream. Suddenly, one of the body bags begins to move, and Leon senses the danger immediately. He doesn't hesitate. At this point, it's second nature to him. He draws his gun and fires, each bullet carrying his inner resentment. Silent tension floods back into the morgue, and Leon knows that the nightmare is far from over. A helicopter flies towards an abandoned mansion. Inside is Chris and some soldiers. Their mission is to capture Glenn Arias, an internationally wanted criminal who deals in illegal bioorganic weapons. One soldier speaks to Chris, jokingly calling him a hero, and asks about his long history of fighting BOW threats. But under the surface of his words are doubts about Chris's reputation. Chris says there's going to be a point in time when he needs to decide if he's going to kill his wife and kids, his brothers and sisters, or will he let them kill him. The soldier's smirk fades as he's met with the reality of the situation. He understands the weight of Chris's words and where they're coming from. He hangs his head low, apologizes, and goes silent. Chris would then explain the full mission to everybody, that they're not only hunting Arias, they're also searching for two missing people, an agent, Kathy White, and her son, Zach. The helicopter lands near the mansion, which looks abandoned and lifeless. Dark clouds hang overhead, casting a veil of ominousness. Inside, the halls are empty, making every step feel dangerous. One group enters a haunting bedroom and notices a bed covered with a cloth. When they go to remove it, they find a small remote-controlled car laying on top, but then its wheels begin to spin. The strange sight makes the soldiers uneasy, but then a noise comes from behind them. A young boy steps out from behind the cabinet, his face covered in blood, holding the remote control. He looks up, smiles with guts in his teeth, and lunges at the soldiers. They panic and are quickly overwhelmed. Gunshots and screams rip and tear through the silence of the mansion. Chris and his group rush towards the room, but when they arrive, they only find the car still on the bed. One soldier slowly goes to pick up the toy, when out of nowhere he's pulled by his feet under the bed. Rushing to see what's under, it's a terrifying sight as several dead faces stare back at them. Chris reacts instantly and fires into the mass of zombies emerging from the bed. At the same time, another soldier is attacked by the zombie children. And then Chris looks closely at one of them and asks, "Zach?" To which the infected boy replies with a smile, "Yeah." Chris forces himself to act, throwing a grenade into the room, and the explosion wipes out the remaining zombies in a single blast. Only Chris and the soldier who joked with him earlier manage to escape the room, but then he notices a bite mark on him. The infection begins to take hold and the soldier starts to turn. Chris raises his gun and fires a clean shot to the head. The body hits the floor. Meanwhile, the other TAC team searches the dining hall. The setting feels macabre. Suddenly, a horrifying creature appears, a zombie with only half of her body intact. She drags herself forward with unnatural speed. Mouth open, her screams reverberate through the hall. The remaining soldiers run for their lives. They rushed into a narrow hallway. Something strange happens. They stop in the middle of the hall, slowly turning to one another, and before they know it, their bodies fall in pieces. They'd been sliced and diced in an instant. Blood floods the floor as a man in a black suit watches. Arias. He stands calmly and enjoys the massacre without emotion. Back inside, Chris moves carefully towards the exit, but the situation grows worse. Zombies begin to collapse upon him. Every hallway is blocked and every door leads to death. Alone and without options, Chris breaks through a window and jumps outside from the second floor. He lands hard but quickly regains his footing to reload and fight, but a hand stops him. He looks up and comes face to face with his true target, Arias. They engage in close combat immediately, but Arias is no ordinary man. He's former CIA, and his skill is more than enough to overpower Chris. Chris fights back with everything he's got, but it's nothing for Arias. The fight ends when he's disarmed, and he shoots Chris in the back with his own weapon. The bullet hits the bulletproof vest and knocks Chris to the floor, leaving him stunned. Arias begins his villain speech, talking about his BOWs with pride, that he's a businessman and makes good products sold at reasonable prices. He's developed BOWs that can recognize ally from foe and can be commanded. Showcasing this, he calls forth his creations. A female zombie is unleashed, walked by a massive and mutated man called Diego and his daughter, Maria. Peering closer, Chris's heart sinks. It's Kathy. Chris failed. And Arias nonchalantly says that Kathy's been dead for months. Soon, more zombies begin to encroach. Arias leaves, saying that Chris has forced him to relocate his operations. So Chris is left behind. Injured and surrounded, death is certain. But then, gunfire rains down from above. A helicopter appears and opens fire. Zombies are destroyed one by one. In the fiery aftermath, Chris shamefully holds Kathy and bellows out an explosive scream. Sometime later, Arias has a painful flashback. His wedding day. A day of joy, love, and celebration. His wife smiled at him and everything felt perfect. That is, until a drone flew in out of nowhere and dropped a warhead on their foreheads. The US government launched a bombing attack to eliminate Arias for defecting from the CIA and getting into the BOW black market. The bombing nearly killed everyone at the wedding. Though Arias survived, only his wife's severed arm remained, still wearing the wedding ring that he'd just placed on her finger. This sight filled him with agony and rage, and from that moment on, his vendetta was born. In the present, we see Rebecca, who's now a professor and lead disease researcher at a scientific institute. In the lab, she discusses a new virus with her colleague, Aaron. The virus is called the A virus, also known as the animality virus. It has the terrifying ability to reanimate the dead, and they've been studying recent outbreak footage to ascertain how the virus is spreading so quickly. They suspect that someone is deliberately releasing it. Also, Aaron hands her coffee and she calls him a good boy. Becca says that she recently developed a vaccine, she just needs to test it. She tells Aaron to collect samples from recently delivered infected corpses, but as he's going there, Maria breaks into the facility, assassinating him. Then she releases the virus in gas form through the ventilation system and it rapidly distributes throughout the building, infecting everyone. Back with Rebecca, the virus is pouring in from the vents and filling the room. She breathes it in, and as she's looking at the vent, she realizes it's the virus and that this is how it spreads. Fighting through weakness and pain, she forces herself to go to the room that has the vaccine. Exhausted, she injects herself with that vaccine and it works. Her symptoms fade and her body stabilizes. After recovering, she grabs the vaccine data and heads towards the main lab, but that is when she encounters Aaron. He's feeding. When he senses her presence, he turns and attacks. Rebecca panics and is reluctant, but using a fire extinguisher, she crushes his cranium. Returning to the lab, hiding under a table, drinking water from a bottle she found nearby, unaware of whose company it actually belongs to, suddenly another zombie attacks her, but before it bites, gunfire erupts. It's Chris and his team. Their names are DC, Douglas, Damien, and Nadia. They eliminate the rest of the zombies and secure the area. She talks with Chris a bit before returning to her room to relax and come down from that high-stress event. Soon, Chris would arrive with troubling news saying that Arias is selling BOWs to war-torn countries and crime syndicates, profiting massively over widespread chaos. Rebecca shares her own findings, that the nucleotides of the A virus are similar to those found in the Las Plagas parasite. The parasite was once controlled by Los Iluminados, the cult that was defeated during the events in Spain. Rebecca believes that the remaining members of that cult are now helping Arias, likely providing the means to engineer his A virus. Chris agrees and says that there's only one person who truly understands Los Iluminados and Las Plagas, suggesting that they seek him out. Going to Colorado, they find Leon half-drunk sitting alone in a quiet bar. The recent loss of his team has him chained to the bottle. When he sees Becca and Chris, he greets them with cold humor and cynicism. Leon has lost his motivation to fight. He believes the government uses soldiers as tools for its own benefit. The constant loss and lies, the lack of meaning in what they do has left him broken, and drinking is his escape. Rebecca apologizes for interrupting Leon's vacation but pleads for his help. His experience is vital to stopping Arias. Leon listens, but he doesn't say anything back. Unbeknownst to them, Arias watches and listens from afar. Oddly enough, his attention focuses on Rebecca, and so he tells Maria to take her alive. Chris and Leon, though, are to be killed. Back to Leon, he says that he's feeling tired of everything, the whole thing. The fighting never ends, the missions lead to more death, and nothing changes. His voice is heavy with remorse and exhaustion, but Chris is tired of hearing this pity party. He becomes aggressive and agitated, even telling the bartender to cancel the drink that he just ordered. He pushes forward and continues briefing the situation. Arias, Umbrella, the threat ahead. Leon just fires back with anger and bitterness. Tension rises quickly, and the two men come close to fighting. Rebecca ends up having to step in and calm down these emotional men. She tells them that they are both right and they are both wrong. But rage, guilt, neither mindset will save lives if they can't work together. She takes out an injector and draws a blood sample from herself in front of them, explaining that she's already created a vaccine that is in her blood. If she dies, it's their responsibility to take her blood to a lab that they trust. She walks away, leaving Chris and Leon in silence. In the restroom, Rebecca discovers a dead body, but before she can react, Maria appears. She swiftly knocks Rebecca unconscious and kidnaps her. Meanwhile, a man named Patricio barges in, screaming for Leon, and Leon flares up because Patricio is the traitor who outed his team and got them killed. He's the reason that the last mission failed, bringing Leon to try and eradicate his sadness in this bar. However, Patricio desperately just begs Leon for help. He explains that he discovered a connection between an arms dealer and a surviving member of Los Iluminados, but also that when he discovered this, his family became targets. Now they're being threatened, and he knows that Leon is the only one who can save them. Chris chimes in, asking if that arms dealer is Arias. Patricio is surprised that he knows, and then he reveals Arias' true plan. Arias is going to attack New York City. That's when a large truck suddenly stops outside. Diego and Maria, carrying an unconscious Rebecca, appear, but Diego would unleash a bullet storm upon them, chopping everything down, tearing the bar up, even killing the barmaiden. Patricio is also shot, lethally wounded. With his dying breath, he throws his phone at Leon, his final wish for Leon to save his family. Shortly after, the gunfire subsides and they leave with Becca. Chris tells Leon that Patricio's phone has to contain critical information about Arias. But then the phone rings. Patricio's wife and daughter are on the line, asking if he made it to the man that would save them. But hearing that, Leon feels crushed as he looks at the dead husband and father. However, this slowly brings back Leon's resolve. He looks at Chris and agrees to help with the mission. Moving on, Rebecca finds herself tied to a chair in an open simulated wedding garden. White decorations surround her and she's wearing a wedding dress. Arias arrives calmly and looks at her with obsession. They talk, and soon he shows her a photo of his wedding where Rebecca would look at his wife and realize they look exactly the same, and Arias looks at her, painfully confirming the resemblance to his dead wife. He also says that the giant man is Diego and Maria is his daughter, that they were close friends, but also that the only ones who survived the red wedding were the three of them. Then, showcasing how sick in the head he really is, he takes out his preserved wife's severed arm, still wearing the wedding ring. He removes it, trying to force it onto Rebecca's finger. However, she pulls her hand away. Losing his temper, he slaps her hard across the face. The man is demented and says, "Better yet, I'll cut off your arm and attach her arm to your body." But Rebecca remains defiant. She says she knows and understands his virus, which piques his interest. She denotes that the virus has multiple strains and spreads silently through water supplies, pointing out that he owns a water company which distributes a dormant form of the virus to the general public, and when exposed to a specific trigger, said dormant virus activates. The trigger is a gas which Arias releases at chosen moments. Elsewhere, Leon and Chris uncover the same information using Rebecca's laptop, but they also conclude that Arias' plan is to launch tanker trucks across New York to trigger the virus. So they board a helicopter, and once there, Leon calls dibs on a bike while Chris takes the Humvee provided by the BSAA. Working together, they destroy the first tanker truck using a detonator. Nearby, they destroy another tanker using their chopper, and in the process also manage to injure Maria. However, Damien is then attacked and brutally massacred by infected dogs that burst out of a van. Yet, one tanker remains, so there's no time to mourn and stop to fight the dogs, so that is why Leon draws them towards himself, allowing Chris to move on ahead. On the highway, the dogs chase Leon. I don't know how, but he's able to control the bike while moving around on it, fighting back. He shoots one dog and then blows another one apart, and then shortly after, he would wreak havoc on the road, killing not just dogs, but innocent people who were just driving. Meanwhile, Chris destroys the final tanker and heads towards Arias. Inside the facility, Rebecca is being injected with an enhanced version of the virus designed to overcome her vaccine. He tells her that this virus is special because it will bring her closer to him. The injection takes effect quickly, and Rebecca only has 20 minutes before the mutation completes. While this is happening, Arias watches Chris's arrival through cameras. He challenges Chris, telling him that he's only got 20 minutes to save Becca. Next, he sends a horde of zombies his way. One by one, Chris fights through all of them with skill and determination. However, there is just way too many of them to handle all alone. But just when odds seem overwhelming, Leon arrives. He races down on his motorcycle and joins him. As they speak, the elevator dings and outpour more zombies. Together, to victory. They fight all of them, firing, dodging, spinning around, controlling their bodies, executing each and every one of them with precision. You would think it's impossible, but with more spinning and Chris even using his brute force, dropping zombies on their heads, the two paint the halls red. But time is still ticking. The two heroes decide to split up, Chris going after Rebecca, Leon playing cleanup here. Killing one guard, drop-shotting the other, disarming the attacking doctor, Chris has to find the vaccine. But a new threat appears. Diego stomps towards him, slamming him against the wall with terrifying force. Chris shoots, but it does nothing. Diego smacks him to the other wall, but Chris, who is perfectly fine, had slipped an incendiary grenade under him. Setting it off, the giant burns alive. Chris rushes to Becca, 9.5 minutes left. He insists that the doctor tells him where the vaccine is. So the two head up to the rooftop, and there, Arias is blocking the way. The two engage in a fierce firefight, but Chris would try to sneak over for a flank. However, Arias slips and the two go through a series of Dark Souls rolls, weaving through their gunfire exchange. Lots of running around in circles, close quarters gun fu, but Chris would tackle him over a barrier and onto a glass roof. The two dance again, but Chris can't land a hit as Arias slips and dodges every single strike. Eventually, he would get Chris on his back, punching his face so hard that the back of his head hit the glass, causing it to crack. Arias would take Chris to Pound Town until finally his head breaks the glass. Surprisingly fine still, he flips Arias up and over, causing him to fall all the way down, splattering on the ground floor. However, Arias isn't done yet. Diego returns looking more monstrous than before. He comes to the wounded Arias, who tells him to unleash the final stage, so Diego rips his mask off, revealing his skull. Then his spine splits apart, releasing meaty tendrils that attach to Arias. As Chris is trying to bring Becca to the vaccine, loud thuds could be heard. A mutated, two-headed fusion of Diego and Arias. He grabs Chris, slowly squeezing the life out of him, but then he hears a ding. From the elevator, Leon crashes in with his motorcycle. He slams into Arias, tripping the abomination. Arias grabs Leon and throws him, but Leon's body is shockingly strong as he returns fire immediately. Arias lurches towards him, throwing wild punches, but Leon weaves through all of it until he gets punched so hard that he is sent flying. Of course, he's fine and just fires back, even rolling mid-air over a punch and dropping an axe kick. However, before he even hits the floor, he's kicked through glass, nearly falling off the building. Using this opportunity though, with less than 3 minutes left, Chris goes to find the vaccine. Back with Leon, it looks like he's about to get eviscerated, but the other agents arrive just in time to save him. Nadia fires a shot that pierces Diego's face and causes at least 3 buildings behind them to get demolished and collapsed, probably causing hundreds if not thousands of innocent deaths. Enraged, Arias jumps and grabs the helicopter. He stabs Nadia with his claws before Leon perfectly drives and launches his motorcycle into Arias, shooting the bike, causing another massive explosion and sending Arias falling. However, he shoots his claws out to the sides and one into the helicopter, saving himself. So, Chris shoots a noob tube at his heart, blowing him up into pieces of flesh. With Arias defeated, Chris and Leon administer the vaccine to Becca, who immediately recovers, and then they release the vaccine as a gas across the entire city, curing everyone. Happy that they saved the day, Leon asks Chris, how long are they going to keep going like this? And he responds that he doesn't know, with a smile. The three look outside, savoring their victory, but then we see that Maria is still alive. She looks upon her father's mask, vengeance in her eyes. Now she has a vendetta. Alright, so back in 1998, during the beginning of the Raccoon City outbreak, we see UBCS, Umbrella's private army, moving towards that chaos. And they've got no idea what the situation is. All they're told is that the city is under total lockdown. Their orders are to evacuate Umbrella execs and government personnel only from the city. They are also given clearance to shoot and kill literally anybody else. And hearing this, some members are stunned. Arriving, of course, it's pure chaos and panic is everywhere, but what we do, because we've already seen how this plays out, is we shift to the aftermath of that violence, where only a handful of team members from Umbrella's private military survived, but only barely, and not for long because they've all been bitten. All but 2. One officer contacts his superior and reports the status of his fellow teammates, now locked in the freezer. But his superior tells him a very cold and definitive order to quarantine the survivors as they are going to be denied evacuation. But soon, the 2 officers would receive new orders to dispose of any and all infected, no exceptions. Reluctantly, one of them raises his weapons to comply. However, his partner would try to stop him, and then the situation would escalate even further because now the rest of the squad has already turned into zombies. Still, his friend desperately stands in the way, refusing to accept the order to murder people that they know. But the soldier breaks free and opens fire on the infected team anyway, saying that he would feel even guiltier if he let them free. His partner drops to the floor, frozen in fear, covering his ears as the gunfire echoes around him. He lets out a prolonged scream to stop it. Back in the present, Leon receives urgent intel. Hunnigan informs him about somebody named Dr. Antonio Taylor, who used to do research working for the US military, but is now wanted for espionage and working with enemies of the nation. Recently, he's been kidnapped by a heavily armed unknown group. Being shown the CCTV footage of the van that he was thrown in, Leon spots the suspect van passing by, so he accelerates and gives chase. But it's not going to be that easy, because out of nowhere, another biker would attack him from behind. Shooting back and forth, racing into a tunnel, the attacker drops cars from a truck up ahead, turning the road into a death trap for Leon. However, he skillfully dodges the falling cars and continues chasing. Soon he would get in front of his adversary and shoot her tires. The woman then uses the truck as a ramp and launches herself straight onto Leon's bike. He would struggle to shake her off, but she wall runs off the side of a truck, repositioning herself in front of him, stepping on his brakes. As a consequence, the bike would flip and Leon is somehow safely thrown onto the ground. As usual, he's unharmed and recovers, but his assailant and the van are long gone. And so then we pick up with a man who is looking at the corpse of a beached orca. Its head has been bitten off. She starts to examine the wound, noting that whatever did this couldn't have been any shark, because sharks don't mess with orcas, and judging by the radius of the bike, if it was a shark, it's gotta be the biggest one on the planet. At night, Jill infiltrates a house despite direct orders not to go there without backup. Over comms, she's told that this is a bioweapon-related situation, so she needs to stand down and wait for support. But Jill isn't like that, so she decides to search for survivors on her own, and so she moves through the house quietly, reaching the second floor and entering a bedroom. There she'd find blood splattered all across the wall, and as she steps closer, she notices a body on the floor. She kicks it, checks to see if it's alive or moving, then she turns it over and realizes that she is too late. She then leaves the room, but suddenly a zombie attacks her from the shadows. She struggles to keep it from biting her. Honestly, it was a good fight. Very realistic in the fact that she didn't immediately just have a perfect shot lined up. Going over the ledge, landing on a glass table, she quickly recovers and places 3 in its head. Moments later, backup arrives. Chris wonders why she didn't wait. Jill says she couldn't. Not if there was a chance that she could have saved somebody. So, taking things over to HQ, Chris speaks with Rebecca about the events of the previous night. He tells her that the city now has 12 confirmed cases. Rebecca, who was looking into this as well, explains that the test results show all victims were infected with an enhanced version of the T-virus. She further adds that needle marks instead of bite marks were found, and most notably, they didn't turn into zombies immediately. Instead, they died from their injuries. This confirms that the virus is not airborne and not spread by bites. Moreover, in the discussion of Jill, Rebecca advises him to be patient, reminding him that Jill has been through a lot. After being brainwashed by Wesker and all the trouble that she caused, she's just trying to make up for all of it. So Chris goes and he finds Jill releasing her frustration at the firing range. He came here to tell her that he wanted her off the case, that she needs time off. But Jill says that if Chris were in her boots, he'd be doing the same exact thing. And then she starts talking about when she was being controlled by Wesker. She divulges that she was fully conscious and aware of everything that was happening, saying that all she wanted to do in that moment was kill Chris and everyone, but that it was like a nightmare because she could do absolutely nothing to stop herself. But she insists that now she is fine on all fronts. Elsewhere, a mysterious man slowly walks up to Taylor. He congratulates the doctor on successfully creating a working prototype. He calmly pounds the floor with his cane in steady rhythm, then he takes out his 6-shooter and plays roulette of the Russian kind. Click. The doctor sighs a sigh of relief but shudders with fear still. The mysterious man says fate has decided that he is going to die another way. Turning around, it's Dylan, the UBCS officer we saw at the beginning of the story. He turns the gun on himself and pulls the trigger again. It clicks silently. Later, Chris and Jill meet up with Claire, who shows them a map of the island named Alcatraz over in San Francisco. She explains that the surrounding waters are designated as a national marine sanctuary. However, recently, multiple tracked whales have gone missing in that area. Becca brings up a list of said infected victims and points out the one thing that they all shared, the one thing they all have in common. Every single one of them visited Alcatraz. The island is open for tourists, so Chris, Jill, and Claire immediately set out to go, leaving Rebecca behind so that she can develop a vaccine for this virus. At the same time, alarms echo through the facility as Taylor tries to make his escape. Somewhere nearby, Dylan calmly waits, expecting Chris, Jill, and Claire's arrival. Soon, inside of Alcatraz, the three walk amongst the tourists. The atmosphere feels tense, like something's about to pop off. Suddenly, a man screams as a zombie bites him. Chris instantly reacts, rushing forward to put a bullet in the head, but it's only getting started as hell begins to break loose. A nearby YouTuber instantly turns into a zombie. Panic explodes. Jill engages immediately, wrestling with one of the infected and taking it out. Nearby, Claire pulls an injured woman to safety and leads her along with other survivors inside of an empty cell. They push a table against the door trying to barricade it, but still the effort fails. They push through and force their way inside. And then Claire turns around and sees that the woman she just saved turns into a zombie, despite never having been bitten. Seeing this, Claire freezes in shock. Outside the cell block, Jill continues fighting without slowing down. A prison guard nearby is overpowered and the floor beneath them collapses, so Jill jumps to the floor below, taking no fall damage, and she saves that guard. However, as the last zombie falls, the guard would stagger. His eyes glaze over and it attacks, forcing Jill to fight for her life. On the other hand, Chris is above the chaos, pulling civilians to safety, but the infected just keep coming. Immediately back to Jill, she regains her footing and sees the prison corridors, moving deeper into Alcatraz. In another part of the facility, Dylan talks morality, stating that there are no morals when it comes to the food chain. Dylan is suffering from PTSD, and so here we see him thinking about the outbreak back in 1998. He's in that small room with his best friend JJ, quarreling whether or not they should kill their own colleagues. Suddenly, a zombie breaks through the glass and bites him. However, JJ keeps shooting until all of the infected are dead. Dylan radios in, reporting 2 survivors left, one bitten, one bleeding badly. But again, the reply comes cold and direct. Evacuation is denied until they terminate all infected, no exceptions. Hearing this, the two begin to just look at each other. Pressure starts to build, but JJ doesn't want to die, so they fight. In the middle of the struggle, JJ empties rounds into Dylan's leg, explaining why he walks with a cane now. They fall to the floor and JJ starts scattering around looking for his weapon, but then he stops, turning around to see that Dylan has his gun pointed at him. The two just stare at each other, quivering, exhausted, not wanting any of this to happen, but we go back to the present where Chris and Claire are trying to reach Jill over comms. But they hear nothing, until a sudden noise comes from behind them. Both turn quickly and Chris opens a cabinet to find Dr. Antonio Taylor hiding in fear. Picking up back with Jill, she's moving through the sewers. Water drips around her as she advances slowly, and then she sees the shadow of somebody up ahead. She moves forward to intercept to try to get the drop on them, but they attack her first. After a brief fight where they somehow don't see each other's faces, they stop and realize that they know each other. Leon's own mission to find Dr. Taylor has brought him here to Alcatraz. Now, as they're talking, zombies would appear from the darkness. Leon fires first, dropping several of them. Then he tosses Jill a gun. Before either can speak, a licker would jump out of the water. It slowly creeps over, trying to find them. Leon and Jill stay perfectly still. Unluckily, though, an object falls and everything breaks loose. Before the creature can attack, Leon kicks it and starts shooting. The duo run for their lives as more lickers emerge. One of them uses its tongue to grab Jill and start dragging her back, but Leon is able to pull her free. They keep running until they reach the edge of the tunnel, but they still have many lickers following them, so Leon pushes Jill aside and kicks a gas canister towards them and then fires at it. The tunnel is engulfed in great balls of fire. Meanwhile, Chris and Claire move through another section of the prison and they're with Dr. Taylor. Claire asks who he is, and he introduces himself as Tony, hiding his true identity. Chris and Claire introduce who they are, with Claire mentioning she's from TerraSave. They had only looked away for a second, but when they turned back, Taylor was gone. Suddenly a cry for help echoes nearby, and they rush towards that sound to find Taylor cornered by a zombie. Chris takes it down, but then 2 more zombies rush in. Claire flips a table, then uses it to crush them, and then Chris kills the last one with his raw strength. In the end, Taylor survives, and he apologizes for calling Claire a terrorist, surprised that she even saved him after he insulted her. Chris weighs in on this, saying that even if they were bad guys, they would still help. Back to Jill and Leon, he explains that the tunnels were once used to move ammunition back when Alcatraz still functioned as a fortress. As they continue to converse and realize that their cases are probably connected, he notices a draft in the sewers. Pulling away loose bricks from the wall, he discovers a hidden passage. Without hesitation, they step inside, and the passage opens up into a chamber holding large tanks filled with mutated creatures. They're suspended in fluid and barely moving. They realize Dr. Taylor's been busy making these monsters. Meanwhile, something would move unseen towards the mess hall where Chris and Claire were looking for any more zombies. It stings Claire first. She collapses in pain, and then it flies over to Chris and stings him too. Taylor sees this, aware of what this is, takes the opportunity, and runs. He charges towards the stairs, but then he stops, because Maria is there. Back with Jill and Leon, they reach an area resembling a submarine dock. But after looking around, Leon says it's no longer being used as just a dock, it's being used as an armory. But moving back to headquarters, Rebecca is talking to Hunnigan, saying that she lost contact with the others, and Hunnigan explains that somebody hacked into the DoD and they started looking for bioterrorism cases linked to Raccoon City. The intruder stole classified data on Leon, Chris, Jill, and Claire. Hearing this, Rebecca realizes that this entire operation was a trap. Back inside the prison, Jill and Leon enter a control room, and Leon studies the screen explaining that they are monitoring biodrones, a field that matches Dr. Taylor's expertise. And when they come to this realization, Dylan's voice comes booming through the speakers. He welcomes them calmly and invites them to meet him in the main prison block. He goads them, saying that Chris and Claire are already there. Back at HQ, Rebecca carefully prepares the vaccine she made and packs it into a secure case. Knowing that her friends could be in trouble, she's being escorted to Azkaban. So, when they get to the main prison block, they find Chris and Claire, but they're both looking pale and worn. They're both infected, and they're going to be zombies soon. And then, Leon spots Dr. Taylor, and he exposes his real identity, causing Claire to frown in confusion at his earlier deception. Suddenly, the lights snap on, and Dylan reveals himself. He begins to explain how people are becoming infected without bites, but before anybody can react and before he continues, Leon is stung by a biodrone. Exhibit A. Dylan points out that he controls these drones. They're the size of a fly, and he says that once they have a target, they always deliver. And then Maria steps forward, showing everybody that she is now working with Dylan. Ever since the events of last year, she's held a vendetta against them for killing her father. So while Chris, Claire, Leon, Jill, Rebecca all believe that they're doing the right thing and serving the people, serving the greater good, Dylan comes out and says, no, you're not protecting them. You're protecting corporate executives who profit from all the chaos. You are the ones enabling them to continue the cycle. You aren't saving anybody. And then he recalls the painful memory of JJ, his former partner. Again, we see the flashback. JJ is pleading for his life, but Dylan pulls the trigger. But because it was empty, all they heard was a click. So JJ frantically starts looking for his weapon again, but as soon as he obtains it, Dylan comes up right above him and smacks him in the face with a toolbox. He attacks him and brutally bashes his face in, killing him. No emotion on his face whatsoever. Back in the present, his voice hardens as he declares hatred for the world, where money and power is what decides what is right and wrong. This is a problem, so he intends to solve that problem by wiping the slate clean using the virus. But he's not going to kill everybody. He's only going to kill select people. In fact, the reason that Jill isn't infected right now is because Dylan wants her to experience the pain of having no choice but to kill your friends. He warns Jill to watch Claire closely, saying that she's about to turn. Dr. Taylor is also in the same cell with her, and so he starts worrying about his own life. So he begs Jill to shoot Claire to save him, and Jill is thinking about what to do. But Dylan isn't done talking yet. He berates each of them, Leon for working for the people who hide the truth, Claire for supporting a group of people who only offer band-aid solutions but never are willing to do what it takes to cut evil off at the neck. He accuses Chris of sacrificing teammates on every single mission he goes on, and Jill of relying too much on emotion instead of logic. He starts projecting his own insecurities onto everybody else, revealing that he did his duty and his superiors forced him to kill his best friend. Now, he's forced to carry that guilt forever. And soon, his biodrones are going to spread suffering across the world so that everybody knows what he feels. This is his vengeance. But moving along outside, Rebecca and her escorts reach Alcatraz. But as they arrive, they notice something coming towards them in the water. Now at first they prepare for impact, but then they start shooting, because what comes out at them is this massive, mutated shark. While her team fights the creature, Becca is able to slip away and enter the facility carrying the vaccine with her. Back inside, Dylan fires at Dr. Taylor. Seeing this, Jill steps in to threaten Dylan, but Maria quickly restrains her. Leon desperately throws a flashbang, blinding their attackers briefly, and Jill uses this moment to break free. In all of this confusion, Maria tries to go after them, but Dylan stops her, saying that they're already infected, so it's pointless. Claire would try to stop Taylor's bleeding, but he tells her to focus on herself. However, she insists that even if they can't stop the virus, they can still save a life by stopping the bleeding. But Taylor says he's done so much evil that it's better to just give up on him. So then Leon reminds him that they've all had to do things that they're not proud of. Chris would also say that the world might be broken and easy to destroy, but doing what's right despite all of that, even if it's the hardest thing, that's what they need to do. But then Taylor asks them one more question. How can you guys stay so calm even in the face of death? And they all say, because we have Jill. However, after some time, Taylor, still dying, would give something to Claire. He tells her that it is a code key to a backdoor in the network for the bioweapons, a last resort if things went wrong. He passes it to Claire and wishes her luck before quietly dying. Pressing on, Jill runs into Rebecca in the dark tunnels. She has the vaccine, but it's only effective if people haven't turned yet, so she needs to hurry. She tells Rebecca where to go, and Jill heads towards the incubation tanks. Meanwhile, Dylan takes a syringe and orders Maria to open the floodgates. As this is happening, time is ticking for the rest of the group. But Rebecca arrives. First, she heals Leon, who immediately gets up and gets going. Then she heals Chris and Claire. They rise together and look forward, ready to help their friends. Soon, Leon would be confronted by Maria. She's happy that the virus didn't kill him, as she wanted the satisfaction of doing it herself. Also, Jill confronts Dylan, urging him to give up since the others have already been cured, but Dylan isn't surprised. He says it doesn't even matter, because soon the world is going to realize there is no such thing as justice or morals. And then he says solemnly that this is his chance to atone for killing his friend. And then, without hesitation, he injects himself with the virus, letting himself fall into the water. And as he sinks, the zombie megalodon eats him. Back on the surface, Leon is struggling against Maria, who keeps on overpowering him. He's doing his best, but he's getting his butt handed to him on a silver platter. He's getting kicked, he's getting thrown around, punched, crashing to the ground, but eventually, Leon would land a solid punch, followed by a spinning back kick. That kick was strong enough to send her flying feet away into a broken metal pipe. It penetrates and kills her. Moments later, everybody assembles in the armory, but then something emerges from the water. It's Dylan, who is now fused with the creature to become an even more magnificent monster. The five of them load their weapons, ready for battle. Dylan makes the first move, but they all dodge. Leon responds by shooting a crane's hook, latching it into the creature's face. Rebecca and Claire fire rockets, while Jill and Chris join in with heavy firepower. But this has got to be the biggest creature in all of Resident Evil history, and so their attacks aren't doing enough. Seeing that this is going to take a while, Leon orders Claire and Rebecca to use the code from Taylor to stop the biodrones from getting out into the world. Leon drives a tanker, then drops a grenade in it before letting it collide with the monster, but Dylan is still standing, unaffected. Soon, Claire and Rebecca would access the network. Inside the system, Claire overrides the drone programming and switches it to manual mode. She's just about to reach for the shutdown button, but right before she does, Rebecca stops her, arguing that since they have control of the drones now, they might as well try and use them as weapons. Back to the fight, Dylan is still alive and dangerous. Jill is thrown off by an attack, but she stumbles upon a plasma rifle. She tells the other two to lure the creature closer, saying that the plasma rifle fires at 20,000 degrees, it'll melt anything, but it is short range. So together they use a truck and bait the creature towards her. When the creature comes near, she charges the rifle and then fires. The impact is huge, and for the first time, we see that the creature is thrown back. Jill preps another blast, but it needs time to charge. Unfortunately, she doesn't have that much time. The creature hurls her far away, and just as all hope seems lost, the creature stops. Rebecca has released the drones into the creature, disrupting its chemistry. That's why the creature staggers and starts rushing towards the water, but Chris and Leon are not going to let it leave. They devise a plan, and as they get ready, they have Jill reach the creature first and lure it away into the water. Meanwhile, the other two are connecting a large rocket launcher. Underwater, the creature follows after Jill. It's about to eat her, but she's able to evade. However, her bag gets caught in its mouth. She starts getting dragged, but she thinks quickly, taking out her knife and cutting herself free as the creature continues to escape. But the guys aim the bazooka at the floodgate and fire. This causes the gate to drop on the creature's neck, and at the same time, Jill sets off a charge to blow up and kill Dylan. With the battle finally over, the team celebrates its victory. Jill watches, taking it all in. The sun rises as the five of them sit and finally relax on this death island. They see their helicopters flying in, ready to pick them up, ready to continue their mission, ready to succeed or fail together. In the year 2014, a girl in Louisiana was watching the news about a hurricane of biblical proportions and a ship that had gone missing along with its crew. Her mother would inquire about the report, but soon her father would arrive, beckoning his wife to open the door because he found another one. Turning off the TV, the girl watches her father walk in carrying a little girl. Marguerite would notice the girl's arm and state that she must have been caught in an oil spill. Her father would take the poor thing upstairs, and her mother would tell her to grab some spare clothes from the laundry room to help the little girl get cleaned up. However, before doing so, she walks back into the living room to check a newspaper. It references Resident Evil 6, talking about keeping the BSAA stationed in Eastern Europe. Then she reads a letter her mother wrote to her father Jack, mentioning that there is a guest in the trailer outside. She chose to stay out there for some reason, instead of accepting their offer to put her up in one of the rooms inside of the home. This family, they seem to be, well, nice. On the calendar, the girl sees that her parents' wedding anniversary was to be on October 26th, and from this, we know that, right now, it's October of 2014. Next, reading a note on the fridge, it seemed that Lucas asked his parents to buy him electronic-related parts, and then, in the laundry room, his father thought that he might like a power tool for his birthday. Zoe's brother seems to have an affinity, a predilection for technology and mechanics. Procuring the clean clothes, wandering back into the dining room again to look at some of the art of her family that Zoe made back in the 4th grade, we learn that these are the Bakers. Jack, Marguerite, Lucas, and Zoe Baker. Just your happy, loving, and normal family living in the bayous of southern USA. Upstairs, in her brother's old room, she finds her father and the girl. Jack leaves to go check on the boathouse, concerned about the ramifications of the hurricane, leaving Zoe to her task. However, she decides to let the girl rest a little bit longer before moving her. So, looking around, she finds Lucas's secret hideout upstairs, in the attic. Bypassing his security, dropping the ladder, she goes up to find a note on his desk. Apparently, Lucas was keeping logs of one of their past interactions where she had chastised him for getting into her laptop without her knowledge. His response? That she was jealous of his hacking skills, otherwise known as using the same password across her phone and computer. Speaking of computers, Lucas had more dates that he was keeping track of. One day, his dad smacked him across the face for being on his phone while at dinner. Another day, he complained about the food his mom made and he got berated for it. But one day, Lucas said that Zoe called him a pervert for looking at her while she was doing yoga. Now, while he says all he did was look in on her, attempting to make it seem like he only glanced, girls usually have a good reason for having their guards up. Again, I say usually, almost always, not without reason. However, based on how weird Lucas is and his demeanor so far, you have to admit he is a creepy dude. Either he is a pervert or, and this might actually be more so the case, if I put my psychology thinking cap on, he enjoys making other people uncomfortable. People like him like to cross lines inappropriately because it is enjoyment for them, hence breaking into her laptop, looking at her while she does yoga, or even complaining about his mom's food. Lucas also wrote about how his dad got drunk and threw his stuff outside in a red box, but that's just for a puzzle later on. All in all, Lucas doesn't seem to be normal, and by the way that he words everything, this tells me that he is the type to minimize things and self-victimize. But moving on, Zoe finally checks in on the girl her dad found.
All right, little girl, let's get you cleaned up.
They're mine now.
What?
Rushing out of the blinding darkness with only a lighter to guide her through, she calls out to her father, but the only response is this wicked and deafening silence. The shift from a relatively normal family night to an ominous onslaught of unknown evil fills her chest with abnormal levels of insane anxiety. She can simply feel something wrong in the air. Something
sinister.
A loud rumbling, a crash alerts Zoe. What was that, she wonders, uncertain of where that eerily menacing little girl went and why her family isn't around. But downstairs, she sees Lucas unconscious on the floor. She is unresponsive, but then she thinks that she hears her mother upstairs. Zoe can't quite make the words out, but she looks up, listening to the bizarre sounds of her mother's light footsteps and the slight screeches of the lantern. It does not take much to just know that something deeply disturbing is about to take a foothold here. The bathroom door is ajar, and her mother is talking to no one.
Mama, is that you?
Zoe, come look. Come see her gift. Look at all the pretties my little girl is giving me! Kiss me, lover!
What the hell? Get to the garage! Get some rope! Go, now!
The sounds of her parents screaming and being violent with one another sends her straight into flight or fight mode. Scurrying downstairs on autopilot, palpitating, she gets into her dad's garage to acquire the rope. Except, when she starts ascending the steps, she can hear her mother's yelling suffocated by the sounds of splashing waters. Zoe gets to the door, and she can't believe her eyes. Why was father shoving mother's face into the bathtub?
Stop it!
Don't you worry. It's a whole lot worse than it looks. Cleanliness is next to godliness, and no one is fucking close to meeting him right now. She wants me to do this. I have to show her how to go. She wants us all to show her our love.
Daddy!
You don't want to disappoint her now, do you? We can't do that.
What are you talking about?
Your new sister, Eve. When I ask for rope, I expect to get rope. I'm just gonna have to teach you a lesson.
Daddy! What's gotten into you?
While you're under my roof, you'll do as I say. You hear me?
Get away! Daddy! Stop it! Please!
She's waiting for you.
Daddy, stop! Why are you doing this?
Yo, what's the matter, honey? Don't you want to play with your new sister?
That is the fate that would await her. But luckily, she utilizes the rope to lock herself inside of a room. She quickly attempts to look for a way out, but she needs to hurry up. Her father is huffing and puffing, about to kick the door in, and Zoe is able to climb out the window to escape on the veranda just in time. However, her brother would not be able to escape the clutches of his father. She watched helplessly as he dragged her brother by his leg, clothes scraping on the wooden floor, pleading to be released, only for the door to be shut. Accept her gift, her father said. Her gift? The little girl? And what gift could be so special that it would turn her parents into crazies? Zoe knew that nothing could be done. Evil has taken residence in the place she once called home, and her family was no longer hers, that little girl. Zoe needed to get out, but her mother blocked the only exit. However, after evading her line of sight, she was finally able to leave. Through the crackling thunder and the stampede of night rain, she cries, hoping that this is just a horrific nightmare that she's unable to awaken from. Not knowing what to do or where to go, the daughter of the bakers goes into the trailer. Wait, didn't her mom mention that there was a guest staying here? There was, and she was lying unconscious on the floor. However, something on the table catches her attention. In front of a black case was a set of papers. The woman had written to Zoe's family, showing appreciation for their southern hospitality, and yet she also begged them to forget about her. She then mentions that she was tasked with transporting important cargo on that ship. Is she talking about the missing ship from the news? She also mentions that if the bakers got involved with her or that cargo, it would only spell trouble for everyone. She re-emphasizes to pretend that they never met. But it's this next page that sets alarms blaring in Zoe's mind. If they were to ever see a little girl near the ship, do not approach her. And if she does try to talk to you, attempt to leave, but don't make her angry. To Zoe's dismay, it can get worse from there. Because if illness has befallen her family, which it has, it's already too late. A fate worse than death. And yet, there is hope. She mentions a serum. However, with the rest of the note too difficult to read, Zoe Baker doesn't know what to make of this. The little girl, the gift, family, Lucas as her brother, she herself to be her sister. On the ground was some sort of object, but taped at the bottom was D005. Putting it down, the sound of the storm outside stops. And that is when...
Sister.
Jolting awake, Zoe's relieved to find that it was only a dream. But something is off. Her family seemed and sounded normal, although she can't help feeling the evil within.
There was this little girl.
Well, now, after breakfast, Lucas and I are going to have a look around and see if the storm did any damage. You two should have a look around the house.
That's a good idea, Jack. You remember the last hurricane? We thought we were lucky. And the next time it rained, there was a mess for sure.
Hello, sister.
This was actually happening. Zoe was to be trapped in this madhouse as deterioration consumed her and everyone and everything she knew. 3 years later in June, a man would awaken, locked down on a bed. He was imprisoned in a bedroom, and now Marguerite was walking in to bring him supper.
Sleep well, darling? Our daughter really likes you. She wants you to be her big brother. Oh, now don't get too excited. Don't jump up and down just yet. You want to be part of this family, you gotta eat like family. That smells good, don't it? You eat all this and you can be one of us. Then I'll take those things off and you can go out and play. But you gotta eat all of it.
I'm not eating that. It smells like shit.
I worked all day on that, you ungrateful prick! I made it with love! You better behave yourself now!
He wasn't going to eat this blackened soup and whatever else this stuff was. Instead, he was going to find a way out. The clamp on his wrist was weak and easily pulled off with his other hand, yet a myriad of puzzles awaited him, which he hated. What made it even more difficult was that if he made too much noise, Mrs. Baker would hear, and as a consequence, she would come stomping back up the stairs, requiring the man to get back in bed and pretend that he hadn't been out of it. Now, to add to his credibility, He even took a sip of the soup, but that was a mistake because it made him cough out blood. However, he had also made another huge mistake while he was snooping around. He left the drawer open.
Huh? Now hold on just a minute. That drawer didn't open itself. This is what you get.
No, no, no! I'll be good! I'll be good!
This man needed to move as silently as possible, putting everything back exactly where it was and how he found it. In doing so, Marguerite would gleefully return with more food. But still, she would stop and sense that something was off. She couldn't quite put her tongue on it, so she left the man alone to eat his cockroaches and expired innards. Nothing was going to stop the man from surviving. Nothing. Solving all of the puzzles and getting the snake key, escape seemed to be within reach, until he hears the door slam and the monstrous woman call his name.
Frankie, where are you? That hurt me, you son of a bitch! No!
Now, if you look closely, you might have seen that there was a face that popped up in the tape. Freeze it at the right frame, turn it upside down, something came for Clancy right when he was on the verge of leaving. But who or what was this ghoulish figure? Whether or not he knew it didn't matter now, because Clancy would regain consciousness inside of a cold and dark room, left hand bound to a metal contraption, and across from him, another in the same terrifying situation. Several TVs behind him glitched to life as Lucas would appear on screen, and he wants to play a game. Blackjack. Add up all the cards and whomever is closest to 21 wins. The person with a lower number loses, and if you go over 21, you bust and you lose too. Clancy goes first and luckily hits a 21 out the gate, but his opposition, the man panicking across named Hoffman, isn't so lucky. The loser loses their fingers. However, is this maniac actually going to let the winner leave? Once their fingers are gone, what else do they have to offer this lunatic? Lucas. I knew it. He gets off on watching other people's discomfort and suffering. As his twisted game continues, the prospect of either one of them being set free from this death trap seems abysmal.
Hit me. Don't do it, please!
Let's just keep it going, boys. Who's this one? And you'll need a partner to jerk you off.
At some point, Clancy and Hoffman were both on the verge of death. In the preceding round, Clancy wins, and Hoffman loses all of his fingers. Exhausted, he seemingly dies, and Clancy asks Lucas if he's now free to go since he won. Now at first, he says he's going to keep his promise, but then, breath expels from Hoffman's mouth. He's denying death and trying to steal his resolve to return to his family. The man with a burlap sack on his head gets up and he demands another round. The sight of this invigorates the demented Lucas as he shuts off all the lights and sets up another one of his death machines. High voltage execution. Hoffman, tired and terrified but not willing to let Clancy win, tells him to just die because he has a family to go back to. Clancy would not yield. and their torture seemed to go on forever. At one point, both of them even hit a draw. However, in Lucas's eyes, that was just another excuse to send electrical currents through their bodies, frying their brains and blood out. Clancy just barely survives this, outlasting Hoffman, whose guts have likely spilled out of his eyes at this point. And yet, Lucas was still not done with them. Jolting the dead man's body again, he pretends that Hoffman is still alive and ready to play some more, even talking for him. As if the horror couldn't get any worse, the sight of a spinning steel pinwheel, ready to rip his face from the top of his head down to the bottom of his jaw, comes down to petrify his soul. The only way out of this hell is to beat Lucas at his own game. Eventually, despite doing just that, in spite of the game being rigged from the get, Clancy wins. Or does he? Earlier, in the year 2014, before everything we just saw, Mia Winters is watching a video of herself on her laptop. She had sent her husband Ethan a short video recording saying how much she misses him due to her being away on a babysitting trip. When that video was done, her hand balls up as she hyperventilates. Blood and blackened powdery substances cover her hands and arms as she proceeds to record another message for her husband. In it, she tells him that she did lie to him. She wasn't on a babysitting trip, but she doesn't have the time to tell him anything else, so all she leaves him with is this ominous message to stay away. Now, I love my wife, and if I got a random and concerning message from her where she appears to be disheveled and distressed, staying away and forgetting about her is the absolute last thing I would do. Just like any good man who truly loves his wife, Ethan never lost hope, despite 3 years passing by, and in July of 2017 he would receive a message from Mia. She was still alive, and now she wanted her husband to come get her. This brings him to Dulvey, Louisiana, to a certain family's house in the wetlands. Pulling up and parking his car, Ethan proceeds the path, muggy, filled with critters, atmosphere yellow-tinged from the blessed golden sun, but coming up to the iron gates, he doesn't know about the evil within the baker's residence. Compelled regardless to find his wife, locked gates would not impede his progress. Following a road over to the left, it was with great hope that he would find another way in. However, he would begin to notice things that were rather odd. First was a van with equipment scattered around. It looked as if whomever parked here never returned, or never had the chance to. Checking inside, he finds a pamphlet for sewer gators. This rusty and molded vehicle belonged to them. They were working on a project where they were going to sneak into a ghost house. Why was Mia here? On the back of the paper it says, "Join us," and then nearby there was a sign that said, "Accept her gift." This is what Zoe's parents would tell her. Forging ahead, Ethan would see a man just walk across him. But as quickly as he appeared, he disappeared. Was that a ghost? However, that wasn't as disturbing as what he sees next. An unsettling display of mutilated cows arranged with care and intent, but to what end? Up ahead, he would find his wife's driver's license in a pile of burning belongings. So she was here. But, looking upon this derelict house from the outside, Ethan wondered if she was even alive. But doubt had no place in his heart. Finding an open door, he rushes in. It immediately shuts behind him, though. He tries to reopen it, but it was locked tight. Something doesn't want him to leave now that he is here. He steps into the rundown hall, where light was barely able to grace the walls, when suddenly a loud banging startles him. He freezes, realizing that despite how quiet it is, he is not alone. The domain that Ethan stepped into seemed to somehow exist, isolated from the outside world. The kitchen was corrupted, and it appears it had been degraded for a long time. The walls and blinds were falling apart, dishes and garbage overflowed on the ruined counters, tables, and floors, a sickly sight in the microwave. A dead crow. Moldy and grotesque, you can't even call this food in a pot. No matter where he looked, this house, no longer a home, as it has been desecrated beyond salvation. On the kitchen table is the local newspaper talking about how 20 people had gone missing in just the past 2 years. Stepping into the dim hall, he happens to check a drawer, and inside is some black substance, perhaps a powder even, with an almost weird pattern on it. And then he enters a deathly living room. Apart from the static glow of the TV, it appears not a single living soul had been in here for years. Immediately noticing a picture on the floor, Ethan looks at it to see a woman, though he's unsure of who it is because of how faded and blurry it is. Suddenly, he hears a noise behind him, causing him to turn around and inspect, but he sees that nobody's there. Continuing to look around the living room, he feels the almost innately human pull to play the piano, although it seems the spirits in this haunted house don't want the silence to be disturbed. Ethan walks over to the fireplace and notices a family portrait, a smiling boy next to his stern-faced father, a curious girl on her smiling mother's lap. Once upon a time, these people called this place home. But what secrets lie within these creaking walls? Turning around, a photograph of a cell was tucked into the crevices of an armchair. It was hard to make much of it, but the singular light casting shadows of the iron bars told Ethan enough, that this was a jail. But where was this cell, and who was confined to it? Perhaps watching this VHS tape he found would give him answers. But what he saw grabbed him by the spine and shook him. 3 men, under the guise of night, came to this very same house looking to record footage for their show. But this was about to be the biggest mistake of their lives. The swinging chair should have been a telltale sign that the rumors about this place were true. But for these ghost chasers, this was just another gig for them to sell to their viewers. Sewer gators, Ethan thought. These guys were from the van that had the pamphlet. Something happened here, and they never got to go back. His eyes pierced into the past, brows furrowed as he continued to watch them struggle to open the door, until one of them kicked it open. But there was a moment of hesitation as the dust dissipated. They peer through the darkness until the cameraman runs in, eager to see what's in store. Still, he listens to Andre and Pete's back and forth. Pete wanted to know why they chose this place to run the show. Andre's baffled that he didn't prep or read the briefing. However, Pete believed that he was above all of this, doing small-time web shows that people watch in motels at midnight. He touted that he used to be an anchor, so there was nothing to prepare for at all. But Andre grounded him, reminding him that he was just the weekend sub, not a full-blown news anchor, so he didn't fall that far from grace. Pete's annoyed, but he wants to get this job done, so he restates the initial question. And Andre says that this farmhouse has been abandoned for 3 years. The Bakers used to live here, but they went missing and may have even been murdered. Andre offers more, saying that while the heads of the house were quiet, their son Lucas had numerous bad rumors about him. Locally, he was known as a bad seed. Further inspecting, Andre separates from the group. However, when Pete calls out to him, he doesn't respond. He asks Clancy, the cameraman, if he saw where he went, but the cameraman doesn't talk. He just records. This alarms Pete as he presses into the hall, panicking. A loud bang and a clang causes Pete's body to tense up. To avoid the dead silence from cutting into them, he asks Clancy if he heard it too. Anxiety festers quickly and they head on into the room that Ethan was in right now, watching them from the future. No sound from Andre, but Pete does eventually find a secret lever under the fireplace. Tugging on it, it opens a hidden door in the wall, and Pete realizes that this time, this house, this gig, it's the real deal, not just some gimmick, and he wants to leave now. But they can't leave Andre behind. Maybe they should have. Because Clancy climbs down the ladder, and when he turns around, he freezes. The hairs on his neck raise and he holds his breath. It's Andre, but he's not moving. He's just facing the wall on his tiptoes. With the knowledge obtained from the tape, Ethan pulls the lever and falls off the broken wooden ladder. He continues down a passage that brings him to flooded waters when out surfaces Andre, water and maggot-logged. Inspecting the walls around him, he wonders if these were all the missing people from the newspaper. Moving along, the smell of cold, wet stone and iron fills his lungs. He notices weird red writings on some wood, but when he goes in to try and read it, that sound caused me to tense up and mash all the buttons on my controller. My body wanted to hit retry before I even knew what was going on. This would be the only jump scare in Resident Evil 7 for me. Ethan checks out the noise, but sees no one's there, and yet he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. He continued nonetheless. The red writings, next to the drawings of the family, the words were difficult to make out, but 3 words did seem to stand out. "I'm sorry, Daddy." He didn't know what to make of this, so he pressed on to find that jail from the photo. Cautiously looking around, unsure of what to expect when he gets closer, Ethan isn't sure, but he calls out to his wife. She's not responding. His chest was thumping, honored to see her again, but immediately remembering the situation and where they were. He had to find the keys, and while he looked around, he saw a list of names, victims. Some were dead, some were turned, but Clancy's name was at the bottom with an L on it. Why was the cameraman's designation different? Grabbing the bolt cutters, he gets into the tattered and padded room. Rust and disgust, Ethan can't even think straight, but his body knows that he's not safe, so he checks behind him first before walking over to her.
Mia, oh, thank God I found you. It's me, it's Ethan.
Ethan? Ethan?
Are you alright?
You shouldn't be here.
What do you mean? You contacted me.
No, I wouldn't. Did I? Did anyone see you? Did he see you?
Hey, who else is here? What the hell's going on?
Daddy's coming. We need to go.
Daddy?
We need to go now!
Who was Daddy? And why did her pale skin have these dark blemishes on her? They didn't quite look like bruises, almost like there was something black right under her skin. And Mia didn't seem to be all there together, because she didn't know if or not she sent Ethan a message, and she had no grasp of how much time had passed since she went missing. 3 years, 3 whole years. How could she not know how much time went by? What happened to his wife? What's wrong with this place? What did they do to her? Ethan would stop her again, insisting they talk about the message she sent him, although she is adamant that it wasn't her who did. If she couldn't tell him that, then could she at least explain what was going on? But she exasperatedly breathes out, "I am telling you everything that I know." He stands there, at a loss for words, while she frantically looks around as if somebody would come through the walls at any moment. Hurrying along, she leads him into a room where her voice would lift, certain that there was a door out of here, but there wasn't. Horror resets into her throat as she cries out that the door is gone, and then it drops back down as she eerily switches her tone. "We're going to be a family, now that you're here." Ethan was perturbed by this, so he steps back, unsure if this is even his wife that he's talking to. Seemingly drained, she stumbles to the sofa talking about the door again. He places his palm on her back, noticing the dark spots. Was it dirt?
Mia,
We gotta get out of here.
just stay here, alright? I'm gonna have a look around.
First thing he finds is a paper that says E001 on it, and flipping it over, it's a picture of some old lady in a chair. But Ethan doesn't think much of it, so he proceeds to the back where he would find a doll of a woman and a little girl. Dashing after her, scared that his beloved was endangered, he goes up the steps and doesn't even question why the door creaked open for him. However, looking all over, he doesn't find her, until he hears banging coming from the basement. Then, a voice hissing.
Wait! Wait!
I can hear her. I can feel her clawing her way back inside of me. Get out! Leave me alone! I've been bad. I deserve this.
Ethan doesn't recognize his wife. He sees that it's her, but she's possessed. How is he ever going to be able to see her the same? For now, he pours some of this liquid on his hand and it cures the slash and stab wounds that she inflicted upon him. But just as quickly as he is healed, Mia unnaturally rises back up, twists his wrists, and with ink-filled eyes, she growls, "Leave me," before tossing him through a wall. She then rips down a sharp part of the wall and roars out, "Go," to her husband. If she was possessed, a part of her was trying to resist, trying to get him to do what she said in her message and stay away. But he was already here, and he wasn't leaving without her. Ethan picks up an axe as Mia scowls that she's dead and can never leave. Lunging at him with her wooden stake, he does his best to fight her without hurting her, but he's left with no choice. Stopping her stab, he punches her chin once, then twice, before cleaving right into her clavicle. Blood splurts out, and the darkness rescinds from within her. Ethan, filled with a myriad of confused emotions, can't believe what he's done. His wife, blood seeping out of her head and pooling onto the floor. He looks around, not sure what to do. And then, suddenly, the phone rings. Running over to answer, a woman's voice tells him that he shouldn't have come here. It's Zoe Baker, the daughter. She's somehow still cognizant and not like the rest of her family. She tells Ethan that he can leave through the attic, but when he hangs up, he hears a door open. His wife's body isn't there. Feeling both relieved and horrifyingly concerned, he picks up the axe and goes down the hall.
Ethan, it's okay. It's okay, it's me. I know you didn't mean to hurt me. You shouldn't have done that! It fucking hurts! Now, let's see what you feel. If my jaw was contained, outbreak. But anyway, I promise, must burn it all down.
Suffering from this flesh wound, he picks up his hand, goes to the attic, finds a gun, and finally accepts that this is the only way he is going to save his wife. And when he discovers the exit Zoe mentioned, a chainsaw-wielding Mia smashes through the window and jumps him, forcing Ethan to put a few rounds into her. She drops to the floor, growling out, "I love you." But then, out of nowhere,
Welcome to the family, son.
Come on. Don't you die on us now. You have work to do.
Where am I? What the hell?
Rise and shine, sleepyhead. It's time for supper.
Who are all you people? Where's Mia?
Eat it. It's good.
Dumb some bitch wasn't no good if it hit him.
Yes.
Get out the way, Marguerite. Hit boy's got to eat. He got to have his supper. Come here, boy. Let's do this.
Oh shit, he's not eating it, Jack! He's not eating it!
Shut the hell up, Marguerite!
I made that for him!
Get the hell out of here!
You're a son of a bitch! Oh, I can't believe it, you son of a bitch! He's not eating it! He's not eating it!
This was supposed to be a very special feast. My boy.
God damn it. I bet it's that cop again.
Goddamn pigs. I'm coming back for you.
What the hell is happening? Ethan attempts to calm his nerves with his breathing, although the rancid smell of this rotting meat is sickening. He quickly starts trying to find a way to free himself by tipping over in the chair. Rising up, he realizes there's an old lady at the table. Who is she? She looked dead. But she was moving, ever so slightly, but she still was moving, breathing. Her eyes were as white as snow when she blinked, so she was alive, but perhaps blind. Ethan didn't think much of her. Trying to orient himself, looking around, he finds a book written by Clive O'Brien, former BSAA director, a nod to Resident Evil Revelations. And then, he finds a newspaper talking about the three men from the VHS tape. After perusing, Ethan walks down the hall, wind howling just outside, but then, that man shows up in front of him. Deer in the headlights, he doesn't know what to do next until he chooses to move forward. But that is when Jack notices Ethan. Rage and hate spewing through his clenched teeth, he stomps towards him with a shovel. Ethan knows he can't fight this imposing figure, so he turns. He gets hit regardless, but he ignores the pain and the old man's cackling. He runs into the dining room, not even wondering where the old lady went. He runs around, thinking that Jack is behind him, but then a shovel comes stabbing through the wall in front of him. Jack walks through like the wall is nothing, impeding his progress once again. After ringing around, Ethan attempts to go down a hatch, but Mr. Baker appears out of nowhere again.
You came to the wrong house, boy!
The world starts to lose color. Sounds begin to dampen. Blood fills his eyes and Ethan's adrenaline takes over as fumes. His killer toys with him, cuts off his leg, then helps him, giving him some of that healing liquid, saying that he can fix his leg with it. What does he want? Somehow, this stuff healed his hand from a brutal stab wound. In fact, who reattached his hand after it was chainsawed? All he can remember is the woman's shoes. Lo and behold, the man was right, and Ethan can walk again like nothing ever happened. But the insanity doesn't stop there. Jack smacks the floor, saying he better run because Daddy's here. Escaping down the hatch and going through the crawl space, he ends up in the laundry room to get another call from Zoe, who tells him that he can find another way out through the main hall. Along the way, he finds pictures. One of Lucas, who immediately gives asshole vibes. Another of the crazy husband and wife. Then he sees another one of a girl with her eyes scratched out for some reason. Probably Zoe. In another room, he finds a small boot with the name Evelyn on it. That little girl. Soon a cop would show up at the window, saying that he's not a cop, he's the deputy. Ethan pleads for help, but he's cautious, trying to assess the situation. Deputy says that they've been getting calls about missing people, but Ethan doesn't care about any of that. He just wants help to get out, because the people in there are trying to kill him. Ethan doesn't even mention his wife is here, but the officer still maintains ambivalence because Ethan might be involved in whatever strange things are happening here. He understands his point of view and agrees to tell him anything. So, the deputy says to meet him in the garage, but before he goes, Ethan asks for his gun, just something to defend himself with. Of course, he's not just going to hand over his firearm, but Ethan is able to convince him to at least give him a knife. Not exactly what he had in mind, but it's better than nothing. However, it didn't matter, because once in the garage...
Hey, we gotta get the fuck out of here.
Now first you need to tell me what you're doing out here alone in the middle of the night.
Me? What about you?
No, it's my job. Won't you do your job and tell me? Answer my questions.
You're not gonna believe me if I told you.
Try. Hey, put that door back. Put that door back. Wait!
Fuck it! I'm gonna kill everybody.
Jack wildly, menacingly arcs his axe around the garage, attempting to body Ethan, and yet he's also playing with him and saying, "You're part of the family now." This dissonance in Jack's demeanor only adds to the confusing web of madness that Ethan is stuck in. Regardless, he's not going to sit around and wait to be killed or maimed. He gets into the car and starts trying to ram him down. To this, Jack just laughs at the desperate attempt. Ripping off the hood of the car like it's paper, he gets next to Ethan and starts driving the car for him somehow, like they're on a joyride together. The situation becomes even more dire when he sees Jack's new idea, to drive them both head-on into these metal beams. Unable to take his hands off the wheel, get out of the car, hit the brakes, or take his foot off the gas pedal, the crazed maniac laughs, throttling them forward.
No!
Brushing off death and being domed like nothing, he turns to look at Jack, who's now sitting in white flames, but then, as you might have guessed, he's still not dead yet.
Oh boy! Now look what you've done, motherfucker! Do I have your attention, boy? You're about to see some wonderful. Oh, fuck!
This would not be the last Ethan saw of him. Into the main hall, as instructed by Zoe, he looks around to find a new report talking about the missing persons again. This time, we see who wrote that report. Alyssa Ashcroft from the Outbreak Files. The ringing of the phone snaps Ethan back out of his head, and when he answers, Zoe asks if her daddy gave him a hard time. Was Zoe just watching everything from somewhere? After telling her he killed him, she said that Ethan might actually be the one to succeed, before instructing him how to get out of the house. Exploring further, Ethan finds a picture of the Arklay Mountains in 1991, reminiscent of a certain mansion. In a drawer is a picture of a little girl, and on the back he sees that her name is Evelyn. Connecting this photo to the boot with Evelyn's name on it, it can be deduced that that little girl Jack carried in that one night was Evelyn. Now, when he goes upstairs, somehow that old lady would be right there, sitting in the corner. How did she get up the stairs? Not thinking much of her, he presses into the next room to find a journal where Jack wrote about the storm. It had caused a lot of damage, but then Ethan reads that Lucas mentioned something about a huge ship that washed up in the bayou, and Jack was planning to check it out the next day. Surely that ship is the same one that went missing from the news report about the hurricane. Ethan finds a tape with Mia's name on it. She was still alive despite him shooting her, and now she's saying that it wasn't her who attacked him. This was just recorded recently. Mia can't explain what's happening because she herself doesn't know, and before she can say more, Marguerite screams behind her. She's been found. Ethan watches as his wife's breathing becomes more rapid and heavy. She runs for her life, past hanging dolls on an old bridge leading into an even older house. Looking for a place to hide, she then hears a little girl calling out to her, calling her Mommy. Mia is petrified. She turns and sees that Evelyn was right there. Mia can't get any words out due to the sheer terror of seeing her, but as soon as she turns away for just a second, Eve laughs away. Continuing to hide, she listens as Mrs. Baker states she knows that she is colluding with her daughter and that she wants to do things with Ethan. Unfortunately for Mia, Marguerite starts walking outside. With no place to hide, she comes straight for her, grabbing her and telling her to get back to the room. However, Mia would be able to get away, only to have Marguerite appear again in the room over, angry that Mia won't just accept Evelyn's love and desire for everybody to be her family. One thing that makes Ethan wonder is what Marguerite says when she says that there are known unknowns and that Mia is not paying attention. What does Marguerite mean by this? Escaping down the hatch, Marguerite would shut the door on her. Further along, she blocks the path with a crate. Mia is scared, but then she notices something in a box nearby, so she looks at it, and it's a picture of her and Evelyn holding hands in front of a ship.
Where do you think you're going?
Ethan, please help. Ethan, help.
Ethan didn't know what they did to his wife, but he continues trying to find a way out. Going upstairs and into the bathroom, looking at the venomous water, he drains it. It reveals a piece of a puzzle that he needs, but he can't seem to look away from this disgusting mess of God knows what. It looked like a wet, living mold. He had to keep moving though. But right when he tried to leave the bathroom, Jack was back. He picks Ethan up with one arm, half of his head grotesquely regenerating, grunting that this sure beats the hell out of dying. This was Evelyn's gift. Was Jack immortal? After being able to lose him, Ethan uses the piece that he got from the tub to solve a puzzle, and then he would ask, who builds these kinds of complexities? Shimmying forth, he finds a room with a drawing on a whiteboard. It's his wife, sad and lonely. However, then he finds a piece of paper on the board detailing some of Baker's victims. Some were dead, some were successful enough to turn. Proceeding into the next room over, he sees more of that black living sludge, and then something grows and breaks out of the wall. It squelches and makes rubbery noises as it detaches and forms into an imposing monster with sharp teeth and voided eye sockets. Ethan doesn't hesitate to start slashing as the creature claws at him. It's not without great difficulty, but Ethan swipes at it until its head explodes and its body goes limp. No matter where he went, monsters were always there to stand in his way. And right as he was about to grab the object that he needed to get out of the house, Jack, the daddy of monsters, happened to be right there to take it. Pacing back and forth, Jack was frustrated. He was supposed to be Evelyn's father and Marguerite her mother, but now she wants Ethan and Mia to replace him. And as a consequence, Jack is going to make him pay. Heading into the room that Jack was just in, he sees that deputy from earlier. Poor lad. Then he finds the dog head he needs hanging on a hook, but this was a trap. Jack grabs his face and kicks him below. The fight is on. Ethan opens fire, point blank square into the side of his face, but Jack does not stop, hitting his knee with Ethan's head. A few more shots to his cranium and he drops, opening up his neck where his head would hang from the side while a blob of mutated meat exposed itself as its weak point to be focused on. The more damage inflicted, the more Jack seemed to mutate. The question is, what kind of abomination could Jack become if he suffered enough damage? But for now, he rips open a fence to pick up chainsaw scissors. Ethan immediately arms himself with the chainsaw next to it. They would hack and saw, edging one another as far as they could. Flesh and metal. The sounds of ripping, tearing, and Jack's laughing fills the rusted arena until Ethan, who somehow shrugs off being shredded into, cuts Jack down in half. But Jack promised he was gonna die here anyway. His upper body explodes, throwing chunks of guts all over. It's a shame that Ethan couldn't keep the chainsaw because he needed to cut open the metal bar locking him in the caged arena. But as he was going up the stairs, he hears a woman humming. It was that old lady again. How and why was she here? At the top of the stairs, she immediately stops humming, even turning her head to acknowledge that Ethan was standing next to her. But he doesn't think much of it, so he proceeds into another room to read a doctor's note for Marguerite. She'd gotten x-rays done and discovered that in her head were fungus-like structures related to mold. This causes Marguerite to suffer from visual and auditory hallucinations. The doctor then states that she needs to have the fungal parasites inside of her removed, but it's already too late. The bakers were infected with this fungus, but it wasn't fun at all. Moving forward, Ethan makes his way outside and into the trailer where he finds a bra. But he knows it's not his wife's, so he reasonably deduces that it might be Zoe's. However, why was this relevant or even an available option to inspect? He didn't know, but perhaps, after looking all around the trailer, it was to tell him that Zoe had been living here for quite a bit, because he finds a note where Zoe talks about suffering from Evelyn's gift, which he knows is the fungal parasite now. But for some reason, Zoe hadn't turned like her parents, although it doesn't help much because she still can't leave. Because if she did, Evelyn would know, and Zoe would be dead for even trying. Ethan reads the next page. Zoe said that Evelyn was with Mia and that she knew about a cure, a serum. Looking around a bit more, seeing what Zoe did with the place, she would soon call to tell him the situation. Her family and Mia are infected, and no one is leaving until they get the fungus out. Ethan is to help her and his wife by finding the serum, and his search brings him to the old house that Mia was at in the VHS tape. There he finds a painting of the very same house dated February 8th, 1802. Upon going further into the old house, he finds Mia, who somehow escaped Marguerite. Excited to see her sane and in one piece, it doesn't last long because Lucas pops up from behind. I guess he was just waiting there this whole time, and he takes Mia, yelling at Ethan to do something. From there, he tries to enter the room that supposedly had the serum that Zoe spoke of, but I guess Marguerite was also waiting around the corner because she pops out, screeching at him to stay out before tossing him over. The old wooden floorboards collapse and Ethan proceeds to fall down below where she would stand over him to attack. After enough bullets, she falls forward and into the pit, but then she crawls to her lantern, calling it her light. Soon the pit fills up with the inky fungus to consume her. This forces Ethan to climb up the ladder that was coincidentally placed here. He enters the room to find Marguerite's altar, adorned with plastic dolls, candles, and a portrait of a little girl in a dress. The centerpiece is a box. It opens as soon as Ethan approaches, but there's no serum inside. Instead, its contents are 4 small vials, a box that says Tentsu, a bright yellow light expanding out of a small cylinder, and a mummified little person wired down. However, there is a note on the lid: the materials needed to produce the cure for the fungal parasite. On the phone, he tells Zoe that he needs to gather a D-series head and arm. But what is the D-series, and what does it have to do with that little mummy in the case? Ethan learns that he can find the arm inside this house, and he proceeds to look around. He walks into one of Marguerite's rooms and reads her diary. Apparently, after Mia and Evelyn came to the Baker house, she began to exhibit symptoms. Zoe would later say that something was odd about the both of them. But this is a bit weird to read because we saw what happened at the very beginning in the span of just one night when Jack found Evelyn and then carried her into the house. We saw that Mia and Evelyn didn't arrive here at the same time. They came separately. However, in Marguerite's journal, it's been made to seem as if they were around the house for quite some time, long enough to get infected and even to be able to go see the doctor and get x-rays done at the hospital. As the month of October progressed, Marguerite would refer to the infection as Eve's gift. Moreover, she mentioned that she hid the D-series arm somewhere around here. Leaving that area, when he gets back to the pit, the black substance is gone, But the lantern remains, and almost immediately he sees an elongated arm reach over and grab it. It's Marguerite's, further pulled into her infection, crawling away on all fours through a tunnel. He pursues her into the greenhouse, where she would scare him by smashing through a window and holding him down with her supernaturally long limbs. The fight against Mrs. Baker involved a series of sequences where she would sneak attack from different angles around the building. At one point, she towered imposingly over Ethan. Then she would crawl demonically away, making his skin crawl. He wanted nothing more than to end her. And eventually, Marguerite Baker would spasm to death, before calcifying into a brittle, white pail. Glad it's over, Ethan tells her to stay dead as he picks up her lantern and uses it to enter a locked room. Inside is a large and expansive area seemingly made for a bunch of kids. Toys and colorful decorations were strewn all around. A ghost playing with a ball, a picture Eveline drew of her and maybe 20 other people. Her family. Kids' shoes, books, dolls, and a creepy teddy bear on a rocking chair just going back and forth. And then, a picture of a crashed ship surrounded by dead people. Ethan connected this to the ship that Jack wrote about. But when he picks up the teddy bear, the black fungus squelches, slowly traveling from the bear's mouth all the way down. Continuing further on in, out of nowhere, his flashlights go out, and in the dark void, Eveline's voice tells him to stay away. But when the light comes back, he doesn't see her. Opening into an empty room that only has a bed in the middle and a toy house in the corner, Ethan would soon find a hidden hole in the wall where, inside, he discovers, he can't really explain it, but it looks like the corpse of a little girl with an abnormal arm attached to her. It seemed like it was proportionately bigger than she was, and it looked as if though it was melded into her. Ethan wondered what happened here, and why was she in this little room, almost appearing to be venerated. But this was the D-Series arm he needed, D002. Pulling it off, he turns and he sees Eveline standing right outside, but she runs away before he can see her face. Instead, the room was covered in the same red writings he found in the basement. "I'm sorry, Daddy." Proceeding over to the trailer, Zoe said that she would meet Ethan there, but upon arriving, she was nowhere to be found. Instead, the phone rings and Lucas greets him. Lucas had both Mia and Zoe, but not only that, he also had the D-Series head, and if Ethan wanted that head from Lucas, he needs to play Lucas's games. First, he has Ethan run around and try to get 2 keycards. One would be in the moldy basement where he would actually see that old lady again. Thinking nothing much of her, despite how bizarre and creepy she was, he continues into the room with the deputy where Lucas had decapitated his head and left instructions for Ethan to stick his hand inside.
Sorry, buddy.
Using this to open previously locked doors, in one particular room, he enters and finds the old lady again. But thinking nothing much of her, he begins to look around some more. One interesting thing he does see is a picture of Jack when he joined the Marine Corps. It's a cool detail, and it also explains why Jack always looks angry in his pictures and why he's a little extra insane. However, back down, he's disgusted to see that abhorrent cow altar once again, the one that he first saw outside that, in retrospect, set the tone for how deranged this experience was going to be. Lucas probably made this. Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Saw, and The Exorcist had a child, and it was called the Baker House. Lucas really was a bad seed. Now in his old room, Ethan reads his journal entries from when he was a kid. He had liked puzzles, which explains why he booby traps this place today and has Ethan run around solving a bunch of puzzles. But he also talks about another kid named Oliver, who once called Lucas a crazy head. Ethan discovers that there was something terribly wrong with Lucas, even as a child. One day, Lucas lied to Oliver, inviting him over for his birthday, then locking him inside of his attic. This was an assortment that he made all by himself as a kid. Oliver cried, but Lucas didn't care. Later, he would change the remote and meld it into one of his trophies to prevent Zoe from going up there. Dark ingenuity at such a young age. How long had that boy been up there? Because, in another note, Lucas would write that Oliver stopped yelling, but he would knock from up there every now and then. Lucas locked him up there in April, and by May, he would write that the attic would stink and that a weird juice was dripping from the ceiling, but he didn't care much beyond that. Ethan was abhorred by Lucas. How did his parents not notice the loathsome monster that their son was? Ethan would continue, checking his robotics and engineering trophies around the room, none of which, by the way, were ever first place, but still makes sense of his affinity for his twisted games now. Making his way up to the attic, he finds a VHS tape, a renovation contract. Jack hired a company to install a secret door for some undisclosed reason, and the second keycard he needed. However, before delving further into Lucas's obvious trap, Ethan decided that he wanted to see what was on the tape that he just found. It is a good thing that he did, and not only because we get to see what happened to Clancy after he played blackjack with Lucas, but because what Clancy is about to go through is going to save Ethan in the future.
You, my friend, you are one lucky son of a bitch. You know, I actually envy you. What? You don't believe me? This toy? Well, you can't fake this. It has taken me weeks to finish this, and it is finally ready. And it's all for you. Oh, come on now. Don't be like that. It's gonna be fun. Just you wait.
Surrounded by shadows, only the low glimmer of a lone candle provided any source of light, but it was in the hands of a clown mannequin who Ethan was certain must have been an actual human being at some point. Without doubt, Lucas is sick enough to defile a person's corpse and fuse them with a robot. Clancy would then take a winding key from a barrel, letting a liquid spill on the floor, blow up a balloon with nails that wounded him all over, but also gave him a quill. All this to solve Lucas's puzzle. It sounds simple enough, but the water he needed to turn off the water was behind a door that required a password that only the clown had.
What the fuck is this? What are you doing? Oh,
Unfortunately, Ethan watched as Lucas was never intending to let him go. The cake blows up and fires spread, consuming him. Perhaps this was Lucas's twisted way of freeing Clancy. Accessing the door with the keycards, Ethan walked into Lucas's party, music thumping and lights glowing. He was ready to party, but then he found a room with a TV in it.
Ethan, hold on. I got something for you. Looky what I've got. You know what this is for? You know what Zoe wants to do with this? She thinks this thing is special. No, Ethan. That ain't special. This right here is special. You see, Ethan, not everybody wants to turn back the clock. What? Oh, Evelyn! I'm just trying to show him. Not everybody wants to go back to how things were. Those are stupid. He doesn't understand that I don't want to go back to how things were before my father found y'all. Now everybody wants to turn back the clock. So Ethan, you can crawl around underneath that filthy, rotten house all you want looking for them ingredients, but you ain't gonna find a goddamn thing, Ethan. You wanna make that serum? Ooh, baby. You're gonna have to come through me. You hear? Now, come on, Ethan. What do you say?
Fuck!
Walking through the booby-trapped halls, he would come to the same place that he saw Clancy get dragged into.
I know. Fucking password, right? Why don't you try 0814? No! 0621. No, it's 0514. Oh, come on. Take a chance. You never know.
The thing is, it didn't actually matter what password he put in. Even if he did enter 1408, the pipes on the right would still smite him. Ethan had to see Clancy's charred body first. Only then could he enter the room and play Joker's game. This is where Ethan would thank Clancy. Learning from his deadly mistakes, Ethan quickly solved the puzzle without taking out the winding key and letting that liquid spill on the floor. So when the cake blew up, the fire never actually spread. And Lucas did not like that. He didn't like losing, and he definitely didn't like being outsmarted. Ethan had been beating him since he came to the baker's residence. Enraged, as a last resort, he drops a ticking time bomb into the room. But Ethan just picks it up and places it through a hole in the wall. It explodes, and Lucas vacates his secret operations room, chair still spinning as Ethan just missed him. However, he does obtain the D-Series head, D005. On the TV, he sees where Zoe and Mia are being imprisoned. They're close by, so Ethan runs as fast as Capcom will let him, and as soon as he opens into their confinement chamber, he goes straight to his wife. But she doesn't say anything due to pure exhaustion, so he leaves her be for the time being, and he checks on Zoe, who says they need to hurry and make the serum. But there's just one issue. There's only enough ingredients for 2 vials. But Ethan thinks this is perfect. One for his dearly beloved, and one for this complete stranger. Zoe mixes the serums and says there's a boat right outside that they can use to get to safety. Ethan thinks that they should just inject themselves right now, but they don't. Instead,
Hey, one of those is mine.
Zoe! Get your ass back to the house. I will deal with you later.
Jack is back with a rising revengeance. It's bad enough you take my new daughter from me. Now you're plotting against me? With my own blood? Jack is livid that he's not going to be Evelyn's father, and after a while of getting shot up, he would lament to Ethan that nobody loves him. But Ethan quickly responds with a shotgun blast to his eye, bringing the beast down. But not out, because as soon as he turns to leave through the door that Zoe just opened for him, Jack blocks the exit. Picking him up, Ethan is in the monster's clutches, but Zoe yells out to use one of the only 2 serums that they have, so he does. And Jack's reaction to the cure is bizarrely blissful as he remarks how good it feels. He writhes and then calcifies, just almost grabbing Ethan once more. One thing to note is that Jack's body did not crumble the same way that Marguerite's did. Ethan's just glad that Jack is finally finished. Finding Zoe and Mia by the pier, he dejectedly tells them that there is only 1 serum left. They panic about what they're going to do, but it's a no-brainer for Ethan to pick his wife. Zoe, a person he just met, does not take precedence over her.
It's fine. It was foolish thinking I could escape.
But Zoe,
Go! Both of you just go!
come with us. I'm sure there's someone who can help.
This is not home. Apparently I belong here.
I'll send help.
Don't bother. There won't be anyone left to help!
Don't worry, you'll get to see what happens if Ethan saves Zoe instead. In the boat, Mia shows gratitude to her husband, but for some reason that I don't understand, she gets upset when Ethan responds, "Who the hell else was I going to choose?"
Ethan.
Like, Ethan, Leon, and I genuinely don't understand why she's mad. However, Ethan would focus down on trying to get some answers from her. He knows that she's involved in all of this. He just wants the truth. She says that she can't remember anything, but Ethan insists that she tries to. He had his hand and leg chopped off for her. But that is when they see the boat. The one that went missing during the hurricane. The one that Lucas talked about. The one that Evelyn drew a picture of. The rusted metal groaned on the bayou when suddenly the boat hit something. They don't know what they hit, but that's when venomous tendrils sprouted out of the water and the fungus began to crawl onto the boat, tipping them both over. Then, Evelyn would wake Mia up. She found herself at the shipwreck. Looking around, she wonders how they got there. But deep down, she knew Evelyn wanted her there. Finding her husband face in the dirt, she's about to get to him. But then, darkness takes and whisks him away, forcing Mia to go into the ship. The mold was in and everywhere. It corroded the walls and infected the waters. Fear haunts every corner. But then, Mia would start to hallucinate, seeing the ship as it once was before. Unfortunately, she would also see what happened to the crew. They had died, trapped and melded into the fungus, and in another hallucination, she would see crew workers talking about how she killed everyone. Exploring more, Mia would see remnants of what happened. Signs saying, "She's not my child," a man who died to the black parasite hiding in the locker. Another message left behind in the dark corruption, "She's inside me, she's inside everyone." Evelyn, the little girl, her gift. But Mia still couldn't remember everything, and yet she knew that this was her doing. Opening back out into the night air, seeing how the ship was torn in half and looking at a photo of this boat, the LNG tanker Annabelle, Mia would then hallucinate and see just how horrifying the little creepy girl was.
Settle down, little girl. Settle
Are you remembering?
What? What are you?
Wondering what she wanted, Evie would ominously state, like a hurt child, that Mia had said they could be a family again. And it pains Mia, not being able to remember or understand what she was referring to, but Evelyn's patience was wearing paper thin. Exploring the ship, Mia would find notes left by the people who were here before. One individual wrote that while the day-to-day of being out at sea was tiresome, one thing did stick out. There were passengers sailing with them, a couple with a little girl. Now, the reason that this was outlandish was because the ship was a tanker, designed for transporting liquids like oil, for example, not a commercial cruiser where you would normally see people seeking passage across the seas. The man also wrote that he tried talking to the little girl once, but that her dad stabbed him with his eyes. After a while, heading up, Mia would find Evelyn alone in a room watching static on TV. She slowly turns, ordering Mia to watch the videotape so that she could remember and that they could be a family again. The tape was dated for October 5th, 2014. Mia's name was on it, and it was titled Test Subject E001. See Transport Log, Top Secret. Mia watches herself talking to an injured man named Alan. He says that Evelyn infected him, that it's too late, and he blames himself for even letting her get out. To this, Mia agrees, but then Alan wonders why Evelyn didn't attack her. But that's when Mia says it's part of Evelyn's imprinting protocol. That alone reveals so much, especially in the grand picture of the RE verse. Evelyn is not a normal human girl. She was somehow created and was programmed to not hurt Mia, but why? Alan gives her Eve's tissue samples, and with that, Mia has to find Evelyn because she's hiding somewhere on the ship. Continuing to watch the videotape, she sees herself read a report. Mia had been designated as Evelyn's caretaker, but the scale and secrecy of this entire operation makes one wonder, who does Mia work for? Because she can't just be a normal babysitter. The report states that Eve needed to get transported because she was at risk of being stolen by rival organizations. As a result, Mia and Alan were tasked with bringing her on this tanker to this unnamed organization's Central American branch. They were also given strict guidelines. to pretend that they were her parents, to use the device on Mia's wrist to monitor Eve, and that if all things go south, they had to dispose of her. Looking at Evelyn's tissue samples, it has the designation E001, which looks familiar, and it also looks like the D-series arm and head that Ethan had to procure for the serum, D001 and D005. It is more than likely that they are connected, making Evelyn, especially when thinking about Resident Evil as a whole, some sort of advanced bioweapon, and Evelyn is the E-series, E001. Mia would search all over the ship for Evelyn, only to be met with her black fungal masses and creations. The situation had devolved beyond reconciliation. However, after a time, Mia would close in on her. Evelyn would call her mommy and ask if she was mad at her, and at first, Mia responds no, but is also taken aback by the fact that she just called her mommy. Evelyn explains that she doesn't want to live in a lab anymore. She wants a house, a family, and Mia as her mother. Reluctantly, but looking to quell her, Mia agrees, just pleading for her to return. However, Evie escapes again, so Mia goes to find Alan. He states that without her treatments, Evelyn is deteriorating. However, Alan makes a huge mistake, because he angrily curses her while saying that she always trusted Mia, but before he can say anything more, he starts begging for what's left of his life.
Trying to take control. You have to fight her. Evelyn, stop! Stop right now!
Don't touch me, don't!
Mia reawakens, infected as the parasite swells through her. Rushing over to her laptop in the next room, she sends a final message to her husband. Stay away. Forget about her. Have a nice life. From there, she runs down the corrupted halls as the BOW unleashes hell.
We'll be together forever.
Now do you remember?
Yes, Evelyn. I remember.
Can we be a family like before?
No, Evie. We can't be a family. We were never a family. We will never be a family.
Then I don't need you anymore.
This explains the oil that Marguerite found on Eve's body when they brought her home, and the picture that she drew of the boat. Understanding how and why they got here, there are still unknowns to be known, like who made Evelyn, who was Mia working for, what exactly is the fungus parasite that comes from Eve and how precisely does it work, what is the D-series and E-series in more detail, what happens to the rest of the Bakers, why are Mia and Zoe more resistant to Evelyn's infection while the others aren't, and where is Ethan? In fact, speaking of him, how does he survive all the damage that he's sustained so far? For now, moving forward, Mia finds Ethan encased and she calls out to him, but for Ethan, he doesn't hear her calling to him, he hears Jack calling. And the fact that he's somehow mentally linked to Jack here and Zoe makes me think that Ethan was infected back at the start of the game. Now specifically when, I would guess as soon as he entered because it's likely that Evelyn's parasite is airborne. If not then probably when he made physical contact with Mia. So somehow, Ethan is connected to Jack and Zoe, probably through Evelyn, and they are all connected to her, and this actually explains how Zoe was able to keep tabs on him, because Zoe always seemed to know whatever it was that Ethan had just done. That's why she was able to call him wherever he was and talk about whatever just happened. But moving forward, Ethan listens to Jack, who seems normal and kindred, saying that if he could have helped it, he never would have hurt him, that he and his family are not killers, even his son Lucas, but Ethan knows better. So it's likely that his family didn't know that Lucas was a sadistic murderer.
That girl, Evelyn, she did this. What the hell is she? Now, what did she do to you?
She infected us with her gift. That's what she calls it. I found her near a busted out tank in the bayou. Everything changed after that.
So she infects you and then she takes control?
No. Not exactly, son. She just... She forces her way into your mind, your soul. You can't fight back. You are connected to her, and you can't resist the urge to... Oh, you're a different person after that.
Just like Mia. So Mia sent me that message because of Evelyn.
Listen, the girl just wants a family of her own. She's the key, all right? You find her, and you stop her. Ethan, free my family. Please.
Evelyn, stay away from him.
Why? He doesn't love you. I can make him love you.
Don't hurt him.
Silly, I told you I'm not gonna hurt him.
Don't you dare.
So what? You're not my mommy. Remember?
Mia, how?
There's no time. You have to get out of here and find her. Here, take this.
What? Wait, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Saving your life. You need to go. I won't be able to resist for much longer.
No.
Now go kill that little bitch.
So somehow, everyone Evelyn infects gets connected to her, but they don't share a collective consciousness. However, everybody is influenced by her, although Zoe and Mia happen to be quite resistant. And then it's odd that, despite getting the cure, Eve still manages to reinfect Mia before she shoves Ethan out. But perhaps reinfecting somebody, even after they have the serum in their system, isn't beyond the scope of what Evelyn can do. Digressing, everybody ends up doing her bidding, which happens to be psychotic killings. Eve's main goal is to have a family, and in a dark and twisted way, while remembering she is just a child raised in a lab as a bioweapon, she was going to force everyone to be her family. But part of the reason she became so demented has to do with something that Alan said in the tape. She needs regular treatments, otherwise she becomes destabilized and begins to degrade, likely affecting her psychologically as well as physically. Escaping the ship, Ethan sees a helicopter flying overhead. Hopefully that's help on the way, but he's not going to wait for them to find Eve and save his wife. In the shack ahead, he listens to the radio. Somebody named Alpha 1, and immediately after having just played RE5 and 6, I think that's Chris Redfield, listens to Bravo 1 reports on the Baker house. No survivors and no Evelyn. But they did discover that Lucas was sending messages to an unknown party. They don't exactly say who, although Bravo tells Alpha that he can probably guess who Lucas was talking to. They conclude their call, saying that they're going to inspect the mines and that if they see Evelyn, kill her. Descending into the mines, Ethan discovers that Lucas had an entire operation running under here, and he was conspiring with some unknown third party. In Lucas's emails, dated 2015, just a year after Eve's arrival at the Baker's residence, he reveals that this unknown party gave him a cure that released him from Eve's control. However, Evelyn still believed that Lucas was under her influence. He remarks that his parents are still under her control, and also wonders why she's like Vin Diesel, always talking about family. Lucas says to them that if they program that into her, then that's messed up. This tells us, 1, that Evelyn was in fact a bioengineered product, and that 2, Lucas is working with the people who created her. In another email, he talks about how Mia is fading in and out of consciousness between reality and Eve's control. Now, because she tends to get violent, Lucas locked Mia in a cell, the one that Ethan found her in. Initially, Lucas thought that Evelyn would be mad by his actions, but states she didn't actually care, and how she would even visit her cell sometimes. And this is kind of wild, because Lucas reiterates that their bioweapon is messed up in the head, and if Lucas is saying this about Evelyn, then you know something is deeply wrong with her. Next year, in September, he emails them again, saying that as a consequence of Eve's obsession with family, she's been having everybody kidnap people to add into her family. But then, Ethan reads Lucas's words. Evie's looking sick. Her skin is getting all wrinkly, and she's getting gray hairs. It's like she's getting old all of a sudden. But Ethan doesn't think much of it. So he enters another room to read about the E-Series weapon, also to be referred to as the mold. The mold takes nutrients from its host to grow until it eventually takes over all the cells in the body, and this gives the infected individual remarkable regeneration capabilities, even being able to rejoin amputated arms and legs. Oh, Ethan is 100% infected. However, there's more. Once the mold reaches the host's brain, their thoughts become connected to the E-Series asset, or, no bars held, Evelyn. Infected people will experience hallucinations and then come under Evelyn's control, where the infected host would lose all power to make their own decisions. And once they are completely infected, they lose their human form, with physical mutations varying subject to subject. And if it gets to that point, trying to contain them would be extremely difficult. Looking around Lucas's labs, he sees pictures of people being experimented on with the mold and necrotoxin. I do wonder if Eve was engineered to be a BOW from the ground up, or was she born and then as a baby turned into a BOW? I'm sure I'm going to find out soon though. Trying to make sense of what this project actually is, Ethan reads another report. Some of the details are redacted, which makes the picture harder to capture, but the report says that the project started around 2000. Originally, it had been tied to something called the Nexus Initiative, Next Gen Experimental Battlefield Superiority. The goal was to develop a BOW capable of neutralizing large groups of people without direct combat. The idea was to change them, turning enemy combatants into something obedient instead of outright killing them. Now, Nexus itself didn't last, but its resources were funneled into this project. And that alone tells Ethan that this wasn't abandoned because they saw promise in this, so it was prioritized. The breakthrough came from something called the mutamycetes, a fungus. The report describes it as highly evolved, capable of altering a host in ways that go far beyond infection, and it's the foundation everything else is built upon. A quick side note, when Resident Evil talks about mycete, it is loosely inspired by a real-world system called mycelium, which is a network of fungi that grows underground, connects large environments, and transfers nutrients and chemical signals between organisms, but that is where fact and fiction begin to draw a line. Because real mycelium doesn't think, store memory, or control behavior, whereas the metamycete in Resident Evil is written as an active system that can do all of that. And while in the real world there are fungi that can influence insect behavior through parasitic infection, that influence is limited and biological rather than cognitive. But okay, from there, Ethan learns that these researchers were creating people, genetically engineering them. The metamycete genome was introduced into human embryos at an early age, then cultivated over the course of nearly a full pregnancy. The results were labeled as quote-unquote candidate specimens, tested and graded based on how usable they were. This answers the question that I actually just ask myself, Evelyn was already designed to be a monster since conception. She was bioengineered in the womb to be a BOW, not converted into one after birth. Over time, those experiments evolved through multiple series, eventually leading to what the reports call the E series, the most refined, the perfect version. So it started at A and went all the way to E. This explains kind of the D series arm and head a bit more. To my understanding, all the past series were weapons like Evelyn just failed. Hence these small bodies and cases and body parts, and probably that little girl that had the D series arm attached to her. But there's also a detail that sticks with Ethan. All of these bioweapons were designed to look like young girls, around 10 years old. And the reason behind this was because it makes them easier to blend in, easier to move unnoticed through civilian populations. The first successful E-series subject is Evelyn. According to the report, Eve can secrete mutamycete from her own body, meaning she doesn't just exist as a host, she is the progenitor for the mold. Anybody exposed becomes infected, and once that happens, control begins to settle in. And this is exactly what the researchers wanted. I mean, sort of exactly. This was the purpose behind creating the E-series. They wanted to control others. The mechanism is not fully understood, but the working theory compares it to pheromones used by bacteria, talking chemical signals that influence behavior, coordinate it, control it. The report then outlines how that control takes hold. Almost immediately after infection, the subject begins to see Evelyn, even when she isn't physically there. They will start to hear her voice, even though nobody else can. She will also appear normal at first, like a child asking for attention or help, but soon Eve will make demands of them, to hurt others, to hurt themselves, consistently escalating. And Ethan can see what they're doing here. The hallucinations are part of the process, effective in that they break the person down and erode their ability to resist. Eve was made to take a person apart piece by piece until there is nothing left except servitude. However, there is one more document that Ethan will need to read in order to better understand what he's up against. He learns that Eve can create organisms directly from mycelia, which are the filament structures of a fungus. Think of it like microscopic fungal threads, if you will, which is why when you look closely, you can sometimes see these weird patterns on mold. Well, Eve can build entire creatures out of them. These organisms are described more aptly as superorganisms, made up of large networks of fungal matter rather than a single unified body. They exhibit strong survival behavior and respond aggressively when provoked. They have increased physical durability and strength, clearly able to be used for the battlefield, and researchers would call these superorganisms that Eve creates the molded. The report then moves to possible treatment methods. It describes a process using samples taken from Evelyn's body to produce a fungicidal serum. Some of the steps in this process are redacted, so the exact method is not fully clear. However, when the serum is administered to an infected subject, it causes the fungal structures inside of the body to calcify. Now, if the infection has not spread extensively, this may stop further progression. But should the infection already be widespread, the serum is going to result in death. And because of this, the effective treatment window is extremely limited. So this serum should only and be primarily used for the disposal of infected individuals rather than for recovery. Further experimentation on this serum led to the creation of a compound referred to as E-necrotoxin, and this is a stronger, significantly more potent version of the serum. It's lethal even in very small amounts. And then the report starts talking about Evie's behavior. It documents a repeated pattern in her infected subjects, noticing that individuals exposed to Evelyn begin to assume roles within a family structure, specifically acting as parental figures, and they would actually treat Evelyn as their daughter, regardless of their prior identity. Now, while there is no confirmed definitive cause for this behavior, one explanation proposed that Evelyn innately knew that a family structure allows for easier integration into social environments compared to an isolated individual, right? Because their goal is to infiltrate a city, maybe, and infect everybody to make everybody their servants. However, another explanation postulates that this behavior may be related to Evelyn's upbringing, specifically a lack of parental attachment during her containment. In fewer words, the girl wanted love, to feel wanted, to have family. Moving on and opening a container, he sees one of the BOWs with what appears to be an umbilical cord still attached to it, and then he mixes the necrotoxin. More powerful than what Zoe made before, this is what Ethan needs to stop Evelyn. Pressing through the mines, he would encounter a minor problem. Evelyn started to shake the foundation of the mines, and Ethan would be forced to race out of there before it all came crashing down on him. So, taking down all of the molded, as Evelyn's laughs could be heard in his ear, he makes it out, launches fire grenades at a couple bigger molded ones, and then he gets back to the house. The first thing he sees is that old lady's chair, but he doesn't see the old lady, so he doesn't think much of it. But then he starts to hallucinate, seeing what he saw earlier when he was with Mia trying to get out, and then he looks on the desk to see E-Series 1, E001, and flipping it over, it's the old lady. And that's when it clicks for him. The old lady, what Lucas emailed to that unknown party, what Alan said in the videotape about her needing treatments, it all adds up. Evelyn is the old lady. And she was right in front of us this whole time, following Ethan everywhere, but he never thought much of her. Further in, the hallucinations get worse with Eve telling him that this is all his fault.
Ethan, it's okay. It's okay, it's me. I know you didn't mean to hurt me.
Kill him, Mommy.
But you shouldn't have done that! It fucking hurts!
Does it want to be my daddy? Then he can die. Now it's Mommy's turn to kill you. You're gonna be one of us. And then maybe you'll play nicely.
I'm not playing.
No! Get that away from me!
Leave me to die!
With the world losing color, Ethan fights his way to the attic and finds Evie there. He needs to inject her with the necrotoxin, but she's not making this easy. Pushing him back with the same gale force that she summoned to destroy a ship, her waves of hate and torment come crashing into him, but Ethan does not yield.
No! No, no, no!
You.
Why does everyone hate me?
Evelyn was resisting the necrotoxin, lunging as much as she could towards Ethan, who kept detonating bombs in her face. But the situation goes full-blown catastrophic when she shoves him outside and emerges as this molded mass with black roots and tendrils all swirling around her. Evelyn's face could still be made out, but her form was no longer there as her voice boomed throughout the air and began striking Ethan. He could do nothing as she smacked him across the face and then stabbed her molded spikes into his leg, holding him up.
I just wanted a family.
I'm Redfield. Glad we found you.
The fuck took you guys so long?
Ethan?
Mia. You made it. I'm glad.
Did I?
They say that when one door closes, another opens. Well, a door closed tonight. And what a long night it was. But not just for me. Me and I weren't the only victims here. So were the Bakers. It was that thing, Evelyn, who made them that way. But now Evelyn's dead. And these guys are here to clean up the mess. I had just come to terms with losing Mia. And now she's back and wants to start over. Put all this behind us. Maybe this is where the next door opens.
Couple of things. First, from what we just saw in that ending, why is Luke Bryan here? And why is he calling himself Red Chrisfield? Seriously, who is this guy? He does not look like Chris Redfield. And Umbrella. Umbrella's back. But I am curious how many of you actually made it this far to see the newspaper at the very end. Next to the picture of the Bakers, if you zoom in, you can see the report talk about how the BOW takes the form of a child, Evelyn in this case, which can be purchased and raised to suit the client's needs. That's just sick. However, it continues that the BOW's purpose is mind control, and that they can be used for political and military purposes or just straight up economic destabilization. The method of contact is skin to skin, which tells us that Ethan got infected as soon as he touched Mia. But below this talks about the injections, the treatments Evelyn needed. If she misses her treatments, she's going to age 25 times faster than normal, hence why Eve became that old lady. The question is, why did Alan and Mia miss her treatments? It also states that Eve would begin to degrade, go insane, and become a danger to everyone around her. Under experimentation, the longest they've managed to observe a BOW go without injections is 6 months, and that was already pushing it. It continues that Eve's mold could infect the environment, meaning all the living life forms, the plants, the animals within the surrounding area, wherever it touches. Anywhere it goes, it'll propagate mold even further, and the ingestions of it will cause insanity and mutations, and this is why Marguerite and Jack kept on trying to force people to eat their quote-unquote food. And then it ends by saying there is some indication that the mold could be used to resurrect the dead. And I'm sure we're going to see that come into play later on. But you might be wondering what happens if we saved Zoe instead of Mia.
I'm sorry. I really am. But Zoe will be able to guide the two of us to safety, and then I can come back for you.
Go! I don't want to hear it. Both of you just go!
Mia.
Go! My place is here. With her.
Don't be ridiculous.
You forget. I still have a job to do.
Zoe can't believe that Ethan saved her over the woman he married, and his response is crazy. That Mia is no good to anyone right now, but that he and Zoe can get away in peace. So then he asks her about everything that happened. She says that Eve and Mia came here together, and that is when everything started. For Ethan, he realizes that Mia was lying to him, and when the boat comes into view, she says that that is the boat that Mia and Eve arrived on. Ethan wants to see what's on the ship and what his wife was up to, but Zoe is terrified and just wants to leave. But Evelyn wasn't going to let her. She calcifies Zoe and sends Ethan under the water. Later, Mia would find him encased, but she doesn't try to save him and shove him out like before. Instead, Evelyn whispers into her head to kill him. During the fight, Mia would ask if he and that slut had a good time. Probably still not happy her husband chose some random woman over her. The couple have some quality one-on-one time with Ethan stabbing her through the sternum, resulting in her turning into dust, and after all is said and done, Ethan leaves alone in the helicopter. Mia is not there next to him. However, that is not the canon ending, so don't remember this too much. The true ending is where she leaves on the copter with him. But there was still the mystery of what happened to Zoe and Lucas, as well as who it was that Lucas was in contact with. A phone rings, and the contact name is Company. Lucas answers, seemingly in distress, asking if they can begin because they have work to do. Picking up immediately after Ethan leaves on the helicopter, Chris talks to HQ, saying that Ethan Winters was secured. But then, Chris gets asked, what of Lucas? They need him because he is the only link to a group called The Connections. Now, the Company, the third unknown party, the people who made the mold, created Evelyn, the organization that Alan and Mia worked for, had a name. The Connections. But who are the Connections exactly? And are they the same as the family from Resident Evil 6? Chris starts looking for Lucas, knowing he has a setup down here in the mines. He'd been running experiments with the mold, and soon Chris would find him.
I'm getting you out of here.
Leave me. It's too late.
We're both walking out of here.
I got news for you.
What?
That's not gonna happen. Oh, I wouldn't do that if I were you. Now, you can try and take that off all you want, but I'd advise against. My hand might slip and...
Lucas!
No! Oops. Now, here's the deal, Chris. You don't follow me, and I don't bounce your head off the ceiling. Oh, the same goes for your little soldier brains, too. Adios. Muchachos.
Men always seem to die around Chris. HQ tells him to come back up and get the bomb removed, but he doesn't want to let Lucas get a head start and slip away, so he keeps it pushing. During his descent on the lift, he gets notified that Lucas has been giving status updates on Evelyn to the Connections, and she reiterates that he needs to bring Lucas in alive, but Chris takes a jab at Umbrella.
Are you sure you just don't want to recruit him?
Chris, we've been over this.
Maybe the BSAA is convinced. If they weren't, I wouldn't be here. But working with Umbrella is going to take some getting used to on my part.
I know it must be difficult, and to tell the truth, a lot of our members have been with us since even before we reincorporated as a PMC.
Or private military company. Blue Umbrella is a rebrand of the original Umbrella. Chris is still with the BSAA, but right now he's working in conjunction with Blue Umbrella to secure Lucas and to try and find the Connections. However, his ambivalence is deserved, because Chris comes from a time where Umbrella rewarded twisted brilliance, and the world suffered from so many viruses because of it. Reading about the mission he was on, Operation Lurking Fear, we see that he's here to take Lucas in. Lucas is one of the molded, but he's got the alpha variants of the mold. Page over, it talks about how Blue Umbrella needed Chris to act as their BOW specialist. They were up against the Connections, a criminal organization that produces BOWs to sell on the international black market. The thing is, they know practically nothing about the Connections, apart from them being suspect number 1 in the production and distribution of the E-Series bioweapon. Another file talks about how Umbrella reincorporated back in 2007, but they took in a lot of staff from the original Umbrella. Probably not a good idea. However, New Umbrella's goals were to make up for the crimes against humanity that the original Umbrella committed. Umbrella Reincorporated wants to fight bioterrorism now, to take responsibility for the mess they caused, but why not just make a new company name and logo? It's a bit suspicious, don't you think, to try and regain public trust under Umbrella? But moving forward, Chris finds one of Umbrella's men.
Everything's all right now.
That's just what he wants you to think. I'm just the bait, and you fell for it.
What? Oh, shit!
Take the filter. I'm a mask. Hurry!
But you'll die.
I'm dead anyway.
Right, Chris. Watch your left.
I'm sorry.
If the guy knew it was a trap, why not warn Chris before he comes in? Pressing along, Chris comes face to face with a white molded, a new variant of the mold, presumably stemming from Lucas's experiments. The white molded are impervious to regular bullets, requiring the use of ramrods, which have been coincidentally placed all around here. Finding the rapid-acting mycetotoxic rounds, Chris is able to defeat the white molded with ease. Continuing on, he encounters another one of Umbrella's men, only for his head to blow up. Lucas would then call in, talking about being tired of games, and Chris would relent that 3 of his men are now dead because of him, and Lucas only gloats that it is about to be 4, as he activates the bomb on Chris's wrist. But it doesn't blow up right away, like it did for the others. Lucas gives Chris a chance to survive. 10 minutes. 10 minutes is all he can spare for Chris to find a way out of this dire situation. HQ tells him that there's liquid nitrogen nearby that he can use to freeze the bomb off. Shoving his hand in, it's a wonder that his hand doesn't suffer any damages from the flash freezing, but he's wearing gloves. It freezes the bomb long enough for him to take it off and throw it across to explode away from him. From there, he opens up this giant cylindrical shield and he enters, but it's just another one of Lucas's traps. But Lucas would soon find that Chris wasn't locked in there with the molded. The molded were locked in there with him.
Okay, no more, all right? I don't have anything left.
You won't get any sympathy from me, asshole.
I know. I've done terrible things. Horrible things. I killed your man. I tortured them. And I enjoyed every second, soldier boy. Just like I'm going to enjoy watching you burn. Oh, hear that? Sounds like time's running out for you. Tick tock, Christopher. Tick tock.
If you're gonna kill me, just kill me. For the love of God, shut the fuck up.
Oh, I wish I could stay and watch you burn to death. But I can't. I have an elsewhere to be. Bye-bye.
Escaping from his would-be fiery metal tomb, HQ informs Chris that Lucas had just sent a message to the connections telling him that he took care of Chris and Umbrella. Lucas says he's going to send them the data, but when all is said and done, he's going to cut ties with them. Chris takes this information as a good thing because now he has the element of surprise. In one of Lucas's labs, Chris finds a padded room where they were observing their experiments. Now, seeing Evie's chair, as well as the dolls of her and Mia, if that's who they are or if all the BOWs were given dolls, makes me wonder if Evelyn was contained here at some point. Because there's even a picture of her and Mia standing in front of the ship. Perhaps all E-series look like Evelyn. Part of me also thinks that Evelyn wasn't actually here because there is no way that she would allow Lucas to take her down into the mines to stay here in a lab and get experimented on again. So I think that Lucas and the connections were actually working in conjunction secretly to try and replicate the E-series without Evie upstairs knowing about them. And if this is explained in future games, don't tell me. I'm just starting to wonder if the connections were attempting to make another Evelyn without the detrimental side effects. And yet, it does get confusing, admittedly, because you gotta remember that Jack carries her into the house in the beginning, then she just takes over everything, and up until Ethan kills her, she has control over everyone. However, in this room are also observation logs about E001 from 2016. Her obsession with family was still prevalent, and then it writes that the more her mental and physical states worsened, the more mold she would secrete, causing problems for everyone, until eventually we would read that she becomes old. Don't quote me on this, I could be wrong, but honestly the only thing I can think of as to why this room is even here with everything that is in here is what I said earlier. The connections were trying to clone E-Series 1. It seems like they did it too. However, she became old and demented, though the researchers don't know why. This happened down here while the Evelyn that we encounter throughout the main game is back upstairs. Again, I reason clone because I don't see how Evelyn would agree to being down here. And it also just doesn't make sense because we know that she's been up there with the rest of the Bakers, kidnapping people and trying to make everybody her family, so she just couldn't be down here. But moving on, we read about the Connections researchers. In June of 2017, one wrote that they did not like Lucas. The Connections made him lead researcher over people who went to Stanford, and his behavior, making subjects fight each other and doing unnecessary autopsies on them, was something that he was going to report to HQ about. However, Chris soon finds and sneaks up on Lucas, causing him to run, and entering the room he was just in, Chris reads one of Lucas's logs where he said that he killed all of the Connections researchers. He would then report it to them as an accident, and then decide it was time to disconnect from the Connections. He would also state that he is the only one who knew how to actually use Eve's mold. Then Chris would find another little note. Lucas was going behind the Connections' back and selling the E-data to somebody else, already setting up that transfer. With this, Chris catches up to Lucas.
Info to someone.
That's none of your goddamn business, Chris. A lot of people out there want to know about our little AV. A lot of people.
Your friends, the Connections, know about this? They don't strike me as the forgiving type.
That's my business. You let me worry about that. You're about to have your hands full. I can't. I don't. No. I don't believe it.
Believe it. It's over.
No. No way.
Just shut up and accept it, Lucas.
Love that, wouldn't you? Oh boy.
Got a situation down here.
Infection is at critical mass.
Tell me something I don't.
Oh, I got something for you. I'm fucking strong.
You're going to need to proceed with caution. Extreme caution.
Oh, well, that's different. Like I haven't been since we got here.
Dropping down in a moldy goop was Lucas in his final stage of infection. It's a bit curious, however, because the Connections gave something to him to break free of Eve's control, and initially I thought it was a cure for the sickness, but I guess he was still infected, just no longer brainwashed. Pumping into him, Chris would shoot his exposed weak points with ramrod shots, which were highly effective, ending the madness that was Lucas Baker.
Game over.
Finally. Chris, the data transfer is almost complete.
How do I stop it?
You need to find a way to shut down the server. There may be some transformer relays you can... Okay, that worked. Gonna be some pissed computer techs up here, but...
From your river. What's the sit rep?
The facility is clear. Even the newer breeds have been neutralized.
I'm out of here.
With that threat eliminated and the data stream stopped, Chris heads over to the Baker's residence to look at their photo. Umbrella has set up a perimeter wall and quarantined the area now.
Think we did any good here?
Not for them, unfortunately. But the mold is contained. Hopefully, they're Evie's last victims.
Hopefully.
Chris, there's a call for you. You need to take it back at the camp.
All right. I'm on my way.
No! Evie, please!
We got a casualty here. Hey, I think she was.
What the hell you boys up to?
That's her, all right. Zoe Baker. She's still breathing. Call in to HQ.
Did you say Zoe?
Sir, do you live here?
What the hell's wrong with her?
We're
Zoe!
here to help. So everything.
What in God's name have you done?
Sir. Whoa. Stop! Stop!
Oh my goodness, Zoe. What the hell do they do to you?
Listen to me. We're here to help.
No, I don't believe you, boy. Tell me, what kind of help comes in a helicopter gunship?
You don't know what you're talking about. You don't get it.
You think I don't know who you people are? With all these monsters running around here. Tell me, where'd they come from?
It's not what you think. You don't understand!
Well, I don't understand! You see that girl back there? Look! That there, my brother's little girl. My niece, you understand? And around here, family is a righteous cause. And you ain't gonna kill my family. Now see, that ain't something I can abide.
For fuck's sake. She's infected. She's dying. And we're both gonna fucking die if we don't get the fuck out of here right now.
She ain't dead yet, boy. So I figure you better do something about it. For I feed you two little friends outside.
Okay. There's a cure.
You're lying to me.
I'm not lying. I'm not lying. We were on our way to get her treatment, and you fucked that up when you jumped us. They're probably still waiting for us right now.
Where?
So, this takes place weeks after what happened with Chris. Joe Baker is Zoe's uncle, and he is probably one of the most badass characters in the series. I instantly liked him. Like, he was straight hands, asked questions later. He was intense, and I loved it. You can see he has that old man rage. There's just something about it. I don't know what it is, but it's alluring and interesting to watch. And Joe is just as vehemently obsessed with family as Evelyn is. Joe's about to go through hell and high water to save his niece. The man on the floor says there's an old shack nearby, and he can find the other Umbrella soldiers who have the serum. But before he leaves, Joe reviews one of his journal entries where he documents having seen one of the molded. He says the monster tried to attack him, so he punched its teeth in. Joe thinks the government is doing experiments, noting the helicopters he'd recently seen flying overhead. It wasn't long before Joe learned how to kill the molded. No guns, just bare fists. Moving along, promising he was going to save crystallized Zoe, he satisfyingly destroys the molded. By the way, one question I had was why was she crystallized at all? It's apparent that the mold can still function independent of Evelyn, because by this point she's gone. But the molded are still around, and Zoe hardens into this crystal form, which, by the way, reminds me of Final Fantasy XIII. So I'm guessing that because she had the infection for such a long time, but was naturally resistant, her body was finally reaching that point where it could no longer sustain itself against the mold, leaving her in this suspended state. Like her body is still naturally fighting the mold, but it's getting to the point where it's too much. Moving on, Joe finds the shack, and he sees that all the men are dead. When he takes the E-type cure back to his shack, he notices a tree collapsing on the side. And then he sees that his home is on fire and there are infected gators. Do gators get this big, by the way? Lying on the ground on top of a bunch of fish. Joe quickly runs in to give Zoe the cure.
All right, now just let it work. God damn it! Why ain't it working?
It wasn't full, was it? It won't be enough. She needs a full dose to heal completely. There's more at our base. Just untie me, and I'll take you there. Please!
What base? Gotta get Zoe out of here. No! Gotta get going. God, this is horrible bullshit. Okay. It's okay now, Zoe. God damn it all.
On the waters, Joe notices the perimeter wall that Umbrella set up, wondering where it came from. Placing his niece down safely on a couch, he stomps, rips heads until they explode, and spears his way through the molded in the Umbrella camp, where he would find a note talking about how the mold is on the loose in the swamp. The mutamycete will continue to propagate with each new organism that it encounters. Also on this note, they wrote down where the serum is, on a boat.
A paddle boat? Damn it, you boys ain't making this simple.
But on the path to that boat, he would encounter the Swamp Thing. No questions or hesitations though. Joe boxes that monster up like a Christmas gift. But the monster wasn't dead yet, because after Joe punches through the door, the Swamp Thing grabs his face the way that Jack did to Ethan, and if Joe didn't block this punch, it could have been a nasty blow. But round 2 ensues, and Joe puts his face into the dirt before teabagging him. And just as he was leaving, the Swamp Thing gets up again. But this time it calculates all the possibilities of winning against Joe and leaves, knowing that it was 0. So Joe goes into the ship and synthesizes Zoe's medicine.
What? Oh, come on! This is it. Finally.
Giving this molded monster the beatdown of its short life, Joe takes spears out of his pocket and impales it all over, but that still wasn't enough. So Joe drives his fist into its face even more, squelching sounds and sludge splattering all over.
Take this.
That's how you get it done.
I'm coming for you, Zoe. Zoe, I brought Joe medicine. You're going to be fine. No!
Chasing after them in a boat, Swamp Thing disappears with the fog. But following the path ahead, eventually, Joe makes it to a church where he would find her.
It's a goddamn sacrilege.
Jack? What the fuck? God damn it, Jack! Don't you remember your brother? Don't do it! Don't you touch her! Jack! Let me the fuck out of here! I'm your family! How the fuck can you do this to me? Get me the fuck out of here, Jack!
How Joe gets out of the sealed coffin? I don't know. But more importantly, how is Jack still alive? Ethan gave him the serum, so why is he still here? Passing by Umbrella's boats, he hears a commotion over the radio. Jack's at the house where Umbrella had set up camp, so Joe begins to run over, but before he gets there, he stumbles upon one of Umbrella's weapons, the Advanced Multi-Purpose Gauntlet, or the AMG.
What the hell is this? One of their fancy toys?
Ready for use.
Decimating a metal door, he finds the Umbrella camp right outside of the Baker house. However, it appears that Jack slaughtered everybody. Heading into the tent, Joe eats a crawfish, and then he reads a document detailing that after the Umbrella researchers had studied his brother's tissue samples, they learned that Jack has an extraordinary resilience to damage and an abnormally fast regeneration factor. It's also noted that this is not something seen in the other Bakers, noting that the effects of the mold could vary subject to subject. So this explains how Capcom was able to shoo Jack back into the mix. And it's a good setup too, because they could practically create whatever plot device they want or change any story around or whatever they want, bring anybody back basically, just by saying this. Another document regards the AMG, in that it was originally designed to help lift heavy things. It connects to the user, detecting their nerve impulses, and not only gives them extra strength, but reduces any recoil damage to 0. Now, if this glove was made just for transporting things, why have shock absorbers? I mean, I guess, I don't know. The only thing I lift is my coffee mug. Punching the door open, he sees Zoe in the chair, and that the entire house has been quarantined. This no longer looks like a home, not even an evil residence anymore, just part of another operation.
Zoe, wake up! Wake up!
Joe had no choice. He had to put his brother down. It's what Jack would have wanted. The two brothers go pound for pound, with Joe charging up his gauntlet to really lay into him. His power and flurry of combos staggers Jack and even interrupts his flow of attacks.
You remember me, right? You remember the time I broke your nose when we were kids? You remember when I clotheslined you into the swamp?
By the way, to clothesline someone is to hold your arm out and hit somebody across the neck or chest to make them fall backwards. Think of wrestling. Since they were kids, Jack and Joe were rather rough with one another. And even into their old age, even though they didn't really seem close, The brothers did show love for one another through one of the only ways they knew how to bond.
This is farewell from the family, brother. Zoe. Zoe, hang in there. You're gonna be all right now. Wake up, Zoe.
Joe, what happened to her? Are you okay?
I'm fine. Don't you worry about me. It's all over now.
Go, 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 go!
Don't move! Get your hands up! Get down!
Weapons down! Weapons down! It's all right. You must be Zoe Baker.
Who the hell's asking?
Chris Redfield. Been looking all over for you. We're here to help.
You're gonna be just fine.
I was trapped with those monsters for 3 years. All of them trying to kill me. I can't believe it's finally over.
You gotta know. Deep down somewhere, they were still your family. And they loved you. Especially your daddy. Even in his final days.
We found her. She's a tough kid. Of course. Hang on. Someone wants to speak to you.
Zoe. Zoe, are you there?
It's you. I don't believe it. You actually made it.
We both did.
You didn't forget about me.
I told you I'd send help. And I always keep my promises.
Thank you, Ethan.
Three years after the Winters survived the traumatic events dealing with the Bakers and Evelyn in muggy Louisiana, Chris and the BSAA set up a life for them in Eastern Europe, where now they have a beautiful baby girl. But if Ethan and Mia thought that things were just going to be normal from now on, if they thought for even a second that they could forget, the world is about to remind them they don't get to have an ordinary life. That privilege is not reserved for them, and their daughter Rose is about to get caught up in everything. For now, her mother reads her a bedtime story. However, some stories aren't just made up. Oftentimes, they come from something real.
Long ago, a young girl went with her mother to pick berries for her father, who was hard at work. But the forest greeted them with a dark, cold silence, the bushes empty. Yet determined to find the berries, the rascal broke free from Mother's grasp and vanished into the trees. Mother's worried cries faded fast as the girl ran on, over vine and under branch, and into the forest deep. Feeling strange eyes upon her, the girl recalled Mother's scary bedtime tales, and her throat became bone dry. Then the Bat Lord appeared. He greeted her warmly and bit his own wing. "Come, child, quench your thirst," he said. So she drank the thick, dark blood and smiled with joy. Passing through the graveyard, menacing storm clouds loomed, and the air turned bitingly cold. The girl was shivering in her thin clothes. Then a dark weaver appeared, and with a click of his fingers, crafted mist into a beautiful dress. "Come, child, warm yourself," he coaxed. So she clothed herself and smiled with joy. Across waters deep and ominous she went, hoping a boat she found would carry her home. But hunger's grip tightened and her heart grew heavy. Then the Fish King appeared and offered one of his many fins. "Come, child, eat your fill." So the girl ate and smiled with joy once more. Continuing on, she soon entered the forest's dark heart. Then an iron steed appeared, bearing a beautiful golden gear. The creature said nothing as the girl approached and snatched what she thought was another gift. The horse grew angry and summoned the other monsters. Terror filled the girl's heart as the wild wind rose around the beast. Suddenly, a witch appeared, dark, yet regal. Gifts we gave, but more you took, she snarled. So more in turn is due. In a blink, the girl was trapped inside a mirror. There. She's asleep.
But Ethan wonders why read a creepy story to a 6-month-old. It's a local tale, Mia says, as she hands him the Village of Shadows. When he says to his wife that they moved all the way here to this part of the world so that their Rose wouldn't have to deal with any of that, she bites at him, upset that he would even bring this up, saying he's just being paranoid. Ethan doth protest at first, but like any good and smart husband, he just apologizes and says that his wife is right. Ethan only wants his wife and daughter to be as safe as possible. The trauma and threats of Eveline and the Mutamycete still linger fresh in his brain. But tabling that conversation, Mia tells him to take Rose to bed while she finishes dinner.
It's okay, Rose. Your mother doesn't want to remember it. I can't blame her.
To this, Mia thinks she hears Ethan mumbling something, so she calls him out on it, but he disengages and heads upstairs where Rose would begin to fuss. The father soothes her, attributing his baby's discomfort to the book. He heads into the room, places Rose in the baby crib, and leaves her with words of comfort. Rather than going immediately back downstairs to his dearly beloved, he takes a look around. On his laptop, he had written about a fight that he and his wife had because he had mentioned what happened back in Louisiana again. In Ethan's eyes, Mia is trying to forget and pretend that none of that ever happened. In doing this, she ignores that Ethan himself hasn't fully processed that trauma, that hell. He so desperately wants to fully express his feelings and talk through it. Ethan is a great husband and father because he mentions how one of the main motivations for wanting to examine this is because he wants to ensure that Rose has parents with steady heads on. And I like this detail, because it shows that even though he is still obviously suffering in silence from trauma and stress post-Baker House incident, he puts his daughter first and foremost, instead of saying that he needs to mentally get through all of this because he needs it for himself. Hell, the fact that a man wants to talk about his emotions at all says a lot. But Mia, understandably, isn't quite there and ready yet. Now before you start hating on Mia, you gotta remember that she was the one who was literally trapped there for about 3 years before Ethan shows up. Ethan goes through hell for a few days when he goes to Louisiana, but Mia was tormented for a prolonged period of time, so it just makes sense that she's still not ready to approach that subject. Looking in the drawer nearby, he looks at the screening report done by the BSAA on Rose. She's a healthy baby, but they still need to run tests to see if she has the mold in her. Considering both of her parents were infected, it makes sense that Rose might or does have the mold within her. But Ethan breathes and says she's fine. On the armchair is Rose's favorite toy, remember this tiny detail for later. And another cool detail is a firearms manual on the bookshelf written by Kendo from Resident Evil 2.
It's not paranoia if they're really out to get you.
To this very moment, Ethan still thinks that someone is out to get them. He is still in Louisiana, even though he's here. However, the fear and anxiety in his head subsides for a short while as he looks at his wedding and hospital photos from when Rose was born. Leaving the nursery and going down the hall, he inspects a Mr. Everywhere bobblehead. Oddly enough, he kept one of these from the Baker House. And speaking of the Baker House, he finds a paper talking about how the incident was covered up, attributing the harrowing events to a gas leak, and that it would be a decade before the area would be habitable again. In this room is also a book written by George Trevor. Cool reference to Resident Evil 1 here. It's an architecture book on Eastern European castles. Maybe the Winters will get to visit one of those castles since they live here in Eastern Europe now. After listening to their music box that Ethan's Nana gave them for their wedding, looking at Mia's meds in the bathroom, and making sure the doors are locked, Mia yells at him from the kitchen to keep it down. She screams at him to be quiet, and all he did was check the door. You know what? My bad, I'm sorry, you're right. Take notes, guys. Say it with me. Happy wife, happy... You can finish that in the comments. Looking around more at the life that these two have created for themselves, the baby products, the ABC book Mia got for Rose, the jazz albums and piano in the living room, he checks on his wife in the kitchen. She gets the dinner and wine ready, telling him that he really needs to stop worrying. Ethan says that everything is just happening so fast. Louisiana, Rose, Chris moving them to Europe and them getting military training.
At least we're all together. You, me, Rose. Now, everything's gonna
Seriously, think we can just forget about what happened in Louisiana?
It happened so long ago. I don't understand why you are so...
Mia, get down! Mia! Mia, oh God! Chris? What the hell?
Sorry, Ethan.
No! What? Why?
By the way, that was oddly insane, right? How Mia tanks that first hit, doesn't even flinch, just looks up like she's peeved that somebody would even dare to attack her. But why did Chris kill her and take Rose? Was it because Mia still has the mold in her and they just knew she was about to be a problem? Did they discover something with Rose? Regardless, Ethan has a far-off dream that's like a distant memory. Or is it a distant memory that's like a far-off dream? In it, he gets a call from the BSAA doctor who wants to discuss their test results on Rose, asking if he can come in to talk. Mia slowly walks over to him as he tells her not to worry, but she says it's not her that she's worried about. When Ethan asks her what is the issue then, she gets up to leave instead of just saying it. So Ethan goes back to thinking she's worried about Rose. Before she goes out the door, Mia explodes, relenting about how they themselves also matter, that their relationship matters, and Mia emphasizes that she is worried about him. However, Mia is still not being explicit, so Ethan presses the matter further. But before she can say more, work calls. I wonder who he works for now. Mia leaves, just as the memory fades, and Ethan finds himself face down in the snow. The sound of a phone actually ringing. The truck that they'd been in is now flipped on its side, and answering the dead soldier's phone, somebody's asking for a sit rep. But when he hears Ethan's voice, he wonders who this is, and then the connection cuts out. Getting up and reading the mission brief lying in the snow, Ethan learns that these soldiers were tasked with killing Mia and recovering her body, where they would then have to take Rose and Ethan to one of their sites to be secured. It should be noted that Chris himself was not on this transport vehicle. He had found a boulder somewhere and decided to go punch it. Ethan runs ahead, following a trail of snow, but it is so dark, and the light from his flashlight can barely peer through the night. But he continues, only to start hearing shifting in the nearby bushes. Then he sees blood on the snow. Something's not right, and he's not alone. As soon as he thinks this, what appears at first to be a man runs past him on all fours before going bipedal. He tries following it, but it disappears under the guise of the night's void. Soon, he follows another blood trail into a cabin where he finds this distorted picture of... It's so hard to see, but it looks like a woman. When he tries to leave the cabin, he hears a slam and footsteps, and yet when he goes out, nobody's there. But that is not the most alarming thing. The most concerning thing is how much time had passed since he went inside. When he came in, it was pitch black, just now, just a few minutes ago. But when he comes out, looking up, it's breaking dawn. We just need some vampires and werewolves. Recently, I rewatched those movies with my wife, by the way. I love my wife. Sorry, Ethan, I know your wife just died. Ethan needs to find his daughter, and when he opens out of the dark forest, he comes upon a village tucked away in the basin of a mountain. A village of shadows, if you will. But standing erect over this domain is an immense and imposing Gothic castle. I don't know why I chose to use erect in this script, but Ethan breathes in cold and crisp air as he stands in awe of the structure, spearing high into the foggy sky. Bells toll, and a crow crows flying off. He listens to his breath, taking in the area, the village, the sunlight desperately trying to pierce the clouds, a windmill off to his left. The path ahead to finding Rose was paved, but Ethan didn't know of the colossuses that would stand in his way. Their shadows, long enough to test any man in how far they would go for love. But knowing Ethan, seeing what he's endured to save his wife back in the bayous of Louisiana, he would do it again to save his daughter. This village had seen death. It has been plagued with horrors unknown, animal carcasses, ruined homes, and not a single human in sight. Rapture had come, but looking at this portrait inside one of the houses, Ethan wonders who she is. Advancing into the next empty home, he takes a look behind a curtain, where he would immediately be shot at with a shotgun. Luckily, the old man is shooting blanks.
No! Friendly.
Who are you? Who sent you?
Nobody. There was an accident down on the road and... What's going on?
Oh, no. They're coming.
Who is? What the hell was that?
Do you have a gun?
What?
Please tell me you have a gun.
No, why would I?
It's all I can spare. Take it! Take it! Tell me what's out there.
Hey, are you listening?
Hey!
What the... Shit! Dead body? Wait, there's more. What the hell is wrong with this place? Shit! What the fuck was that? No.
A single shot to the head killed whatever manner of beast this was. I do wonder how it threw Ethan from under the house, because he was ripped under the floorboards, to directly back up and outside on ground level. No matter. Because before he knew it, the monsters of this village would come crashing down on him from all directions, surrounding him from the windows to the walls, from the ceilings as well, but it doesn't even stop there. All around the village, they come in swarms, no end in sight. To make it even worse, fire arrows rain down, and then a giant monster with a hammer smashes through. But upon defeating it, the achievement reveals that it's called Urias and that the monsters are lycanthropes. Even though Ethan fights off the horde, he takes an arrow to the thigh and then an axe to the cranium before getting tossed like a meatbag. And this is the moment that they would flood in, surrounding him in droves, on horses with bodies piked up on spears like a flag. Then another giant lichen descends upon him like a meteor, roaring and then inspecting his face, black eyes, ready to feast, until for some reason, they all just stop and turn their attention elsewhere, and then they leave him. Ethan rips out the arrow and looks at his chomped off hand, finger bones sticking out, but I wouldn't worry about him too much because after what we learned in RE7, that he's infected with the E series, he'll be alright. Just gotta find some of that liquid that Jack Baker gave him. For now, he bandages it up, and when he looks up in the direction of where the werewolves ran to, he sees this old lady. He attempts talking to her, but she only speaks in riddles until she gets a closer look at Ethan. She recognizes him as Rose's father. This alarms Ethan because she knows who Rose is and who he is. The woman continues that his daughter is in danger, and that ever since somebody named Mother Miranda brought Rose here, the village has been suffering. Before he can get anything else out of her, she ends up leaving, screaming out, "They are coming." Entering a little chapel, Ethan sees portraits of individuals. A man in a hat, a shrouded woman with a doll, whatever this is, a beautiful, regal, imperious woman, and then in the center of all of them was the most venerated of them all. You would think that she was a divine goddess by the way the altar offered everything up to her. Exploring the village further in an attempt to find Rose, he wanders through fields and stumbles upon a lady and her father. And at first they were afraid that Ethan would hurt them, so he puts them at ease by telling them he's glad to finally see normal people. The girl explains how the remaining survivors of the village are at Louisa's house and how her father was cut by the Lycans, and they've been trying to get in, but the gates are locked, so they can't even let Louisa know that they're out here. So Ethan says he's going to open the gate, and literally 35 seconds later, he gets the gate open, and the old man just complains to him that he took his damn time. Once behind the safety of the gates, as the old man bangs on Louisa's door, Ethan asks his daughter what's happening here. She says that they don't even know. Mother Miranda has always protected them, but now there are monsters everywhere and without explanation. Trying to get inside, the girl figures that if Louisa hears a familiar voice, she would then open up. However, instead she is met with the barrel of a gun to her nose, and this prick tells her to stop yelling because the Lycans will come. He turns his attention to Ethan, immediately setting his gun on the stranger. Elena pleads to let them all in, but when Yulian sees her father is dying, he only sees letting them in to be a threat to their survival. But Louisa herself would come out and let everybody in regardless, telling Yulian to go check the fields. I don't know why she would tell him to do that considering the danger. If she wanted him to chill out, she could have just had him sit outside, but still within the protection of these gates.
Well, if Elena trusts you, then so do I. Come inside, Ethan. Wait here. I'll check on the others. Come inside. The others are waiting.
What the fuck is this? Outsiders, you're gonna get us all killed.
Right, Anton. He helped Leonardo and Elena.
We were doing fine by ourselves.
Please, Ethan, take a seat.
Is this all that's left? From your entire village?
All that's left? All that's left? There is no one left! A worthless invalid, a stupid, wailing. And you! You drag a bloody man and an outsider in here like it's nothing and expect to be all safe? There is no safe! Every sorry bastard out there has been ripped in half. But tomorrow? Tomorrow we'll all be dead. Just like her damn husband. Put a sock in it, Roxana!
That's enough! This house has protected my family for generations. And drunk or not, you are all welcome and safe in here.
Whatever.
Fuck this guy.
Can someone please tell me what the hell is going on here?
We don't know. One day we were a quiet, devout village, and the next, the monsters came and attacked us. And they kept coming.
Wait, Louisa. Where is your husband? Did they?
No. No, he is out there. Somewhere. He went to get help. Yes, that's it. He went to fetch help. Let us pray. For him. For all of us. Good idea. Come. Gather.
Great ones, hear our voice. Together as one in reverence, we call on thee within the endless dark to deliver us into fate's hands. As the midnight moon rises on black wings, so we make our sacrifice and await the light at the end. In life and in death, we give you glory, Mother Miranda.
Now, the tea should be ready. Come help me, Elena, please.
That prayer, I've heard it before. There was an old woman near the graveyard.
You mean the hag? As crazy as a bag of rats.
There is wisdom in her devotion, though. And I hope it protected her as it shall protect us.
What are you doing?
Leonardo, what's wrong? Are you okay?
Elena, no, stay back!
No, let me go!
He'll kill us both! We have to go! Elena?
I said no! Oh my God. I'm so sorry, Father.
Hey, that wasn't your father anymore. You did the right thing. Elena, no! There's nothing you can do!
Papa!
This entire place is collapsing!
No!
You couldn't save him. He was already gone.
Leave me alone.
No, we're getting out of here. Together.
Using the truck, they try to smash their way out of here, but they hit a wall, and with the fire spreading so fast, they can't spend any more time here, so they begin to climb up. They locate a window exit up top. However, Elena starts asking, what then? The village is full of monsters. Even if they get out of here, they're not going to be safe out there. But Ethan tells her that he's going to find a safe place to store her while he goes and finds his daughter, thinking that she has to be at the castle. However, at the mention of this, she expresses adamant disapproval of even going there, saying that death haunts those condemned halls. While they take their time to discuss this inside of the burning building, Elena's father would actually begin to walk up. Somehow, despite being a regular Lycan who was shot multiple times, crushed by a section of the building, and subjected to having to traverse through fires and flames, here he was, groaning her name. Thinking that it was still her father in there, it might have been since he doesn't attack right away, she goes down to him.
Come on, give me your hand!
Ethan, go! Save your daughter!
Elena, don't give up! Reach for me! God damn it!
As he stands at the window, he thinks about his wife dying at the hands of Chris and his unit's 20 bullets that they laid into her. He thinks about the survivors here who just died. He lashes out that this place has gone mad, angrily asking why the duck is this happening again. Jumping down and going to the gate, he hears a shotgun go off and Julian screaming for Mother Miranda to stop. He opens it just in time to see her snap his neck and laugh off into the field. Ethan wonders who she is, or what she is, but that was Mother Miranda, the same woman from the photos we've been seeing. Ethan fails to catch up to her, and instead he finds that old lady from before. She talks about how death has visited them all, probably referring to the survivors. She cackles an evil laugh and then goes back to drawing this symbol on the dirt. How is it that she is not being attacked by the lichens? And what even is this drawing? Following the path to the castle, when Ethan tries to pull a lever to open the gate,
Didn't think anyone was left. You must be pretty tough. Huh.
Who the fuck are you?
Oh, you're not local. Even better. Mother Miranda's gonna love you. Wait, you're whining. We're almost there.
The man is of no real use to anyone else, and my daughters do so love entertaining foreigners. Furthermore, I can assure you if you entrust the mortal to House Dimitrescu, my daughters and I will live in
Way ugly! I want to see! He's away!
Both of you shut the fuck up!
What? Where?
You mean you'll screw around with him in private, and where's the fun in that? Give him to me, and I'll put on a show that everybody can enjoy.
Ugh, so gauche. What do we care for bread and circuses? The man thinks suffering is assured.
Yak, yak, if the man's dick is cut off in the castle, blah, blah, blah.
I've heard all your arguments. Some of you were less persuasive than others, but I've made my decision. Heisenberg, the man's fate is in your hands.
Mother Miranda, I must protest. Heisenberg is but a child, and his devotion to you is questionable. Give the mortal to me, and I will ensure he is ready.
Shut your damn hole! And don't be a sore loser! Go find your food somewhere else.
Quiet now, child. Adults are talking.
I'm the child. You're the one who's arguing with Miranda's decision.
You wouldn't know responsibility if it was welded
oh,
to
keep
that
glorying. One day your head might actually fit your ego.
Hey, don't I get a say in this?
Silence! My decision is final. There will be no argument. Remember from whence you came.
Thank you. Lycans and gentlemen, we thank you for waiting. And now let the games begin. Let's see what you're doing. Ethan Winters. Get ready.
No, wait!
10, 9, 2.
For their entertainment, Ethan runs through the tunnels with his life. He thinks he sees sunlight and almost makes it out, but then one of those hammer-wielding creatures comes down to smash his head. He survives without a single repercussion, dodges the next overhead smash, and then slips and slides down the tunnel and into a chamber with a trapped ceiling. He looks for a way out, but he can't go out the gate because all the werewolves were snarling at him from the other side. So he begins looking around. Finding and breaking down a small blockade opens up a hole for him to crawl through. And even though the exit is right there, Heisenberg would drop another trap on him designed to grind Ethan up. Were it not for this conveniently placed indent in the wall, he would have found himself chopped up and shredded into meat chunks. Escaping the mines, though, Ethan realizes that those 4 lords and Mother Miranda have Rose, and it would not be without great difficulty taking them out. Finally back at the lever that opens the gate to Castle Dimitrescu? I looked it up. Apparently you're supposed to pronounce it Dimitrescu. The castle's daunting imposition combined with the heavy snowfall and cold bites of wind is just the start of Ethan's Herculean labors. But luckily, he would meet a stranger, keen to assist as long as he has the lay.
I've been waiting for you, Mr. Winters.
How do you know my name?
Anyone who is anyone has heard of the likes of you. A hero searching for his daughter. Though I must say, that castle arouses suspicion.
Yeah, and so do you.
I am but a humble merchant.
Here?
Oh, forgive my manners. Call me the Duke. Now to business. Weapons, ammunition, healing salves, anything you desire, I can provide.
Asking what'll it be, Ethan purchases new weapons and upgrades before pushing into the castle entrance, where first he would lock eyes with the portrait of 3 girls. The plaque in front says 3 daughters, Bella, Cassandra, and Daniela, and when he goes into one of the halls to read an inscription on the door, he meets those 3 lovely young ladies.
Man blood.
Oh my god.
Mother, I bring you fresh prey.
You are so kind to me, daughters. Now, let's take a look at him. Well, Ethan Winters. You escaped my little brother's idiot games, did you? Let's see how special you are.
Yes, Mother.
Yes, Mother.
Oh my god.
Starting to go a little stale.
Then let's devour his man-flesh quickly, Mother.
I am the one who captured him.
Now, daughters. First, I must inform Mother Miranda. But later, well, there will be enough for everyone. Put him up.
Hey, wait.
Let me down! Oh, be careful what you wish for, Ethan Winters.
Wait, what are you doing?
I love my wife. Why is she so big, by the way? Ethan tears his hands out of the hooks, and I think it's interesting, surprising, really, that his hands don't heal, considering he still should be mold infected, right? I mean, after the events of RE7, he and Mia, I don't think they were cured. And we also learned that the molds can function independently of Eveline. Managing to find a way out of the room, he ends up running into the Duke, who somehow, like that merchant from Resident Evil 4, seems to be able to just teleport anywhere. And there's no way that Mommy D doesn't know that he is here, so perhaps they actually know each other, which presents another set of issues because it makes me think that the Duke could be a bad guy. And yet he's so jolly, so it's a bit of a conundrum. Or another theory is that Duke poses no threat to her, since all he seems to care about is the coin to be made. Or, what if Duke is secretly powerful and Lady D knows that she wouldn't be able to easily kick him out? The story continues with Ethan solving puzzles, which by the way he hates, trying to find his way into Mommy D's personal quarters as the jolly giant Duke had suggested he search for Rose there. But if doing puzzles wasn't hard enough, Ethan would constantly be stalked and attacked by the three witches. They each hunted him individually as he made his way around the castle, and what made it even more difficult was that he couldn't just kill them. Shotguns, grenade launchers, lightsabers, it didn't matter. The witches and the flying insects around them would simply just return to form and continue to assault him. Ethan had no choice but to run.
Bullets cannot harm. You stupid man thing!
Oh, so it seems that cold air, for some reason, is their weakness. Pulling out his lightsaber, Ethan is finally able to kill one. A detail that I want to point out is that enemies crystallize and crumble to dust just like the molded did back in RE7. Continuing with his search, Ethan heads into the courtyard, and then he opens a door to just barely miss Lady D. However, he runs up the stairs after her only to watch her disappear before his very eyes. Well, he must be going in the correct direction if she was going this way, so he proceeds into a room where the power of mods have already solved this puzzle. So he proceeds down the stairs into a flooded wine cellar and back up and outside the castle where he finds her and, potentially, his daughter.
Mother Miranda, I regret to inform you that Ethan Winters has escaped that fool Heisenberg. Because he is in my castle and has already proven too much for my daughters to handle. When I find him... No, Mother Miranda. Yes, of course, I understand the importance of the ceremony. I won't let you down. To hell with the ceremony! That man will pay for what he's done.
Anxious to find his daughter, he goes into the room and to the regal crib, but it's empty. Back to square one, no leads. However, he does find a book where Lady Dimitrescu talks about the meeting that was held to decide the fate of Ethan. It's clear, Lady D thinks that she is above the other lords and has a personal rivalry with Heisenberg. She also reveals that Mother Miranda made her feel special at some points, that she might have been her favorite, but now she doesn't really feel like Miranda views her in such a light any longer. And you know, thinking about it, these four lords are actually bonkers. I'm assuming that there are BOWs, but you got Heisenberg, who controls metal, the doll and that woman, and then the hunchback mutants. However, right now Ethan's dealing with this vampire, or witch. Other question, how did she not see Ethan in the window? Does she not have peripheral vision? And then in the mirror, I could have sworn that she was looking directly at Ethan. Or maybe she was just pretending to not see him. Thinking I would be able to explore more, I open the door, but that is when she comes in. Her benevolence dominates the room as she looks down upon me with a glorious red smile and assertive eyes. Her voice gleams, stating that my efforts were in vain because Rose was not even here at this castle, and that is when she proceeds to choke me, Dommy Mommy, choke me.
I don't know. You come into my house! You lay your filthy man hands on my daughters! And now you even try to steal my property! Dare you! Rest while you can, because I will hunt you, and I will break you!
Go ahead, do your worst.
Done shooting the shit with her, Ethan begins running down these bricked up halls to once again find a way out of here. Only this time it's not a Lycan or one of the daughters walking him down, it's
I'd let you get away. You'll be sliced to ribbons before you ever see that child.
It's unfortunate that his right hand is unusable, because he won't be able to fight her here. However, after grabbing his hand that was still holding on to the lever, he's able to escape and apply some of that healing liquid, allowing him to reattach his hand and start using it again. I will be honest, if I hadn't played RE7 first, this probably would not have made any sense to me. Like, just imagine RE Village is your first Resident Evil game, and you see this guy just get his hand chomped off and then his other hand sliced off, and he just puts it back on like nothing happened. But anyway, since his daughter's not here at the castle, Ethan's primary goal is just to get out of the castle. But it's not so simple. You see, Lady D is in the way, so he needs to find a way to take her down since none of his weapons can do it. While he searched around, he found a record of how D's daughters were made. They were given this treatment. The first day, the girls appeared dead with flies flying out of them. The following day, they were all covered in the flesh-consuming flies, but when D opened up the window, the cold came in, and some of the flies dropped dead. This is when she discovered that cold air was their weakness, or perhaps just the cold. And it would be by the 6th day that her daughters, as we have seen them, were born. The insects had fully consumed them, but they were now able to take the human form of the girls. So really, the girls were just masses of flies, and taking a closer look at the book, we see Mother Miranda holding something that looks oddly familiar to Las Plagas, and you can see here that she's holding it up to the girl's face. After playing the piano downstairs, he finds another record detailing what the flies are. They consume meat, they eat humans, and they use pheromones to mimic a human in order to attract and trap their prey. These flies are made when a cadeau lays eggs inside of a person, although the flies themselves can't reproduce. So that thing that Miranda was holding up in the picture that looked like Las Plagas is called a cadeau. But I wonder if Las Plagas and cadeau are somehow related. Running into the second daughter, Ethan opens up the ceiling and kills her too. Then he moves into a viewing room where Mommy D's portrait is the centerpiece. But there's another puzzle in here involving us having to shoot 5 bells inside of this room. Keywords, inside of this room. So why is it that there is a bell all the way outside that we need to shoot? So it's not really just inside the room. Proceeding down the secret path behind the portrait, Ethan finds a note talking about a dagger that is poisonous enough to even kill Lady D, meaning Ethan needs that dagger. Moving forth, killing the third daughter, Dimitrescu upset that Ethan ended her bloodline, he finally makes it past the door with the inscriptions and finds the tower that has the poisonous dagger from the note. Why she would keep one of the very few things in this world that could kill her so close in the castle is beyond me. I mean, sure, no regular human should have been able to solve all of those puzzles and survive the castle, but why even risk the slightest chances that one does? Actually, no. In a way, it kind of does make sense. Like, if you keep the most dangerous thing closest to you so that nobody else can get it, you're effectively protecting yourself in that way. No, this actually makes sense.
Ruined everything!
Looks like your outside matches your inside now. Son of a bitch.
Yeah, for some reason I thought she was a vampire. But I guess the daughters were titled witches, so. The mutated Domitresque, I looked it up and most people call her Domitresque, calls Ethan lucky because no one besides Miranda has ever seen her in her final form. The two fight and she thrashes about, destroying the tower and cursing him, but after some time, Ethan fires the round that would be her end.
Again! Succumb, Cheon! Curse you!
They come crashing down hard, all the way to the ground floor, and with her defeat, she crystallizes and turns to ash, allowing Ethan to move on and find this container just sitting on an altar. Inspecting it, the first thing we notice is that it has Eve on the top left, and I think it's a reference to Evelyn. But then, we notice the picture in the middle. It looks like a cadeau, but also like a human baby. Pressing on, he finds the old lady again, worshipping Mother Miranda and speaking in riddles. However, when mentioning Rose, she does point to a wall that has a very familiar symbol on it, the Umbrella Corporation. And around the symbol are the 4 lords. Outside, he would find that same formation, but in the ground, and staying the path, he runs into Duke. Ethan tells him that his tribulations were for naught as he didn't find Rose, but that is when the Duke says,
There you are. I had a feeling you would pop up here.
It was all worthless.
Is that so? I assume you've picked up something of value.
Not sure if it's of value, but...
Why, you have your daughter right in your own hands.
What are you saying?
Take a closer look. That flask seems to contain her head.
No. What?
Roses.
Don't say another word! This is impossible! This just can't be!
Your daughter's essence is still intact. Her powers are truly unique.
Who could even do this?
She can be saved, you know.
Saved? From this? Are you insane?
There's a house with a red chimney on the western side of the village. Go and seek out the man who lives there. Then we can continue our conversation.
Quit holding out and get to the damn point.
You don't have to trust my words. But do you have any better options? Your choice. The customer is always right. After all.
You'll pay if I find out this is a lie. Fucking Joker.
Running it back real quick, if you zoom in on the flask, you'll see something that connects to the E-series, to Evelyn. It says that if treatments are missed, then the rate of aging rapidly increases. Remember, that is why Evelyn became old. Placing Rose's head in the altar, Ethan has a flashback, and slowing it down, it's Rose's memory. This is when Chris killed Mia, took her and Ethan in the truck, but then Miranda attacked, flipped it over, and then takes Rose herself, and you can see her tiny little hands on the sides as she lays in the snow. Ethan doesn't know what he saw, but he continues his journey to find the rest of Rose. Going into the house with the red chimney, as Duke instructed, he finds a notebook where this villager talks about how the 4 great lords and Mother Miranda were gathered around Rose in a cave. The villager watched as the infant turned into a white crystal, where her body would then be dismembered. At first, the man wanted to protest, but Miranda just smiled at him, saying that the child is the chosen one, and that no matter what, she will return to her original form. Then she gave each lord a part of Rose in a flask, but then the question becomes why? Why separate Rose and send parts of her off with different lords instead of just doing whatever it is that she even got Rose for in the first place?
How was it? Did you learn anything?
I found these feathers. Now tell me how to fix this like you said you would.
Settle down. First, you must use that key and collect all of your little Rose's flasks.
Where are the rest of them?
There are 4 in total. You have the 1, and the other lords have the rest.
Lords?
Mother Miranda is the cold, calculating ruler of this village. 4 lords serve under her. The first you've already met, the Lady Dimitrescu. The second lives deep in a valley of mist, the doll-maker, Donna Beneviento. None of her playmates have ever come back from that dank old estate. The third is Moreau, a being of twisted flesh that lives in the reservoir past the windmills. It is said that he is not the only monster that lives in those waters. The fourth and most dangerous is Heisenberg. He works in his factory on the village outskirts. And the project, let's just say parts of the human imagination are better left alone.
So, in order to save Rose, Ethan has to defeat the lords and acquire his daughter's flasks. But interestingly enough, Duke marks on the map where the lords are, and this begs the question again, why is he helping? What does he stand to gain helping Ethan? All he says is that there are treasures where he's going to go and that it is part of his world-class service, but one still can't help think how odd it is, how readily available he has all this information and is willing to divulge it. Preparing to tackle the second lord, the section of the forest he enters becomes foggy and ominous. Darkness hangs heavy from the clouds, just as the dolls hang from trees. A baby stroller can be seen, but Ethan couldn't believe his senses. Mia was standing in front of him, voice echoing his name, telling him to follow her, where she would vanish. But he does follow her to a grave, one that belongs to a child where her first name is hard to make out, but the last one is a name that Duke mentioned, Beneviento. Swirling darkness, hollowed graves, Ethan wonders if he's going insane. However, he pushes on. The door ahead could only be opened with a memory. Luckily, Ethan has a picture of his wife and daughter, so he feeds it and it unlocks. Taking the lift up, the lights shut down, and in that darkness he only hears a screech. When the lights return, he sees somebody's written on the lift's walls, inviting Ethan to come along. Stepping off of the lift, he finds a nice little house on the side of a waterfall. However, it's actually anything but nice, because House Beneviento is actually a creepy, haunted house. Ethan knows this. His bones know this. He can't stop hyperventilating. It's like his senses are naturally telling him that he is in danger. He finds his daughter in a flask, but then he scopes in on the doll that it's laying on, and upon closer inspection, he can actually see something inside of the doll's head, beating and pulsating.
I've been waiting for so long. I'd make a much better daughter than Rose. Please, won't you stay with me forever?
What? Wait, where's my gun?
Angie wants to play, but her idea of play isn't fun. Her idea of fun is to screw with Ethan's mind. Puzzles, items that remind him of his dead wife, even playing her voice on the radio or having her call him on the phone. But none of that compares to this. This was the only thing in Resident Evil 8 to get my heart pounding. Not only was it creepy, but it could kill Ethan through his invincibility mod. It's a one tap if it gets you. Just imagine that. Here I am, unafraid of anything because I am undying. Then I come across something that can kill me. This baby. This entire section was pure psychological nightmare fuel for both me and Ethan. I'm talking Silent Hill levels of horror. The baby follows Ethan wherever he goes and he attempts to leave on a lift, but of course the fuse is out, so he has to avoid getting caught by the baby on his way to procure another fuse. However, he would also have to avoid it on the way back, as it would block his path. However, even after putting the fuse in, he's not safe because the demon baby pops up right behind him, forcing Ethan to run around in the office nearby before getting into the elevator, just before the baby barely gets him. And yet still, he is not in the clear.
Don't leave. I can't let you.
You're still alive, huh? You better find me quick before my friends murder you! Tick-tock! Your life's on the line.
Wait!
Try and find me.
So now Ethan has to play hide and seek with Angie, and every time he finds her, he jams scissors into her head. The third time he finds her, the cadeau inside of the doll is exposed with its tendrils flowing out, and Ethan stabs it another time. When he delivers the final blow, it's revealed that he had actually killed the second lord, Donna Beneviento, who, even before being infected with the cadeau by Miranda, had a strong predilection for dolls and doll making. As someone who was mentally disturbed, in part mostly due to her parents committing suicide when she was but a child, she developed deep anxieties, and her isolation drove her to talk through her doll, Angie. Over time, she made all of the dolls in this house as they replaced her lost family. In fact, the grave back outside belonged to somebody named Claudia, although we don't know if that was her daughter or little sister. When she did get infected by the cadeau, she gained the ability to secrete psychoactive chemicals, which she would then use to cause hallucinations in others, hence all of the stuff inside of the house and in the forest that Ethan sees and hears. I thought it was worth looking up a bit more about her since we barely see much of Donna, unlike with Lady D. Actually, there were a few cool details about Lady Dimitrescu, so let's talk about her a little bit before continuing. Miss D was born back in the early 1900s into a noble family, but she would also inherit this blood disease. And in the 1930s, she became a jazz artist and would even have a band called Miss D and the Powell Boys. In fact, Back in the beginning of the game, looking in the drawer, you will find that the Winters have her CD album. Oh wait, that one doesn't look clean. Here, look at this one. Yeah, this one's easier to see, but that was her jazz band. Moving on, now that Ethan has another piece of Rose, we head back to Duke, who's playing with one of Beneviento's dolls. And come to think about it, when I sold Lady D's remains to him, he said that she was beautiful even in death, then talked about her waistline. Now he's talking about Beneviento. What if he gets his powers from the artifacts of the Fallen? I don't know, but I hope we find out who the Duke is and what's his entire deal. Getting torn into and eviscerated by this giant naked dog, we find out what happened to Louise's husband. If you remember in the beginning, she tried to convince herself and everybody else in the house, the other survivors, that he had just stepped out to get help, but no, because his body was here along with a note asking his wife for forgiveness for having died. From there, Ethan looks for the Third Lord and his search lands himself at the windmill, where he would go inside to find a lift that descends into the mines, and there is where he would meet Moreau.
Mother Miranda, if it's for you, I'd do anything.
I'll just be taking this.
Wait! What are you doing with Mother's special child?
She's not hers.
Oh, you have something to say?
What do you mean, Mother's special child?
Mother wants her baby back.
Don't screw with me!
Wait, please. If you take it, then the others will laugh at me. But if I do better than them...
What do I care?
Wait, just a little longer, please.
What's so funny?
You're stupid. You talk too much. It's all over. I plugged away in.
What are you...
Is my territory. And I won't let you leave.
Shit.
So he pops his ult and Ethan is caught in his domain expansion, meaning that the mines were now covered in this goop. But it's not just the mines, mind you, because upon getting out and whipping this boat, he has to deal with water in this dam and something in that water. However, that's still not the end of it, because down here, he finds...
What the hell? Research post or something? What the fuck are they doing here?
Get off of me!
Stay the fuck down!
Ethan! I gotta say, I'm surprised you made it this far. It'd be a shame if something happened to you now.
Sure, Chris. Why not? You killed Mia. Now do me and finish the job.
Hey, Cap. I'm getting some serious motion readings out here. We should move on.
What kind of readings? What's moving?
Unknown, but my guess is we've been here too long and Miranda knows it.
Hey, did you say Miranda? How are you involved?
Leave it alone, Ethan. You are out of your depth. What about the sample analysis?
It's definitely related to the mold.
You stay out of our business, Ethan.
What business?
God, watch out!
Shit! Stay back!
The exit's underwater. You're done.
I don't have time for this.
Miranda is already preparing.
Miranda sent you to slow me down? You're pathetic. What are you talking about? The fuck is wrong with you?
So there are a couple of things to unpack when it comes to Moreau, just a few things that I've noticed. One is obviously his obsessively unhealthy and seemingly unrequited veneration and perverse love that he has for Mother Miranda. He talks about her like she's his actual mother, and then he goes and says things like, it should be me with her, not you, making it seem weird, like he wants her the way that Simmons wanted Ada, back in Resident Evil 6, for those who didn't play that. The second is how he probably has a little bit of self-confidence issues, like he probably knows that he's horrendously atrocious to look at and probably gets treated as such by everybody else. And all of that externalized input becomes internalized, and soon he starts to see himself the way that others see him, so he probably acts the way that he does, or like he carries himself in this specific way because of all of these factors. But this mutated Aquaman, my god, for somebody so wet, he makes everyone drier than the Atacama Desert in Chile, which, by the way, is considered the driest place on the planet. Moving on, Ethan starts out by draining the dam to take Moreau's water advantage away, and watching him crawl away while whining about his precious water makes Ethan simply want to put the guy out of his misery. But soon, Ethan would find a log written by Moreau in childish writing, which tells us about his mental, where he talks about how Miranda gave him people to experiment on. He would drug them and implant them with cadeaux into their stomachs. This is the process that created the lichens, well, part of the process that creates the lichens infesting the village. More on that soon. But it's also shown that the reason Miranda tasked him with doing all of this was to find strong vessels, although vessels for what? Soon Ethan finds Moreau in his final form. 1,000 eyes cover his body, and it would suck if somebody had infinite flash grenades. Wanting to make his mummy proud, Moreau attempts to kill Ethan. But along the way, he talks about wanting Miranda to give him love and how Ethan's the reason that she doesn't. This further proves that she straight up just doesn't reciprocate love for her children. Because think about it, technically the 4 lords are her kids, but she just lets Ethan give them that merc work. She could have saved them at any point, but she chooses to let Ethan kill them all.
God damn you! Help me! Father!
He looked like Cell before Goku teleported him to King Kai's planet. Pressing into the room the disgusting creature was in, he reads another notebook where Moreau mentions Rose and how she is the vessel that Miranda is going to use in order to resurrect her dead child. This uncovers Miranda's true purpose as to why she kidnaps Rose, but it doesn't explain why she doesn't just immediately use Rose to bring her actual kid back instead of separating her amongst the lords.
You're better off than I thought.
Who's that?
Oh, come on. We just met a while back, not that it really matters.
You're the last asshole in my way, aren't you?
You've got fight. I'll give you that, Ethan. But what's the plan when you have all 4 flasks?
What are you trying to get at?
I could lend you a hand.
Trying to get on my good side?
Now don't get cocky. I'd kill you if you weren't worth the trouble. There's a stronghold not too far outside the village. Go there and get my flask. Do that, and you pass. First, head back to the graveyard.
Self-centered prick.
Before heading over to see the Master of Magnetism, Ethan pays a visit to Moreau's secret lab, and there he discovers more about how he created the Lycans. Moreau put Cadeaux inside of people, and then he would inject wolf's blood into that person's spine, thus creating the werewolves. He did all of this for the love of Mother Miranda, still a better love story than Twilight. Following the signs Walter White left for Ethan, he trudges deep into the Lycan's den. He puts Silver into one of those giant hammer-wielding ones and then passes by white crystals to then find Rose's torso. Picking it up and slowing these flashbacks down a bit, we see what Rose saw. Miranda and the Lords slowly creeping and crowding over her.
What?
You're the real deal, Ethan. Well done.
Quit hiding, asshole. I'm not letting you get out of this.
Cool your jets. Just a little bit more, and you're all wrapped up. I'll lend you a hand. So in exchange...
In exchange what?
First of all, come to me. Put all the flasks in the altar, and I'm sure you'll figure the rest out. See you, Ethan.
God damn it.
However, before going to the altar, Ethan decides to explore a bit more, and after blowing up this giant with an axe, he finds a diary. I am assuming that the butcher we just killed refers to the Duke when he says that the jolly merchant came by today to give him a newspaper. Miranda forbids news from the outside world in this village, but he can't help it, and there's one article in particular that piques his interest. He had seen the rise of a new company that bears a familiar emblem, the one that was seen on the chalice and in the cave walls, Umbrella. But then he says he wonders if the Umbrella Corporation has anything to do with a certain man who was here in the village years ago. I wonder who that man could be. Continuing on, Ethan would kill a goat, and his friend, or kin, would seek revenge, the staple of any Resident Evil antagonist. Placing Rose's flask into the altar, Ethan is taken down and follows the bridge over to Heisenberg's factory, and once inside...
What the hell? Mia?
Let me guess. You're thinking, take me out like the others, and then he gets going save Rose, right?
I'm healing my daughter.
Look, you got this all wrong. Tell me what I'm talking about. Shut your fucking hole! Sorry about that. Take a seat. Listen, Ethan, you're being played.
What are you talking about? You think this is a game?
I said sit! Lady, supersized bitch. Ugly ass psycho doll. An embryonic freak. Don't you get it? It's a test. To see if you're strong enough to be a part of Miranda's family.
I don't want to be a part of Miranda's family.
Neither did I, but here we are. And I'm next in line, right? Kill me, move up the chain? Well, fuck that!
I don't give a damn about your personal issues. I just want to fix my daughter.
So do I. Do you have any idea how powerful that kid is? Even Miranda's scared of her. Last time, you freak, I swear to God! You and me, Ethan. Together, we can go save Rose, and then we can use her to grind Miranda into paste.
My daughter is not a weapon. Fuck you!
Last chance. You don't want to find out what's in that hole.
I'll take my chances.
Your funeral.
Damn it! Running from this motorhead since Ethan isn't supposed to kill him yet, he begins making his way through the Heisen factory. In here, he learns that Heisenberg has been mass-producing an army of what's called soldats. These things remind me of a game called Killing Floor. They're basically cyborg zombies. These mechanical soldiers were made by Heisenberg, where he would replace human hearts with cadeaux, then run electricity through them to stimulate their muscles. The headgears they wear over their eyes control their brainwaves, and the reactors on their chest increase power output, creating these killing machines. But what is he building an army for? And as Ethan is running around his facility, Heisenberg is talking to him through the speakers, talking about how he feels contempt for Mother Miranda. She forced him and the others to serve her for decades, and this was a great point of contention and humiliation for him. He would also express great disdain towards her because of how she looked at them, the four lords, as nothing more than just children. But she doesn't actually care about them as children, and for this, he wants to destroy her. But Ethan doesn't give a lobster's tail about his personal issues. Ethan just wants his daughter. And Heisenberg would laugh about how Ethan is the only one who doesn't see how powerful Rose actually is. Heisenberg plans to use her to defeat Miranda. Moving on to defeat Heisenberg's failed Motorhead experiment called Strum, who Heisenberg writes is invincible from the front but dumb, Ethan would go on to find his personal journal, and in it he writes that the Lords are failed Cadeau experiments to Miranda. It should be noted also that, in case anybody's wondering, why aren't all the people in the village as powerful as the Lords? If you're wondering that, it's because the Lords were uniquely attuned and compatible with the Cadeau parasites. It's a bit like the virus and the other entries, where some individuals simply just have a better genetic predisposition that fuses well with the virus. In the following pages of this journal, he hits on the topic again of Miranda having taken his dignity, and those specific words, to me, it seems very personal, and it makes me wonder if she de-dickified him or something. Like, he seethingly hates Miranda. Sure, he was just an experiment and forced to serve, but it seems extremely profound, this great detest that he has for her. However, he writes that he's incapable of simply standing up to her because of how much power she has, but he emphasizes her ability to ostensibly shapeshift into anybody using the metamycete, and so that is how he arrives at finding a way to use Rose's power to defeat her. And what makes this even more interesting is that he notices something about Ethan's body. Perhaps he sees the E-series inside of him. Or maybe he realizes, just like the other Lords, that hey, this guy probably isn't just a regular human, because how did he slay all of the Lycans and get past all of the traps and kill the other Lords at this point? So, I mean, at that point, it's kind of obvious, right?
What the?
Not bad, not bad, Rangers. You're persistent. But I've got a rebellion. So stay out of my way.
Don't come back!
Despite Timu Magneto transforming into a Transformer, Ethan, as it turns out, was not alone down here.
I told you to leave it alone, Ethan. You are in the way.
What do you care, Chris? You killed my wife, you son of a bitch!
You think I killed Mia? That wasn't her. It was Miranda.
What?
She's a bioweapon. She changed her appearance and pretended to be Mia. Seems she also survived being shot, so now I'm here to finish the job.
Bullshit! Why don't you fucking tell me right away?
Because I knew you would want to be involved. And this job is hard enough without civilians getting in the way.
Why us, Chris? What the hell is going on?
All right, Ethan. All right. I guess I owe you an explanation. Hand me that wrench. Long story short, Miranda's fucking insane. In this village, all these monsters and freaks, this is her life's work. Some sort of crazy experiment with the mold.
The mold. Like Louisiana. God damn it. All this time, I thought I could save my family. I can't escape from here. I can't do anything!
That might not be true. Take a look at this. My men sent those pictures a few minutes ago.
Miranda.
Keep looking.
Rose. Holy shit, we gotta go!
Relax, my men are monitoring the situation.
But they have my daughter.
You don't get it, Ethan. You don't stand a chance against Miranda by yourself. I will stay down here and finish planting explosives. You take that elevator, I'll meet you topside. I promise you, we will get your daughter back. Together.
Damn straight we will. And when I find Miranda, she's a dead woman.
All right, Ethan. Then you take this, and do me a favor. Try to stay under the radar.
Can't turn back now.
Hey, where did Chris walk off to? There is literally nowhere this way for him to go, except for that little hole we came from. And he definitely didn't go there because that area is surrounded by water too, so where did Chris go? Anyways, this explains, at least, why Chris didn't just tell him everything when he shot up Ethan's house. I guess that works, sure. However, Chris also mentioned that what's going on here is connected to the mold back in Louisiana, but to what extent and how. Reading Chris's laptop, he sent a message to his unit, the Hound Wolf Squad, where he first confirms that the connections, that organization back from RE7, have nothing to do with what's going on here in the village. Remember that back in RE7, Chris was working with Blue Umbrella while still employed under the BSAA to track down and find the Crim Syndicate known as the Connections. And even though they're not here, Chris did find out that Miranda infected herself with the mold and then used her mystique powers to infiltrate the Winters' home in an attempt to abduct Rose. When they attacked, Miranda played dead, then during the transport she killed everybody on the truck and then takes Rose. He then ends by saying that they have to blow up the village, and it looks like he was planning to take down Heisenberg himself at first, using the mini-tank that he just gave to Ethan, which is made of material that Heisenberg can't manipulate. He signs off with his gamertag Alpha. Now, Chris was, I think, going to try and do this himself, but he was like, oh, Ethan's here. Let me just let him do this, I guess. I know it's for the story, but I've always kind of had an issue with like characters saying, oh, I'm gonna be off screen doing something else while this guy handles the main boss or a boss, and then when the boss fight ends, then they show up like, oh, you know, I had to take the stairs. I don't know, you know what I mean? Riding up top, Heisenberg immediately descends upon Ethan and the two do battle, steel and metal. In the middle of their fight, Chris blows up his factory. Alright, so, you know, I guess that kind of makes sense. Chris was going off to do something. But still, that doesn't make sense. What was his plan? Was he going to fight Heisenberg and then go back to... Yeah, no, I guess that kind of makes sense. You defeat Heisenberg, then you go back and blow up the factory. But I guess now he can kill... He's just being more efficient. Okay, fine. I'll give him this one.
No! I'm an army! That boulder punching asshole! But you're first! You really should have taken my deal! You'll be frozen in the afterlife! Rose's power is one! Right after I murder Miranda! This can't be the end for me! I must kill her!
Ethan? I heard explosions. What the hell happened?
I dealt with Heisenberg. Now I'm gonna find Miranda and get Rose back.
Not without me. It's too dangerous. Wait there, you hear me? Ethan?
Rose?
Ethan! Ethan, respond!
Mia? What?
Our child. She's so important, isn't she?
She's everything to me.
And mine to me. With Heisenberg gone, you've lost your lead. What are you going to do?
I don't know, but I'm saving Rose.
You'd never know, do you? Even when I took Mia's place in your home. Poor Ethan.
Who are you? Where's Rose? Miranda.
Enough. Remember Evelyn and her power over them all? Rose is her successor. No. Rose is Evelyn's true, complete form. She will grow to fully control the masses. And I must have her. Calm yourself. Rose will be saved. The Megamycete catalogs all of us. However, she will be reborn as my daughter.
She's my child, not yours. Where are you? Show yourself!
Why did Rose come to be? Was it because of her parents? And you are truly a special case. But I've learned all I can from you. Your worth as a lab rat has run out.
Miranda! You coward! Come out and face me!
Don't worry, Ethan. Your death will come quick. You will join the Megamycete's records. I will make sure to sample your blood for later. Once dawn breaks, the ceremony will be complete, and I will become her true mother, bound for eternity in blood. I've waited so long. But dreams really can come true. Vessel or not, I can't wait to see my true child again.
Captain, I've confirmed the death of Ethan Winters. I wasn't able to retrieve the body, but I've recorded evidence.
Share your screen, and I'll go over the situation. My team and I were careless. Yesterday, we took down the transformed Miranda, but we didn't kill her.
Who knew she could fake being a corpse?
Since Miranda could have infected Ethan, I forcefully took him and Rose with us. But the vehicle they were riding in was attacked. When I got to the wreck, Ethan and Rose were gone. The last time I was able to contact Ethan, I heard Miranda's voice. She murdered him. And she is not gonna get away with it. God damn it, when does it end?
What's that, sir? The mission?
All of it. 3 years trying to put this thing in the ground. 3 years too long.
We'll get her, Captain. The squad's ready for you.
So BSAA got here already? They didn't waste any time?
Mission adjustment?
No, doesn't change anything. Terminate Miranda and rescue Rose. That's the mission. And failure's not an option.
Let's have some fun, people. Like old times.
Move out.
Roger.
Okay.
K9, I want to know what the hell BSAA is doing here. Find out what you can.
Roger that. I'm on it.
So, I want to cover some things back there in the cutscenes. First off, how did Heisenberg know that Chris punches boulders? Right? Was he there? How does he know Chris punched a boulder when he fought Wesker back in RE5? The second thing is, why didn't Miranda just kill Ethan back at the house? I'm assuming that she killed Mia to take her place, so why not get rid of Ethan as well? But then she calls him a lab rat in this scene. So, I guess she keeps him around for a reason or two. One, maybe she found him interesting, if only just for entertainment. She wanted to see what he could do. But secondly, and I think this actually has to be the bigger reason, she wanted Ethan to kill the other lords. Because why else would why would she give each lord a part of Rose? She gives them all Rose, knowing that Ethan would go after them and kill them all. So how did she know that he was capable? Perhaps her connection to the Mutamycete showed her that he could, since anybody absorbed into the mold gets connected and they all share consciousnesses. Or perhaps she just wanted to see if he could. If he did it, great. She gets rid of her useless children, since now she's gonna have a real one, but if not, no biggie, she had nothing to lose, and it was fun to watch. But yeah, that's the other thing. Miranda is connected to the Mutamycete, and Ethan was already infected back in RE7 with the E-series, so he's already molded out, so she probably can already, enter him, if you know what I mean. The other thing, Chris, who again I am sure still works for the BSAA, doesn't seem too happy that the BSAA, or I guess I was sure before that he was working with the BSAA, but he just doesn't seem happy that the BSAA is here, so what's the deal with that? Did he do his own thing and just not tell the BSAA? Moving forward, Chris sees the village is getting overrun by the mold and he zooms in on the BSAA, saying that they've gone too far, but what exactly have they done? Chopping down lichens, he heads to the center of the village where the mold is rapidly expanding. Something is making it more and more active, so they have to destroy it. But while he works on this, one of his men reports that the BSAA are fighting the lichens as well, stating that they're trying to get to the Mutamycete. Something tells me that the BSAA is no longer the organization that we knew. In fact, it doesn't really look like Chris is on board with them anymore now. Instead, he's running his own Black Ops team independent of them. Soon, Chris is told that the mold from Louisiana is different from the mold that they're finding here. While the E-series had been genome edited by the connections, this mold is untouched. In fact, here is where the mold originated from. Chris continues down and into the cave to fight this giant molded lichen, after which his team has a discussion on comms wondering where the real Mia was, and just like I presumed, one of the team members states that Miranda likely had no more use for her, so she's probably dead. But then he asks how Miranda even knew that Rose existed. However, Chris quickly cuts them off because he finds the Metamycete, the source of all the mold. Chris prepares to blow it up to Kingdom Come, but he says he's not leaving until he finishes Miranda off for good. So he walks into her lab, and it is here that we find so much information. So if you have a lot of questions, it's probably going to be answered here. Miranda gave all of the lords the cadeaux to see if any one of them could be a fit vessel for her daughter Ava. Moreau was deemed to be defective. Domitresque was an interesting case though, because she took well to the cadeau parasite, which gave her an incredible healing factor. And actually, that answers the question as to why she gained so much size. However, due to her being born with a blood disease mentioned before, she had to maintain her regeneration powers by eating people and drinking their blood regularly. Because of this, she was not fit for Ava. Heisenberg had a strong affinity with the cadeau, granting him electromagnetic powers, and even though Miranda found him fascinating as a specimen, he was still unfit. Beneviento was recorded to be mentally ill and underdeveloped, also noting that she divided her cadeau amongst her dolls so that she could control them from a distance. She too was deemed unfit for the resurrection of her daughter. Looking around some more, Chris would see a cadeau in a jar up close, ascertaining that this is how she controls all the BOWs in the village. On a desk, he sees sketches or pictures of a young man, although we can't see his eyes. But with these pictures is a note written by the man to Miranda. You see, he knew that Miranda was immortal and from a different time. This was the man that the butcher had mentioned in his notes, who was here in the village 15 years ago. He admired Miranda's work, but even more so than that, he was inspired enough to create his own vision for human evolution. But there was just a problem. You see, Miranda had different goals than this man. Miranda only cared about bringing her one daughter back, while this man had his sights set on affecting the entire world. And as a result, he would leave this village, stating that the mold was of no use to him, but that a virus could help him achieve his goals. And he finds this virus in Africa, the progenitor virus. And with this, he intends to start a company called Umbrella, dedicated solely to the progenitor's research. He also got the idea for the company's logo from the cave that we saw earlier. Miranda, Mother Miranda, was Oswell Spencer's mentor. In a way, all viruses today stemmed from Mother Miranda, because without her, Spencer may have never had his vision or knowledge. I think it's really cool that Resident Evil Village did this, that they reconnected everything, full circle type thing. On another table is a picture of Evelyn, Miranda, and then there is a group photo. If I recall correctly, we see this same photo back in RE7, I think. Taking a closer look at this group photo, we see Mia all the way on the right. Further back on the left, we see Alan, who looks like Barry. Alan was her partner from RE7. Evelyn is in the center, and over her shoulder on her left is Miranda herself. So, at some point, Miranda had connections with the connections, which I think is pretty wild because that means that Miranda was implicated as far back as RE7. She was right there. She was like this villain in plain sight, and we couldn't have known that. Just like the beginning of the game, she was right there in front of us the entire time. So I imagine that doing New Game Plus would hit differently, knowing who she actually is. That, you know, if you start from the beginning again, you're like, oh, that's not actually Mia, that's Miranda, and that entire sequence in the beginning is going to hit different. In fact, when you rewatch that part where she takes the first bullet, it just makes sense that she doesn't flinch or seemingly even get hurt. Rather, she looks annoyed that somebody even dared to strike somebody as venerable as she was. Again, that just makes total sense. But bringing it back here, Chris reads Miranda's personal notes to her daughter, Ava. You see, Miranda lost her daughter to the Spanish flu, which primarily occurred in 1918 to 1920, and she was so stricken with grief that she went to go die in a cave to be with Ava. But the cave that she wandered into was where the Mutamycete was. And this has some pretty heavy implications that I don't really want to dive into yet because I feel like it's a stretch, but it does raise some questions. Like, where did this Mutamycete come from? It's kind of like the progenitor virus back in Africa in Resident Evil 5, or I guess just in the entire series. Before Oswell finds the progenitor virus, it was already there. It had been there for a while. And it's the same thing here with the Mutamycete. Where did this Mutamycete come from? It's already been here in the cave, and Miranda just stumbles upon it. Where do these things come from? How long have they been here? That would be interesting to find out. But what happens next is Miranda touches the Mutamycete, and knowledge floods into her as the mold collects the minds of those who have died. The question is it just anybody who dies in the world or anybody who's infected? Because she then states that her daughter's essence is in this mold and that she could be resurrected with the right vessel. Miranda's need for the said perfect vessel leads her to experimenting on everyone in the village, where she would even create the Cadeau parasite. And now Rose is here, and the reason that Miranda dices her up is to test her regenerative capabilities as a vessel. This explains why she is dismembered, but it does not explain why Miranda didn't just immediately put her back together again and then proceed with the ceremony. Like, I can get wanting Ethan to kill all of the lords, but if you have been waiting a century to get your daughter back, and you've got the perfect host right in front of you, why wait any longer? Getting your other underlings killed seems like a weak reason to wait to resurrect Ava. But I digress. Miranda also writes about the connections. Apparently they came to her offering their help in reviving Ava, and in exchange, she gave them some mold and Ava's DNA. So that explains how the connections were able to create the E-series, Evelyn, which also ties up another question I had in how the mold came from Europe and ended up in Louisiana. But Miranda would also note that Evelyn was just another failure, no different than her four lords, except through Evelyn and through the connections, she learns about Rose. How, exactly? Because Rose wouldn't be born for another around 3 years, right? Unless the connections were keeping tabs. Oh my god. The connections? The BSAA? Guys, Rose was born at a BSAA hospital, and BSAA doctors ran tests on her. The BSAA is the one who moved the Winters to Europe, right where Miranda was. Them moving to Europe at the behest of the BSAA wasn't an accident, it was by design. Miranda wanted the Winters near her, and she was able to manipulate the situation because of her connections with the connections who have now infiltrated the BSAA. I think this would also explain why Chris isn't really happy that the BSAA is here, because he's figured out that the BSAA are the bad guys now. But yeah, Miranda might not be working directly with any other organization. She's kind of just doing her own thing, but I at least think that's how she got the 411 on Rose. That, or because the Mutamycete again connects everybody who's infected. So because Mia, Ethan have the mold in them, it's also likely that Miranda found out about their baby through the hive mind. So those are two options that answer how she knew about Rose. In one of these cells, we see an old photo of Miranda and her baby. Low-key looks like Angelina Jolie. Miranda, I mean, not the baby.
Show me your hands! Umbrise, this is Alpha. Where is Miranda right now?
Still at the ceremony site. Whatever she's doing, she's staying put.
God damn. It really is you. I'm glad you're safe, Mia. Why are you here?
I was caught in Houston experiments.
Wait, did you say Mia? Mia Winters?
In the flesh. What's the situation up there?
Kind of a war going on. Nothing we can't handle.
Don't get distracted. Stick to the mission. I'm headed to the ceremony site.
Wait! You can't leave me here. You promised, damn it! You said that you would keep us safe. We did everything that you asked. We moved over here, everything! And I didn't care. So long as we were together. So you tell me, where is my husband? Where is my daughter?
Ethan is gone. I couldn't save him. But I can save Rose. Come on. It's not safe here after all.
What do you mean he's gone?
He's dead. I'm sorry, Mia, but we have to leave. We have to destroy this village.
No! You're wrong. I tried to keep this a secret, but... You don't understand how special he is.
What's going on? Someone there? It's cold. How did I get here? God, it's freezing. This shit in my body.
You're so dumb.
Evelyn? How are you here?
You're dead.
Dead? I mean, Miranda. She... No. I still have to save Rose.
Wrong! It wasn't Miranda. You were always dead.
What are you saying? I can still...
See? Miranda didn't kill you. You mean you didn't think it was weird? No matter how much you got hurt? Remember. Three years ago, the Baker house. You were murdered by Jack. You died there 3 years ago.
That's impossible. No way.
You shouldn't even be able to walk around.
Quit messing with my head.
You shouldn't be walking.
Screw you! Then what am I? I did all that. Rose. Mia.
Now do you get it? Your whole body is nothing but mold. You can't ever see your family again.
Family. No. Rose. I have to save my daughter.
You're already dead. Dead!
I will save Rose!
At last, he awakes.
Where am I?
My carriage, Ethan. You were having a nightmare.
Duke?
Your battle with Heisenberg was a sight to see. But to think Miranda would show herself.
How long have I been out?
Not long till dawn.
Duke, I need a favor. Take me to Miranda.
I assumed as much and am already on the way. We should arrive shortly.
Thank you.
But Ethan, are you sure of this? Your body is, well, falling apart.
Yes.
Foolish of me to ask.
Speaking of foolish questions, who or what are you?
Even I can't quite answer that. We're here.
I owe you one.
Mr. Winters, I'm afraid you can't return to your old world any longer. Are you ready?
Yeah, I have to be.
So Mia was actually alive, even though literally everybody else thought that she was dead. She says that she was experimented on, but she doesn't go into detail, and she doesn't say how long she was imprisoned. And because of this lack of information, the question of when exactly did Miranda take her place at the Winters' household is still up in the air. Like, was she there for 6 months, 6 days? Did Ethan, accidentally have coitus with Miranda? You know what I mean? It's a valid question, right? But yeah, this is so, off script real quick. It's honestly weird to see Mia thrown in the back burner of the story here in Resident Evil 8, because like in RE7, she was pretty central to the story, and here Capcom just like sidelines her. But Capcom does also have this habit of introducing main characters and just never doing anything again with them. So I wouldn't be surprised if we just never really see Mia again after this, which kind of sucks because I hate when they do that. Like, I'm still waiting to see Billy Cohen from Resident Evil 0. You know what I mean? But back to the script. I wanted to hit on Chris. Again, people just keep dying around this man. It is a curse to be on this guy's team. I'm pretty sure he feels guilt and disappointment that he wasn't able to save Ethan, and it hurts even more because Mia points out that they just followed his orders and suffered for it. And when it comes to Evelyn, you guys ever see that commercial, Maybelline? Every time I read Evelyn's name, or Evelyn's name, I just think of that commercial, Maybelline. Well, I just aged myself. But apparently, according to the analytics on this channel, a lot of you guys are actually within my same age range. So I guess that just naturally makes sense. So when it comes to Evelyn, 1, her voice is annoying to begin with, and 2, it makes sense that she would still somewhat be alive, quote unquote, through the Metamycetes. And 3, Ethan isn't actually alive, but I feel like this is not a surprise. Because if you just took the time to read the notes and examine the whole story of RE7, this surprise moments wouldn't actually be a surprise. Off rip, I, and if you've been watching this channel, you as well, probably came into this knowing that Ethan was already molded. Which, by the way, no one in the game knew that Ethan was molded, or his wife. Nobody thought, hey, we should probably test Ethan and his wife for the Metamycetes? Or is there variants of the mold so advanced that it is undetectable? Look, everybody plays games for different reasons. Play your game you play the game you paid for however you want to play. Some don't care about the story much, they just want the puzzles and the horror, you weirdos. And then you watch a YouTuber like me break it down, you gigachads. It's all lighthearted jokes. But the point is, I guess some people might have missed this and then it would have actually been a surprise. This revelation might have actually been a surprise that Ethan was already molded, but it was one of those things where I'm sitting there watching this scene play out, and I'm thinking to myself, Capcom, why are you trying to push this narrative? You guys wrote this in, and you want me to be surprised at this crucial moment when this was kind of already a given if you just paid attention a little bit even to the story? There are parts of Village that I feel are, at least narrative-wise, half-assed. But I'm going to hold off on talking about my thoughts of this game and also 7 at the end of the video. Heading over to the middle of the chaos, he finds Miranda performing the ritual. Rose is formed from the mold and Miranda calls her her daughter's name, but she immediately recognizes that something is wrong. With liquid mold oozing out of her eyes, the power of the Metamycete begins to leave her. I think the reason this is happening is because Rose is here now, and she has actually made direct contact with the Metamycete, and so she's probably draining Miranda of her powers, siphoning it into herself. And she's just a baby. Ethan demands his daughter back, but Miranda, who comments that his body's interesting, which, by the way, she already knew that, so I say that, says she's going to kill him. Suddenly, a bullet smacks her in the head, and Chris, from somewhere in that direction, yells at Ethan to grab her. However, Miranda isn't going to let him. She grabs Rose back, blackened eyes oozing down her cheeks, and she transforms into her final form. They begin to fight, and she says that Ethan fulfilled his true purpose in that he got rid of the 4 lords for her and awakened the Metamycete. How exactly did Ethan cause the awakening? By killing the lords? If Miranda needed that to happen, why not just do that herself? It would have been way faster for her to do it herself. She could teleport, take them out one by one, or if she wanted to, call them into one place and just take them out right there. On a more serious note, another thought that I had was, what is the difference between the Metamycete, the E-Series, and the Cadeau? I already know this, but I'm just going to lay it out for anybody who missed it or just wants a quick recap reminder. The Cadeau is a parasite that Miranda made by infusing nematodes, and in real life, nematodes are microscopic worms, with the Metamycete. The Cadeau assimilates a host's DNA, depending on where it's implanted on the body, and the Cadeau can even alter anything foreign to assimilate to its host, and this is why we see Lady D's daughters and Heisenberg's soldats. The Metamycete is the giant super fungus that Miranda found in the cave from which all mold stems from, and the E-Series is what the Connections created from the mold after coming to Miranda, asking to collaborate with her, and they basically just wanted to weaponize the mold. So they edited the genome sequence for the Metamycete in order to create the E-Series. However, moving forward, Ethan defeats Mother Miranda, bringing an end to her reign of terror. And I'll be honest with you, despite the shortcomings that this story has, in this scene and in the final scene from the DLC, I teared up.
My daughter! My Eva!
Rose! Shh. Shh. It's all right, Rose. It's all right.
Ethan! Ethan! Come on, Ethan. Come on, Ethan, wake up. Oh, no.
Chris.
Ethan. You did it. It's finished.
I think we've finished each other.
Ethan. We gotta move. Keep moving, Ethan. There's a bomb in that thing that'll blow this whole village sky high. Hey, look at me. When I hit this trigger, we can't be anywhere near it. Ah, damn it. Mia's waiting for you. She's alive, you hear me? Alive.
Mia, I'm so sorry. I love you. Keep Rose safe.
Hey. And you tell yourself. Now come on, it's not that much further.
Watch over her. Teach her to be strong.
God damn it.
Goodbye, Rosemary.
Ethan.
Rose?
Go, take us up now.
Wait! Where's Ethan?
Get moving. We have to get clear.
No, we can't go. Not without my husband.
Mia, sit down and strap in.
Not before you tell me where Ethan is. I know he wouldn't abandon us. Tell me what's going on. Where? What was that?
I told you to sit down.
No. Where is he? Chris? What have you done?
He's gone. I tried. He stayed so we could all escape. I'm sorry.
Captain, you need to see this. BSAA didn't send soldiers. This is a bioweapon.
What the hell were they thinking?
Orders, Captain.
Pick up the rest of the squad. Plot a course for BSAA Europe HQ. Someone's gotta pay.
I cannot imagine the guilt that Chris probably bears even more. And I can't imagine Mia's soul, the pain of having her soul being torn from her, having lost her husband. But the BSAA is confirmed to be corrupted. They lived long enough to become the villain. They were started up to fight bioterrorism, and here they are using bioweapons. But now we have to wonder, did they succeed in getting the Metamycetes? And what are they going to do with it if they did? With the destruction of the Metamycete, this was likely the nail in his coffin, in Ethan's coffin. However, if Chris never destroyed the super fungus, would Ethan have been able to still survive? I think probably not, because Miranda ripped his heart out, literally. But ignoring that, what were the limitations of him being a super sentient mold? Like, could he live until 90 years old as a molded one? And is the Mutamycete really destroyed because Rose is still here? Actually, never mind. I just reminded myself that the mold can fully operate independently. But while we're on the subject of Rosemary Winters, what we do next is we time skip 16 years into the future, into the year 2037, where Rose is now at the park meeting with K, or K9, a member of Chris's hound squad from the village. Rose asks him why he's called to meet, saying that if this is about her joining Chris's operation, she's not down. But he responds that it's got nothing to do with that. Instead, he's asking, how is school going? Hearing this question, she kind of laughs off her pain, but she mentions that the kids at school, the girls at school are mean, they treat her like a freak, and even though Kay is fully adamant that she doesn't subscribe to that belief, because the other kids are so mean to her, she chooses to isolate herself. And one of the focal points to this is she's a superpowered being who can't relate to other kids. She longs for connection, but is an outcast, and as a consequence, she holds her own self-doubts. So Kay asks, Rose, if you could get rid of these powers, what would you do?
I'd get rid of them in a heartbeat.
All right, well, I think there's something I need to show you. You already know about Miranda and the Mutamycete, how she researched it obsessively and performed experiments on human subjects.
Like me.
Exactly. What you don't know is that we recently found some of her research. Apparently, she discovered a purifying crystal that can remove the Mutamycete from its host.
Purifying crystal?
If we can get our hands on one of these, we might be able to weaken or remove your powers entirely.
Are you kidding me?
No, but her notes are incomplete. However, I think I have an idea where we can find the rest of her research.
Let's do it. Let's find it. Where is it?
In there.
What?
That's a fragment of the Megamycete. It absorbs and stores memories from people who pass away in close proximity, including Miranda, and everything she knows. If you enter its consciousness, you might be able to solve the mystery of the purifying crystal.
Wait, what do you mean enter its consciousness?
So your deep connection will allow you to explore the information within.
That sounds crazy. You sound crazy.
Yes, Rose, but not dangerous, right? Think of it just like walking through somebody else's memories.
You really think this can work?
I think it's worth trying. What do you have to lose?
How do I even do this?
Shit, I don't know. Try reaching out to it. See what happens.
Okay. Fine. What the hell?
Oh my god, Rose is so weird.
Yeah. It's like she sees things that aren't there. Creepy. Stay away from us, you freak.
Imagine wanting to be friends
She's
with her.
definitely
Ew,
something just moved on her hand. What's wrong with her?
Shut up!
Yeah. It's like she sees things that aren't there.
Freak.
Creepy. Ew, something just
Go
moved on her hand. She's
away.
definitely
Freak.
Freak. Just disgusting.
Please just stop!
I'm still here? Kay? Kay? Where are you? Kay! This isn't right.
It's left. The note, I mean, it's to the door on the left where Kay wrote about how the mold stores and collects memories of the dead who pass away within its proximity into its ocean of consciousness. But also that anybody infected with the mold would be connected to its network, so that answers that question that we had back at Miranda's lab. He writes that if this is actually the case, then somebody, aka Rose, who has a strong affinity to the mold should be able to connect to the memories inside of the mold, and as we saw, Rose can do just that with the mold sample that they acquired from the village 16 years ago. Now, Kay's reasoning for this is written as somebody who cares more about accessing the great minds of the dead, people who might be able to advance humanity, and not really as somebody who cares about what Rose wants, although he approached her dangling that carrot. It is through her that he would be able to cut through the red ethical tape because the organization they work for doesn't allow them to contact mold-infected civilians, hence his true reasoning for taking Rose into this. But now she is no longer in the real world, instead she is without a doubt in the moldy memories of the damned. Now, what makes this even more terrifying than what she sees here in the castle cellars is that she hears another girl, who with a monotone voice tells her it is dangerous here. Finding a key to free that girl, she's startled by seeing her name written in blood. Then she finds a note talking about sprucing up rabbits to make them more lively. When she starts heading back to the iron prison door, a molded creature tries to rise from the black and red liquid, but it doesn't fully form. Entering the cell with the girl, she doesn't see her, but she does find a drawing where 3 girls who look the same are all being attacked by a giant black creature.
No! Stop! Help! Thanks. Thank you. That wasn't... You look just like me. Who are you?
I'm Rose.
What's going on here?
Must keep moving. But... too dangerous here.
Running ahead of her imitation, that somehow still ends up in front of her, Rose even turns around to look behind, wondering what's going on. She follows her into another area to see that there are actually several more girls who look exactly like her, all of them trapped. Fear seems to be the only thing they all know, and the only time that they don't speak in flat, monotone voices is when they are scared. Crawling across so many dead roses, she looks for a handle to open a gate. One of them would even pop out at her. For some reason, these dead roses don't have parts of their faces. It's like they've turned into white crystal mold instead. A terrifying sight to behold. When she heads back to the other rose, she doesn't know how, but she blasts the monster away and makes it through the gate, but would end up at a dead end. That is until something golden miraculously opens a path for her. Taking this opportunity, she runs through as the creatures try grabbing her from all directions, but Rose's guardian angel would provide instructions on walls and move things around to guide her through.
What? A dead end! No! Stay back! What on earth? What the?
you? Okay. What were those things? What is happening here? How? What is this? Where am I? Not until I get this out of my body. There's a crystal here that will remove the mold. I need to find it. And I'm not leaving until I do. Who are you? My guardian angel? Do you have a name? If you're an angel, then Gabriel? Michael? Okay. Michael? What now?
She passes through Castle D's halls until she hears a loud voice booming.
You need to run as if your life depends on
Looks like we caught another. Lively now, aren't you? You should have put that effort into running. It would have made the chase that much more thrilling.
Let me go! Let me go!
It would seem this little rabbit lacks the necessary fortitude. A pity. You had shown a little grit and actually escaped, that purifying crystal would now be yours.
The crystal?
Who's this? Oh, now we have a new little rabbit to pursue. Let's see how fast this one is. Find her! Hunt her down!
Why is Duke here? Is it actually Duke, or is it just a part of Duke's essence? I don't think he's dead, but this could mean he's connected to the mold. Also, that note that she read back in the cellars about rabbits and liveliness, I'm pretty sure that had to do with what Masked Duke was talking about just now, with wanting these rose copies to have more spruce when running from him. With the way out blocked, monsters on her heels, she doesn't know what to do. But Mikael would tell her that she needs a weapon because it's dangerous. She needs a gun, but where is she going to get one? He tells her to touch his words, and together they produce a gun, which she uses to shoot the creatures trying to subdue her. Even though Rose has a ton of questions, she focuses on her primary goal, the crystal she needs to relinquish her powers, and it is right there in the hall, just waiting for her to finish puzzles to obtain 3 masks. How lovely. She finds the first mask, but it's blocked and locked by some mass. However, Michael says that she can use her powers to destroy it if she focuses and uses this amplifier. It's a blue flask, not so much different than the one that Rose was in when she was a baby, and absorbing its powers now, she's able to better fight off the monsters. Rose would also stop and talk with Michael, who checks on her well-being and even gives her items to help her on her journey. After obtaining the first mask, she heads through the Masked Duke's gallery, which is a bunch of dead roses and portraits and statues, and she obtains the second mask. But when she gets the final mask, a giant monster which is indestructible and has been hunting her like Nemesis for some time catches her. She wakes up imprisoned to the sound of Masked Duke on the TV. He is happy and entertained that the real Rose is here, providing so much joy, so he wants to keep playing games with her.
I knew the real Rose would be so much more lively. It would be a shame to snuff you out so unceremoniously. Shall we prolong our fun a little longer? Oh, come now, don't pout. I've prepared a nice little diversion for you. So many sclerotia. Nearly all of them are counterfeit. Do you think you can suss out the real ones?
With Michael's directions, she makes it out, and like a proud father, smiling at his daughter's accomplishments, he says, "All you." He then gives her more items, and Rose jokes about how she was hoping for a pony, but that this will do. From there, they head back to the hall, ready to remove her powers, but a thought forms in Rose's mind, that it is going to be weird living without them.
Well done, little one. You've more than earned this reward. Almost looks like the real thing, doesn't it?
What?
It's a replica, of course. Nothing that valuable could ever manifest on this stratum. Did you really think I'd give away something so precious? I had to bait the trap with something.
No! No!
Now comes the real fun. The perfect place for your demise. Let the show begin!
Rose is forced to defeat all the monsters in the arena. Doing so pisses the Masked Duke off, who summons everything he has to surround her. So Michael tells her, run and jump into the abyss. And while she is ambivalent, she trusts him enough, and she doesn't have any other options, so she falls into a deeper plane of the realm.
Ah! What? Down there? Ah!
Awakening on a silent hill, Michael warns her that the deeper the inception, the harder the escape, urging her to just leave right now. But Rose is adamant about wanting a normal life, so she's staying until she gets that purifying crystal. He calls her stubborn, but as if he were a loving father, he doesn't abandon her, and they go to the next area together. She continues through the fog and finds a note attached to Rose's favorite doll from when she was a baby. The writing looks childish, and it says that they know where the crystal is. Following the path, this is the memory of Beneviento, and on the lift, Michael warns her that somebody's trying to block him out of there, so Rose is going to have to tackle this one alone. She creepily gets welcomed in by name. Reading a note on the desk, it's her own words, talking about how it was her first day of school. Rose is so excited to make so many new friends and even wanted to give Chris a big hug when she sees him next. But then she would find out it was difficult to even talk to the other kids because nobody wanted to talk to her. She mentions how school itself was easy, mainly because Mia already taught her everything. Speaking of, where is Mia and why is she sidelined again? The kids don't like how Rose always knew everything, and she explains that when she is nervous, her hands get sticky with this white sweat. For some reason, probably tied to the mold, she couldn't control the white sweat, and the other kids would be very mean to her for it. Even the teacher would yell at her for always carrying a cloth around. Chris tried to talk to the teacher, saying that Rose isn't going to get anybody sick, but it didn't matter. However, one day, the poor girl finally had somebody go up and talk to her, somebody named Lucy. Rose always wanted a friend, and she hopes that Lucy's friend, Catherine, would also be her friend. But we also know how kids are, so let's see what happens. While Rose was down here, a little girl's voice would talk to her, saying that she wanted to play, and after gathering a bunch of dolls, we would see how becoming friends with Lucy went.
Seriously. Fuck you.
Tricked, betrayed, humiliated, ostracized, it was all the same. No one wanted to be her friend. That's the type of stuff that makes villains in real life, so I'm surprised that Rose didn't. But I guess it's like the Hulk says, with great power comes great responsibility. The little girl would call Rose and tell her that she has the crystal, and after avoiding Mommy's gaze, playing hide-and-seek with killer doll friends, and even running away from a giant mommy mannequin, she makes it to the room the little girl said she was in.
one likes Rose. Because she's a freak.
Hey!
She has those crazy powers. Just like her dad. That's why she doesn't have any friends.
Shut up!
You know it's true. What is wrong with her? She's afraid. Look at her.
No.
Afraid of what she might turn into.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
Running while the dolls would say harsh things like how she has no friends and it's all because of her dad, she would cry out for them to stop, and eventually she does make it out, just before barely getting grabbed by the Mia mannequin.
I can't take much more of this. Why are they talking about my dad? I never even met him. No, I don't know. I don't know the first thing about him. I wish I did. All I know is he died protecting me. Sometimes I try to imagine what my life would have been like if he hadn't died. Would he have taught me to ride a bike? Helped me with my homework? Read me a story every night? Would he have been there for me? Proud of me? Sometimes, when I feel lost or afraid, I try to imagine what he might have said to me. Where are we? It feels familiar, like I've been here before.
She was in the memory of her old home. Rose takes her time taking in what Michael was showing her, and while she looks at a bunch of objects, she hears her father's voice, wanting to hear more of him, to know more about who he was, what he was into, just trying to capture what she missed out on. She looks around. Wine. Rose would have been old enough one day to share some with her old man. Lady Dimitrescu's jazz album. Ethan wondered if she'd be a musician. He thought that Rose liked the music because she would bang her spoon as a baby whenever it played. Rose was curious if her dad played any instruments. Then she would go to look at the baby piano in the living room. A baby bottle on the kitchen counter. Fruit-flavored baby food in the pantry, her parents' music box, a note from Mia to Ethan talking about wanting to make cake for every occasion and for him to take lots of pictures. Reading this, Rose would mention that she hasn't seen her mom for a very long time, making me wonder, what happened to Mia? It sounds like they're just in separate places, but did Mia become a recluse after losing Ethan, or did Chris think it was better to have Rose closer to him? Heading into her old bedroom, she looks at the tiny crib she used to sleep in, her little onesies, a baby picture of her hanging on the wall in her dad's office, but then she would find a letter that he had dedicated to her.
Happy half-birthday, Rose. My gift to you is a promise. I'll always be there for you, no matter what. I'll be there every birthday to watch you blow out the candles on your cake. I'll be there to make you breakfast and walk you to school every day. I'll be there when you have a bad dream and sing to you until you fall back asleep. I'll hug you tight when you're troubled or worried and tell you that everything's gonna be all right. You are my precious Rose. Never forget that, Dad.
No one loves you.
No! No! Michael! Michael, help! Michael! No!
What? That thing you're looking for? Isn't here.
So, you don't have the purifying crystal?
Of course not. For that, you'll have to go deeper. Much deeper. Poor Rose. She can't trust anyone.
Why are you doing this?
No one loves you. And when you're dead, no one will care!
Eve expresses hate and jealousy towards Rose, talking about how she was here first, so why does she, I'm thinking Miranda when she says she, only want Rose? In a way, they're kind of like sisters, no? Escaping the halls and dolls closing in on her, Evelyn blocks her path, relenting that they were supposed to die and join her there. I don't know if she's talking about everybody in the village, Ethan and Mia, or the Bakers, but it's very clear that Evelyn is still mad about family. Michael is able to break through and take her away from Rose, with Eve vehemently asking how is he even here.
How are you even here?
This would give Rose the opportunity to escape this level, but she's still not safe as Evelyn is going to prevent her from leaving. But Michael tells her to use the Force to weaken her so that he can help. Before facing her, Rose is told by Michael to stay calm because she's got this. A little bit of affirmation and reassurance, and she goes out to fight Evelyn, who pulls the same moves from the end of Resident Evil 7. Her wins push Rose back as she screams and laments about family, how they wanted Rose more than her. And I think this is in part talking about how Miranda stopped caring about Evelyn when she learned about Rose. But in reality, Miranda stopped caring about Eve when she deemed her to be defective. But that is not what the little hurt girl sees. While on this subject, I was thinking about how and why Rose is the perfected version of Evelyn. I think a lot of it has to do with Rose having been born naturally versus Evelyn, who was lab-grown, because that also leads into her lack of stability mentally and emotionally. Because Eve had been experimented on her entire life and never had even the slightest chance or inkling of a normal childhood, her psyche was unstable and chaotic. Rosemary had issues, sure, but she had people around her. She had her mother at the very least. She is effectively as stable as any regular human. There's also her deep connection to the Mutamycete, as Case states, and as we've seen, she is able to access the Mutamycete by herself and at will, where I think Eve probably can't do that at the same degree, which admittedly probably reroutes back to her lack of control over herself as well. Simply put, Rose just has superior control over the Mutamycete, which made her the vessel for Miranda's daughter. That is why Rose is the perfected version of Evelyn. But Evelyn would continue to shout at her, saying that Rose is a freak with no friends who should have never been born. But Michael tells her she's not alone because she has him. He continues to reassure her that she's got this, to just stay focused, and together they take Eve down.
I can't believe how useless I am. No wonder no one loves me.
What now?
This is all your fault! And I will never let you have what you want!
Rose, look out!
Don't give up, Rose. Find that crystal.
She makes her way to the village, which in this stratum is corrupted, so much so that the mold eclipses and drips from the moon. Sensing the power for the mutamycete, she makes her way down into the cave where it's stationed, and upon arriving, she sees copies of herself being born from the mold. This is where Miranda had been working, creating husks of Rose. Looking over her notes, Rose learns that the memories here don't strictly reflect reality, meaning not everything we saw in here is necessarily true. She also learns that only those who are attuned to the mold can control themselves while in this realm. Reading on, even though Miranda was physically dead, she was still very much alive inside of this mutamycete, and while she was here, for the past 16 years, she had been trying to figure out ways to harness the power of this realm to even effectively affect the thoughts and memories of others. She continues to go on about how her memories are here, just dissolute, but which her is she referring to? I believe it's her daughter, because Miranda holds on to her initial goals to get Rose to be her vessel. In another note, Miranda writes about using the memories that different individuals have of different individuals to create another being. She succeeded in actually doing this after monumental efforts, but the man that she created here, although he looked like the one she knew in real life, he was flawed and unstable. On top of that, a portion of his face was missing, meaning Miranda couldn't just rely on recreating somebody comprised of different consciousnesses inside of the mold. She moves on to read about how Miranda attempted to create replicas of Rose, but something was preventing her from remaking anything even remotely suitable. It has to be Ethan interfering with Miranda. Even in death, Father protects. As a result, Miranda would only be able to create powerless husks of Rose, none of which were suitable as a vessel. Still hypothesizing why her efforts proved fruitless, she says it could be a combination of Rose actually still being alive in the real world, somebody in this realm stopping her, or a flaw in her production method. Her best hope is to lure Rose into this realm and find a way to get her to willingly offer herself to her. Then it is revealed in the third page that Miranda had discovered that the Rose copies she was making would actually exhibit a little bit of Rose's powers when subjected to extreme terror. Miranda postulated that this might be worth looking further into, and she would employ the man she first created, the Masked Duke, to do so. For however many years, so many copies of Rose were terrorized and killed. This also explains the Face Eaters from earlier. They were there simply to invoke fear. But Miranda would also learn about an intruder who decided to make herself at home, Evelyn. She's been running around doing her own thing and getting in the way of Miranda's plans, referring to what Rose just experienced back at the house. Miranda says that had Evelyn not gotten in the way, then Rose would not have gained that confidence that she has now, and she would have just been left in despair, ripe for the taking. Looking around this chamber, the mutamycete in the center even has an eye on it. The hanging bodies of Rose all over, it's just horrifying. But Rose continues down the hall, feeling the power of the crystal getting closer. She reads another... Oh my god, there's so many notes in this game. How many of you actually have read all of these? How many of you like that I just read and explain it for you? This book on the altar calls the mold the Black God. That's it, I just wanted to point that out. Another name for the mold, Black God. The rest of this is just praising the mold. Ascending the steps, she finally finds what she came for.
It's working. Oh my god. Is this what normal feels
Rose, I've waited so long for you.
Who are you?
My name is Miranda. you had become so powerful. Far too powerful for me to subdue directly. So, I had to lure you into this realm so that you might willingly relinquish your powers.
No, but Kay said...
Did he? Or did I? That Kay was an illusion. Very convincing, wouldn't you say?
No way.
Now you can become the vessel for my Eva!
Rose, run!
Ethan, you pest!
Go!
So, stop me from he can manifest. He can't save you, Rose! No one can.
The cave was coming down. Father and daughter run out as boulders come crashing down, and one's even about to fall on top of her. So, Rose just stands there, hoping that... I don't know what she was gonna hope for there. But luckily, Ethan turns around, runs back, gets her, pulls her out of the way. She thanks him and asks why he didn't tell her who he was. Ethan says he didn't want to complicate anything. All he wanted was for her to be safe. But then Ethan just stands there, probably thinking to himself, actually, that wouldn't really have complicated anything. I could have just told her and nothing would have changed. We still would have continued on and yeah. I guess Capcom should have just let me say who I was. I also just realized that I have never seen this guy's face. I never stopped once to think about it, but I've never seen this dude's face until now. Running out into the flash-banging light, Rose gets pinned down by Miranda, but Ethan shoots her and says to stay away from his family. They make it outside, but...
You can't escape me, Rose. Ethan, persistent as always.
Dad!
Rose, now's your chance. Go live a normal life. Make friends. No one will ever call you a freak again.
But...
Rose, just go!
I don't want to leave you!
I know. I love you. But I need to know that you're safe. So please, just...
Ethan, you insolent pest!
I got this. Get out of here!
Don't worry, Dad. I've got this.
What was the plan back there, by the way, Ethan? You just had a shotgun, but you were gonna hug Miranda to death? Anyways, Miranda thinks Rose isn't going to beat her in her own domain, but, like, Rose was a baby, not even trying when she took all of your power, so... yeah, I think Rose is definitely going to clap thine cheeks. Even as Miranda turned the realm red and covered everything in black, Rose had no fear, because Super Dad was here.
Rose! Over here!
Dad!
Use this! Take her down!
Oh, I will.
Return and yield your strength to me!
Hey, sweetie.
Oh my God!
You're so grown up now. And even though I wasn't there with you, always watched over you. I'm so sorry I couldn't protect you.
All you've ever done is protect me.
No. Not this time. You lost your chance. I'm so sorry.
No. It was my choice. And I don't regret it one bit. If I had left you, then we never would have had this chance to talk face to face. So it's okay. I'm okay.
I'm so proud of you. I'm so very proud of you. I love you, Rose.
I love you too, Dad. I'm back. I'm back. Dad.
Do you think the little boy will be able to touch the moon?
Nobody can touch the moon. It's too far away.
Wait, what if he has a rocket ship?
Okay, then he can touch it, but it'd be very, very cold.
You were being silly. I don't think that.
Hey, Dad. Happy birthday. Sorry I missed last week. I have a lot of tests coming up. You know how it is. Talk of the goddamn devil. Duty calls. I love you.
Yeah, I found her. Where else? Today of all days. We have a situation. You're needed, Evelyn.
Don't you ever call me that again.
Whoa, it's just a joke, Rose.
I can show you things even Chris doesn't know I can do.
We have a clear shot.
Stand down. I can handle it. She's just a kid.
Way to keep it together, Rose.
You're a lot like him, you know?
I know.
Who is this guy? They just stopped in the middle of the road and walking on the right side is some guy? Billy? In October of 2026, at an FBI office, Grace Ashcroft is hard at work writing up a case report on a fourth incident involving the death of somebody with an unidentified disease. She then opens up a newsletter highlighting that the Raccoon City lockdown had been extended to 2040 as safety cannot be guaranteed. However, the paper also remembers the incident which killed tens of thousands, and looking closer, you can see the ruined buildings, the crater left behind by the missile, and Oswell Spencer, founder of Umbrella, and the man responsible for the destruction of the city and the proliferation of the bioweapons arms race. Below is a headline talking about the USA withdrawing from the Treaty on the Prohibition of BOWs, believing that they are needed to stay ahead of global biological terrorism. Of course, the USA doesn't want to give up their BOW research or development because they want to hold the power themselves, but their official stance, which stands on a slippery slope, is that other terrorists and nations are doing this, so they need to as well, to keep peace in our time. But that is when Grace's boss calls for her, locked deep in her pensive thoughts. At first, she doesn't register his commanding voice.
Grace Ashcroft.
Yes?
My office.
Oh, coming. If this is about the report you asked for yesterday, it'll be ready in 3. No, 2 days, tops.
Put a hold on that for now. We found another body. One that exhibits the same pathology as the others we've been investigating. Now, I need a good technical analyst on this.
Okay.
I need your eyes on the crime scene. The Renwood Hotel. Look, I know that's where your mother was murdered. And I know it'll be upsetting for you. Alyssa died 8 years ago. Perhaps it's time for you to face the past. Confront that fear head on. Grace, I won't force you to go. But do you think you can do this for me? Investigate that crime scene and report back to me with your findings. That's all for now.
And so she finds herself in the rainy and gloomy streets of the city trying to locate the Renwood Hotel. She needs to investigate the scene, but it's also where her mother had been murdered. And stepping back into that traumatic place is daunting, but true bravery lies in confronting your fears even when terrified. Walking onward, Grace, on her phone, a man, we'll call him Mr. X, looks at her and shoves into her.
Sorry.
But she is the one who apologizes to him, and he just grunts with a disgusting look on his face and shakes his head, walking off. Welcome to the city of Renwood, I guess. Proceeding past the NPCs, through the modern hustle and bustle, she comes upon the entryway to the hotel where it's been yellow taped off. A car door shuts behind her, and a copper calls to her saying that she can't go through there. However, she doesn't notice until he's right in her view, to which she immediately tenses up, startled, eyes widened. But within the same second, she almost appears relieved and recomposes. Grace nervously keeps her head down, stuttering, asking why. He says it's because that's an active crime scene, and she realizes that she should have started with showing him that she's actually FBI first. Now, one interesting thing that I immediately noticed was the way she presented her ID to him. Admittedly, I'm probably already overanalyzing her, but the manner in which she does this is very different from what I've seen other agents or even cops do. You've seen the movies or the shows. Usually they flash their badges and hold it up high with authority, but Grace seems reluctant, like she's unsure of herself and waiting for his validation, even though girl's valid. Her offering her credentials to him instead of just flashing it kinda makes me wonder about her past, as I am at this point thinking that she's got just a tiny bit of trauma. And then listen to the way that she responds when he asks if she is FBI.
Oh, you're FBI?
I am.
Investigating all these strange deaths, huh?
Very bashful, very meek instead of authoritative. Not a criticism, by the way, just an observation. I didn't expect this, but only a few minutes into the game, and I'm already curious about the psychological space that she occupies. Well, with that, he leads her in asking about what's going on because this is the 5th body now that has symptoms of an infection. The cop doesn't realize that Grace has already retreated back into her mind. The realization that she's about to be where her mother was murdered, combined with her trying to understand the situation, is taking up all of her mental bandwidth. So, when he asks if she thinks it's infectious or bioterrorism, and she doesn't respond, he gets peeved that he's not being acknowledged. So he raises his voice and waves his hand in her face, and she reluctantly stutters out that there might be answers inside while keeping her gaze ahead and head low. He holds the tarp open to let her in, telling her to be careful and that the city is going to demolish this building soon. Trudging through the grungy alleyway, doubt running circuits through her mind, she gets startled by a crow flying in front and then above her to the roof of the Wrenwood Hotel. The front entrance is boarded off, so she finds the kitchen side entrance. She stops at a door that's been melted through, and before opening it, she takes in deep breaths and works herself up to push on through. Upon entering the bar area, Grace decides to review the investigation report one more time first. Midnight. Minutes to September 29th. The body of a man was discovered in this hotel's restroom, and based upon the corpse's level of decay, it had already been there for several days. But this is only one person, in addition to the 4 others that were found under similar mysterious circumstances across the US of A. One at Stoneville Hospital, named Ramirez. Another named Wilkins, which reminds me of the security guard from the Outbreak Files. But I doubt this is actually him, because here it says he dies at 51, but in the Outbreak Files game, we already see that he's quite up there in age. The report also mentions another victim named White at the Green Oak Apartments, and M. Warren, who died at 90 in the Night Valley Nursing Home. Now, for any of you real Resident Evil fans, does the name Warren stand out to you? Well, Resident Evil 2 happens to be one of my favorites, and the name Warren is linked to Brian Irons, who was this sadistic freak. Michael Warren was the Raccoon City mayor. When the outbreak happened, he decided to save himself and evacuate, leaving his poor daughter alone with that monster, with Irons, the RPD police chief who murdered and taxidermized her body. It really sucks that Michael Warren got to live all the way to 90 years old, and he died safely, nicely, I guess, in a nursing home. You know, sometimes bad people just get to live a full life. But back to Grace and the investigation report. It's noted that all the victims were confirmed survivors of the Raccoon City incident. But not only that, for some reason, these people have all been marked with black bruisings. Inspecting the crime scene, the first thing that Grace notices is a pile of ashes, and in those ashes, she sees large shoe prints. And you know what they say about big feet? Big socks. And on the bar's post is a photo of Grace. Somebody's been following her and taking pictures of her every move. And what makes this even crazier is that they were expecting her to be here because they left a key attached to the photo inviting her to room 204. Right when she takes the key, a door loudly shuts, scaring Grace into taking out her gun. Nothing comes out, so she lowers it, but then she hears a thud from the door behind her.
What do I do?
Unsure of what to do, but compelled to investigate, she follows where the sound of the thud came from, opening into the hotel lobby. But with every small noise, seemingly large in this abandoned and empty space, Grace was apprehensive with every step. It didn't help that she felt like someone was already here, watching her from the shadows. Pressing W into an office behind the desk, the first thing that she notices are injectors and a trash can, but they don't look like they were used for recreational intent. Now, in the drawer, she finds a notice of closure for the Wrenwood, because something big and bad happened here, and as a consequence, the public lost trust in the hotel, forcing it to close due to, as you might expect, guests no longer choosing to stay here. Proceeding up the stairs of the purportedly haunted hotel, sounds of doors opening and shutting causing Grace to gasp. She finds one door that's been wire-tied shut. To open this, she looks around for a tool, noticing a raccoon on the floor by the fireplace, foreboding. And then, she would soon find wire cutters just waiting for her. She was a bit jumpy.
Oh, shit.
Wire cutting the wires opens the door forward, where the remains of fires and flames had claimed the same halls that pained Grace's memories. But as her breath shook, and creepy sounds could be heard from around the corner, when she turned it, she saw the room 204. Stopping right before the ajar door, she had to recompose herself once more. Forcing her body to go through, she sees that it's just the sound of a radio that was turned on for some reason. Cautiously and entering the room, holding her breath, she checks her corners. On the radio, staticking through, is the voice of a man reporting on the death of somebody at a place called Elbridge, adding on to the string of deaths lately. Grace continues to actively seek out and identify any potential threats in the hotel room, checking behind her and then finally making her way over to secure the bathroom. Was there anybody behind the door? Was there anybody behind the shower curtain? No, only dilapidation. Oh, but there was a seemingly fresh bag of toilet paper here. So then she steps back out, but then immediately notices that there were photos of her and her mother covering the bed, and one photo in particular stands out. Her of when she was a teenager. Somebody has been watching her for a very long time, even before that fatal night 8 years ago.
Anne,
Hi, Mom.
you have been on that thing all day.
Well, if you're gonna work so late.
Get some sleep, eh?
I'm almost done, just a sec.
What am I gonna do with you?
What you always do? Nag at me until I go to bed?
Oh, it's really coming down hard.
Mom, phone. Mom.
It's right beside you.
Hello?
Miss Ashcroft?
Yes.
Who was it?
Dunno. They asked for Miss Ashcroft and then they hung up on me. Rude. What the?
They're coming. Grace, we need to go.
Go where? Mom, what's going on?
Hurry.
Wait, who's coming? What's wrong?
Shh. We need to keep our voices down.
This is ridiculous.
Come on.
Tell me what's going on.
Now is not the time.
Something had her mother on edge, and she ran ahead, urging her daughter to pick up the pace.
wait.
Grace, come on, keep moving.
I'm coming.
Grace, hurry.
But Grace had no idea what was
Keep
happening.
moving.
She was equally as terrified as her mother, but Alyssa had to stay strong for her.
Hello? Who's that? Oh, I'm so sorry about the power outage.
What happened?
Oh, it's probably the electrical panel. It's 40 years old, so it doesn't take much to trip it. It's really no excuse, and I apologize for the inconvenience.
Oh, no, it's fine.
Yeah, don't worry.
I should have it fixed soon. I just need to find my...
What the hell, Mom?
No, Grace. No. Grace, stay close to me.
Are you gonna tell me what's going on? Mom, what are you doing?
Something important.
Who was this hooded man? What did he want? And what did Alyssa hide behind that painting?
What did you hide behind that painting?
I'll explain later. We need to find another way out. Grace, come on. Come on, Grace. Come on, hurry. Come on in here, Grace.
I'm calling the police.
No, don't go.
Hello? Yes, I want to report a murder. No, murders.
Grace.
Yes. The Redwood Hotel. Yes. Hurry, please. The police are on their way. Oh, my God. Mom, I feel like I'm gonna throw up.
Grace. Grace, look at me. Grab my hands. Okay, look at me. Look at me. In and out. Breathe in and out. Oh, Grace. I promise you, I will explain this all to you one of these days. Grace. Please know that you are my hope. Never forget that.
What are you talking about?
Just... I love you.
I love you too.
Okay.
Mom, I'm scared.
No. We need to find a way out of here now.
But we don't have any of our stuff,
We
Mom.
can come back for it later, Grace.
I don't
Found you.
Her reaction to watching the hotel manager getting eviscerated in front of her is a completely normal reaction, by the way. Seeing somebody killed or seeing a dead body, especially if it's your first time, shocks your body in chaotic ways that make you literally want to throw up. Alyssa Ashcroft has obviously built a sort of tolerance for this ever since the Outbreak files, but remember that Grace is just a kid when this happens. And just going over that scene again, it was particularly heart-wrenching when Alyssa just instinctually knew that she was probably going to die. She tells Grace that she is her hope and that she loves her, but really that is a mother saying goodbye to her baby girl. because only moments later she is brutally murdered 2 steps in front of her, chopped down at the neck, life leaving her eyes in an instant, and this is without a doubt something that would scar anybody for the rest of their lives.
I'm so sorry. This is my fault. Hello? Who is this? I need to get out of here. Something important. I'll explain later. Why did you hide behind that painting?
But now Grace had somewhat of a lead, and it had led her to whatever her mom hid behind the painting 8 years ago. Inside of this folder, she finds 2 items. Alyssa's journal, where she talks about her concern for Grace in that, because they're always on the move, she never really had a chance to make friends or be a normal kid. She contemplates having the 2 of them just settle down for a bit longer than usual in this place so that she could have that opportunity, but Alyssa would unfortunately notice that they were being followed by a hooded man, meaning Grace's safety would have to take priority. And yet, only just that night, on October 19th, the hooded man would get them. Crazy that they brought Alyssa Ashcroft back just to kill her off right away. Just imagine the direction or like how different this entire story would have been if Alyssa had been there to be on this journey with her daughter. I think that would have been interesting. But a couple questions come up here. Who is this hooded man? The thing is, we never get a name, and he never says much. So, was he operating alone or at the behest of somebody else? Considering where Grace is now in the present, with somebody having lured her in and currently watching her, it's safe to say that the hooded man wasn't operating alone. He was sent by somebody else. But what does that person want? I think whatever is in Alyssa's folder is part of the goal since she hid it at all in the first place. But I think the fact that the hooded man, before he died, said, "Found you," to Grace, speaks volumes that she was the intended target. Even to this day, she was being tailed. Couple that with the fact that Alyssa writes about needing to ensure nothing happens to her, and the fact that nobody else was sent back to the hotel to try and find her folder. I mean, surely they would have, after 8 years if they really wanted it. Grace has to be, or is, someone that somebody else wants. The other thing is, what exactly is the hooded man? Because his skin was pale as ash, and even after Alyssa shot him 4 times, he still gets up to follow them, meaning he was likely infected with a strain of a virus. One more thing, Grace blames herself for the death of her mother, despite her not directly causing her death in any capacity, so it begs the question, why does she blame herself? Back to the contents of Alyssa's folder, she discovers a floppy disk. But there's just one big issue with this. Because where is she going to find a PC in 2026 that takes floppies?
Sorry, officer. What's wrong?
Something stung me.
Are you okay? What do I do?
I'm stuck! Oh, wait! What are you doing? Get away! Get away from me! Oh, shit! Stay away!
Holy fuck, he was ocularly fucked and still going. He did mention that he was stung, and then he turned into an infected, skin looking like the Hooded Man. But the only time that I remember seeing anybody get stung and then infected was back in RE6, so it's cool to see that that progress carries over into 9. However, the more harrowing question is, when will Grace turn now that she's been bitten? Or does she happen to be part of the 10% of humanity with natural immunity to the virus? Because if she turns and dies here, then, well, there's just no story. After narrowly escaping death by zombie, she takes a moment to come down from the rush, but then she hears music in a room nearby. Following it, she opens the door.
Hello?
It hasn't been easy. But after much effort, here we finally are.
Who are you?
I'm the one who planted that body. I'm the one that brought you here. I know now that you're the one that I've been searching for. The special one. The chosen one. Miss Ashcroft.
Rest now, Grace. We have so much to do.
Interesting voice actor. Just the way that he delivers his lines, it's like you innately want to lean in and listen to everything that he has to say. On top of that, his skin and overwhelming size tells us that he is infected, but with a modified version of a virus, since he's kept his cognition. Or, actually, since we recently did that video on RE3, it could also be some advanced form of T-virus plus Nemesis parasite as well.
Talk to me. Is this one like the others?
Well, same black blotches.
And it's not post-mortem lividity.
No. No, this is different. That's 6 now. 6 survivors of Raccoon City, all dead from the same thing.
Yeah, that's not good.
No. No, it's not.
But I have something for you. The team has settled on a person of interest. Someone with ties to Umbrella. Victor Gideon.
Who is he?
A former T-virus researcher. Hey, I just got a report of a missing police officer. it might be unrelated, but he disappeared near where the 5th body was found. You there, Leon?
Yeah, I'm here.
You okay?
Some of the edges. Check it out.
And Leon, good to see him again, even if age is taking him. Age comes for us all. He learns that this guy who abducted Grace was a former Umbrella researcher named Victor Gideon. Victor went through all of this trouble to get Grace, but what exactly does he want with her? Quick aside, since Leon is old, I wonder what Chris, Rebecca, or Billy look like now too. And Jill Valentine, does she look old now or does she still look young? It was to my understanding that people infected with the T-virus, like Morgan Freeman, age extremely slowly. And since we're on the subject, technically, Resident Evil 9, this game, takes place before the events of Resident Evil Village's Shadow of Rose DLC, because in there, Rose is about 16 years old, and that is set in 2036. And Chris is still alive in that DLC, by the way, so we know that Chris Redfield lives for another decade after what's about to happen here in Requiem. The Porsche and the watch are nice, but let's see how long before Leon crashes it. Whipping over to where Not Hunnigan tells him that the cop went missing, Leon pulls up in the city, and while he's stuck in traffic, he just so happens to see Victor walking out with a knocked out Grace.
You've got to be shitting me.
Leon steps out of the car to get a closer look, and that is when Victor senses Leon's aura. Also, he's not even trying to hide the fact that he kidnapped a person, but he turns around to lock eyes with Leon, and the two stare each other down, waiting to see who's going to make the first move. So as they're facing off, this woman, concerned for her fellow woman, notices this bizarre scene. And what do you think happens next?
I'm just taking her home.
Leon, what's your sit rep?
I'm going after Victor.
Well, that is exactly what happened to the cop. And it looks like Victor just caused an outbreak in the city, just to create a distraction. Hearing the first scream, Leon rushes after the 54-year-old ex-Umbrella researcher, and as he moves, things devolve very quickly. Right before Leon, a man would get pressed by the concerned woman who at first pushes him down to the ground, at first seemingly to kiss him, but then...
What are you doing?
Don't let random women kiss him, guys. She tries to approach Leon next, and he instantly recognizes that she is a 5-star girl, so he takes her out. As Leon walks forward, tension builds because he knows what's about to happen. That moment where everything disintegrates comes sooner rather than later, and Leon tells his mission coordinator to get the city on lockdown. Now, where most normal people like Leon would begin to panic, our boy Leon is slouched. His first victim turns around, pulling up on him like Jimmy Neutron, and Leon fires one bullet at his head, giving him that brain blast, and the entire body just explodes into a pool of blood. 35 steps forward, commotion ensues, screaming and hordes of people running away from something. Leon rapid fires into the sky, trying to get citizens out of there faster because they're not running fast enough. Ready to earn that paycheck, he fires at a Zed, trying to eat another man's head. However, another infected lunges at him, so Leon breaks his knees with a swing from his gun, but before he can give that final blow, another zombie tries to grab Leon. But that was its biggest mistake, because Leon quickly reverses the situation, putting that zombie on his knees, and just look at this zombie's face, the fear in his eyes. Even through the infection, he knows he fucked up. Turning around to send the other target flying, Leon would pierce through the night's chaos. An infected swings a metal pipe at him, but when it connects to his body, it does nothing. In fact, the attacking zombie is the one that gets staggered backwards, so Leon shoots him. Picking up that same metal pipe, he launches it at another infected far away, a blood fountain erupting from that corpse. Police sirens, car crashes, and look at this, a van ramming into a zombie in front of Leon, dismembering its body at the kneecaps. Soon he would be swarmed. One groans end of the world to him. Leon responds with a shotgun to the knees and dragon's breath to his face, as well as to the other 3 infected nearby. Murder City, and Leon's the raid boss.
Leon, have you located Victor?
No, I lost him. Back to square one.
Not necessarily. Victor purchased a building after Umbrella went under. The Rhodes Hill Chronic Care Center. I'll send you the address. Leon, we're running out of time.
Oh, yes.
So, the black marks on Leon's hand, those are the same kinds found on the bodies of the other Raccoon City survivors. And Grace, Victor brought her here and injected something into her, or maybe extracted something from her, it looks like. I don't know why she was upside down, though. Perhaps Victor extracted the virus out of her? I guess that kind of makes sense because he saw that she was bitten, but because of how valuable she is, he's not just going to let her become a zombie or even take the chance that she might be part of the same class of humans as Leon or Jill, so he just cures her. Or maybe Victor didn't cure her, and he just extracted something, and Grace just didn't become a zombie because she was born immune. However, right now she's in this room. Old vintage-style decor, and on the desk next to an armchair she reads notes Victor took on her. Most notably that he gave her something called Dexafil. Looking it up, in Resident Evil it's purposely slightly misspelled to resemble the real-world Dex-a-Fil, used to treat all this stuff on screen. but it looks like he was trying to stabilize Grace's body to examine her further, but it just doesn't say what for. Trying to figure out where she is or what's going on, she opens the door, and it's a pitch black hallway. Perfect. There is a little bit of moonlight and red light, but honestly it just penetrates my soul all the same, and if you know me, it's that I don't like having my soul penetrated. Grace slowly enters the next room and tries to flip the switch on. The lights flicker, but then a glass bottle clanks on the floor and rolls forward. There is something in the darkness, but when she tries to see what's back there, nothing happens, so she leaves, and she goes down the crimson halls of this clinic. Flipping another switch barely provides some light, and up ahead, above her head, she finds a hole in the ceiling. Now what do you think crawled out from down there? At the end of this hall is a man riding a horse, but it's not Ralph Lauren. Grace was trapped, and she held her breath with every step that she took. The darkness consumed her, and she could feel the silence like a pressure just waiting to burst. She comes to a gate and sees that there is an entire area just on the other side, but then she hears a woman's voice on the speakers stating, that there is a code 6 and to initiate emergency protocol. This tells our FBI agent that there are other people here, but also hell is breaking loose. She tries to leave, only to run into a common Resident Evil issue, a fuse missing. Tracking back, she notices the light above swinging. Something had caused it to move. In fact, it moved the other light as well. Hoping that nothing was at the end of the hall, she rushes into room 201. Here she finds a lighter and the fuse that she needs, but it's locked, and she needs a screwdriver. As she turns around, a loud banging from the ceiling scares her. The light above swings, dust falls slowly below, and she can hear something moving. She can't stop now. She keeps exploring, and she'd look at room 202. There she finds evidence of this being a children's room, but on the desk she finds a storybook talking about the Shadow Ghost. The Shadow Ghost lurks in the shadows. She watches you from the darkness, so you have to stay in the light. Reading this, Grace is even further perturbed, because at this point she just knows something is following her, watching her from somewhere that Grace herself cannot see, and it fills her with deep fear. And yet she can't sit still, so she pulls herself forward through the red darkness, seeing another hole in the ceiling, and eventually she makes her way back to that room with the glass bottle.
He's dead. Infected.
Yo, the way my eyes widened when I saw that hand creep out, that was something else. Grace runs out of the room to see if the Shadow Ghost would follow her. It does, but remembering that she needs to find the screwdriver to get the fuse, she runs back into the room. And at first she tries to hide under the table, but the ghost would try reaching under that table to grab her. And then it just gets worse from there, because she got smart and she destroyed said table, leaving Grace no choice but to hurry. Finding the screwdriver, she makes it back to the hall where, unfortunately, her shadow does too. It must have climbed down from the hole. This is the creature that's been making all of the holes in the ceiling, and it's been using it to get around quickly. Grace freaks out, desperately throwing a glass bottle at the ghost, but it just chomps into her shoulder once more. Pain surging, she runs down the hall where the light had just turned off, and upon entering the safe room, she turns to see that it is not following her into the light. Wondering what the hell that thing was, she steps back out. The coast seems clear. She looks around some more, even taking time to admire the statue of the super tall mommy. But back in the room, it wasn't safe anymore, because The lights just went out. The ghost would be here soon, so she goes to get the fuse, but that is when...
Mr. Kennedy, welcome. Dr. Gideon has been expecting you.
Funny. I don't remember getting an invitation.
Well, he's waiting for you.
Can't have that, can we?
Follow me, please.
Lead the way. So how long have you worked for, Dr. Gideon?
Not long. I just recently joined the team.
Oh man, I can't express how relieved I am to play Leon again. Did you guys notice what Leon noticed, by the way? The door behind him doesn't have any handles. But yeah, I feel so hopeless and horrified when I'm Grace, but when I'm Leon, I feel like I've got Mjolnir on. So now Leon is following up with his MC's lead on Victor Gideon, who has been expecting him here at this care center he runs. Also, just based on the environment, we know that Grace is somewhere in here as well. The nurse leading him in tells him that Victor treats his long-term patients here with experimental therapies, and due to the sensitive nature of the research, the facility keeps everything hush-hush. However, Leon already knows what's up because he's heard this same speech before. Looking around in the following room, he sees corpses covered all around him. Preem. She leaves him to wait in this room. However, he is unaware that there are hidden cams watching him. But Leon, still slouched, not even worried about this being a trap, looks around. I mean, really, he just casually takes a peek all over the office, where most would just find a seat and sit down. Speaking of, the guy just sits on the desk like it belongs to him. He takes a look at this picture and sees Victor towering over his colleagues. What an aberration. And based on his skin, he's probably already infected in this photo. Checking his Hamilton, October 8th, 11:26 p.m., Leon hears what Grace heard when she first discovered that she needed a fuse.
Code 6, all staff initiate emergency protocols.
Mr. Kennedy, we need to leave immediately.
What's going on?
I don't know what's happening. Some kind of mass hysteria. The hospital is on lockdown.
Calm down.
want a second opinion.
So let me get this straight. The obviously infected doctor walks up on the nurse and Leon with a chainsaw, and both the nurse and Leon do nothing. Leon doesn't save her or react to her getting impaled at the spine, he just delivers a quippy one-liner. Chainsawing his way out, walking by Evelyn's wheelchair, he notices a gate opening up on his right.
Come on, come on, come on!
Hey, over here. You okay?
Yeah. Thanks.
Leon Kennedy, DSO.
CSO. I'm Grace. Ashcroft. FBI.
FBI. What are you doing here?
Someone kidnapped me.
Victor Gideon.
I don't know.
Well, we should leave. What does Victor want with you?
What?
Grace.
What do you mean?
He grabbed you for a reason.
Wait, you're DSO. That's the counter bioterrorism agency, right?
Take this.
You're sure?
You might need it. Now go. Get out of here.
She won't get away, you know.
Dr. Gideon.
So nice to finally meet you, Leon. Why don't we have a little talk?
Too slow. I see you're exhibiting symptoms too. Umbrella's curse.
I'll be fine. I hope.
Separated from her savior, Grace, bearing only hope and the Requiem that Leon gave to her, needs to find a way out. However, this isn't going to be easy. Known unknowns are waiting for her. However, there is one that wouldn't lurk for Grace. No, this one would come stomping up the stairs. Mr. X, the tyrant that Claire and Leon fought back in the 1900s. Grace fires at its face, and the recoil from the gun was insane. It hurt her hands, and she shakes it off, wondering how her bones haven't shattered yet. Shooting the tyrant's more brings it to its knees. A headshot splatters blood on the wall, but the tyrant is relentless. Grace can only run. And run she does, into an office where she would find a door opening into this dark room. Turning on the light switch, the sight of a dead man startles her, but when she looks up, she sees something even stranger.
Oh, God.
ties to you? Cataracts. You can't see, can you?
Who are you?
Was there someone in the other cell? Why are you in there?
Everyone's gone.
Stay away from that!
Are you alright?
Get away!
No, no. Hold on. No. No. I'm sorry. What is happening here?
Obviously, she can't just leave the poor girl locked in there, especially with everything going on out here. So she tries to shoot the glass wall, but even Leon's gun can't break it. So she has to find a key card with enough juice to unlock the door. But then she notices something else. Another cell. In it is a bed, a doll, and a hole that's been burrowed into in the corner. So are you thinking what I'm thinking? This girl that Grace just found, the shadow ghost she encountered earlier, they have the same cataract eyes. Is that a coincidence? Maybe. But what about the holes that we saw in the ceiling? And now there is a small hole here in the wall. Grace wonders if there is a connection. If that monster was once another little girl in this cell. But moving onward, Grace didn't exactly know where to start. However, it was important that she starts. She searches the facility, ending up in the kitchen, drawn in by the menacing sounds of husky grunts and meat being chopped. She peeped something big. Startled by the loud bang of the cleaving, she drops down, crouching over to see the chef. He's infected, but still working. Not wanting a confrontation, she tries to sneak past him by moving a giant metal pot of blood out of the way. But every so often, the chef would stop to grab something out of said pot, nearly spotting Grace. Soon, though, Grace would be out, safe and sound. Out of the kitchen, she shines a light in a zombie's face. It says it's too bright, so Grace solves his issue by taking his eyes out. Lights out for him. Heading into a doll, she is abhorred by the sight of zombies eating flesh on the table, but the most bizarre thing was that there was this woman singing. Let that sink in. A singing zombie. We have not seen a singing zombie before in the series. Her voice creepily warped through the air, and neither she nor the zombies enjoying their feast noticed Grace crouching on by. Later, she tried to open up a door, but the handle wheel comes flying off. Mr. X would pop up next to her, judging her for what she did, but then he chose not to attack, realizing her strength. Grace still spreads his blood across the ceiling, shooting another infected, and she gets going, but then, when she looks behind her, the tyrant is no longer there. Instead, now he's coming down the stairs in front of her, remembering who he was. But, leaving him, she finds where that singing infected lady was, and upon seeing Grace, she uses the force to pull her in. However, with the power of Leon's gun in her hand, she parries the singer and puts her on her knees. The zombie tries to smash a bottle over her head, but Grace gives him the same treatment. Lo and behold, the giant nuisance is there too. But Grace would notice something very soon. You see, after zeroing them, she turns and notices an infected man in her face. He wore a sad and pained expression with blood tears running from his eyes. Grace, with her natural investigative mind, would begin to piece things together. The chef, the singer, the expressions, on some level, these infected were conscious of what was happening. Imagine the torment of being trapped inside of your own body, unable to do anything except watch. It seems that one of the side effects of the virus that Victor uses causes the host to retain some semblance of their humanity, even going so far as to exhibit their habits pre-infection. This could also explain why a lot of them talk as well. But knowing this isn't going to help her leave, so Grace continues and comes upon a note that Victor wrote to the chairman of the care center. As a result of seeing Leon back in the city, he expected him to arrive here, and so he instructs the chairman to enact Code 6 at 11:30 p.m., stating that he has achieved what he's been trying to and no longer needs this place. Retracing her steps, she kills the feasting zombies and then the chef. He wasn't in the kitchen where he was supposed to be, and for that, he's fired. Opening a previously locked door, Grace asks a question that all Resident Evil fans have been asking for decades.
Weird. How do people normally get in here?
I'm pretty sure at some point most fans just learn to accept that it's a thing. Ever since I started my Resident Evil journey, especially because I hate puzzles, I wondered the same thing that Grace just asked. Onwards, Grace comes across a corpse on the... what is this called? I don't know, I'm not a mortuary's assistant. A medical examiner's table? Well, its organs have been removed, so she's going to need to find some to solve a puzzle. But for now, she kills a zombie doctor, talking about the GI tract, and then later another zombie complaining about the light. Wait a minute, this is the second infected complaining about light. The blind girl in the cell, the giant monster girl, they're both blind. You know, assuming that the shadow ghost was actually another girl in the cell, I'm starting to theorize something, so just bear with me here. Their glass cells are lit all the way up. Light just fills that room. These infected don't like the light. It burns their skin, and I think the reason that these girls in cells are blind is because Victor blinded them by keeping them in extremely bright lights for most of their lives. They knew that the girls would turn into these giant monsters, and that light is their weakness, so they locked them in these glass containers where light would be a constant suppression. That is, until one of them escapes. Heading up the stairs, she enters this really nice office, and further in, she finds a picture of 3 geezers. On the back, it says they're the Artificial Organ Transplantation Experiment Team, so I wonder if that's going to be relevant later. Grace comes upon this puzzle that's locking something important inside. However, she needs to get rid of the lock to the puzzle first with some corrosive agent. So to find it, she heads out, but then...
Oh, what the fuck was that?
I liked this jump scare, because I didn't expect that the bloater would come out of nowhere, and especially in such a tight and confined area. I initially was expecting the zombie on the floor to jump scare me, but not this chunk. The belly beast pushed Grace all the way back into the safe office, but it wouldn't come in. And then it would say these odd things, these very odd things like, "It's your fault, eat shit, don't fuck with me." Grace thought that he had personal issues. Also considered that this might even be one of the mutated geezers from that photo. Putting the Goliath down, it explodes into, well, chunks. And she goes back out. The hall leads her to a conference room where she would hear singing again. As she got closer, the woman's voice chuckled, and as soon as Grace peeked around the corner, the infected singer screams, shattering glass and summoning other zombies. After cutting her crew up, she rips out another scream that pounds into Grace's ears, but she puts her down all the same. Reading patient medical records, HIPAA violation by the way, Grace learns about some of the patients here. One was Martin, who began to experience... Martin! I don't know if you guys know who Gabriel Iglesias is, but yeah. One was Martin, who began to experience auditory hallucinations, and whenever he'd hear loud noises, he became violent. Another was Eileen Zimmerson, who had some nerves in her cranium removed, and as a result, she began to exhibit main character syndrome. You see, she would sing and wander around the facility. But as we know, there were 2 singers here, Selena Corey, who had the same symptoms as Eileen. However, she was what is known as, in medical terminology, extra. Because in order to one-up her rival, she wouldn't just wander around and sing. No, she would perform in the bar and lounge. Pressing on, picking up the corrosive for that puzzle back in the office when Maria gets back.
Miss Ashcroft, come in. I won't harm you. I was just looking for Dr. Richardson.
Why did you kidnap me?
Kidnap you? I liberated you.
Who are you?
Oh, forgive me. Dr. Victor Gideon. I run this center. It took forever to find you. You're not like other people, you know. You're quite unique. Through you, Elpis can finally be set free.
Why me?
Oh. Because my master made you who you are. Ah. Phase 2's about to begin. Would you like to see what's hidden under the hood?
Grace! Wait! Grace! Grace! Grace!
There's no escaping your destiny.
What is Elpis? Who is his master? What does he mean, made grace? And honestly, the head tilting thing that Victor does, that is a very nice touch for his character. It really shows his twisted fascination with those that he views beneath him. For now, Grace heads back into the office to pour that corrosive. Oh, by the way, that was a very smart move on Grace's part. Tricking Victor into thinking that she ran outside. Yeah. Corrosive melts the padlocks off, and inside she gets this piece of a puzzle, but also Victor's notebook where he says who his master is. It seems that Victor has been obsessed with Spencer Oswell, but it gets even crazier because Grace learns specifically what the virus is that has been creating all of these infected. The mutated T-virus. Now, before flipping to the next page, just based on the name mutated T-virus and all the pretext of Raccoon City survivors having it, I assume that while the T-virus initially had no seemingly initial effects on the 10% of immune/resistant people, eventually the T-virus would adapt to their immunity. And this is why Leon has the same visible symptoms as the 5 bodies that Grace found before, or the FBI found before. They were all infected with the T-virus, and it just mutates, branching off into something more advanced and capable of overcoming their 10%. But this begs the question, who else has the T, and are they dealing with the consequences as well? Ada, Jill, Chris, Claire, Billy, Rebecca, and is this the same thing that Victor was actively shooting into people when he caused the outbreak in the beginning? Because we know that the T-virus has notoriously been genetically modified for various purposes, leading into variants like the G, Abyss, or Ouroboros, just to name a few. Quick aside, if you remember the CGI movies, in a couple of them we see that the main cast, it might be a couple or just Death Island, but I distinctly remember Leon and Chris, and I think Jill too. They all get infected, they all get stung with that bee thing. Point is, at some point they were infected. Rebecca too, in Vendetta, I think it was. Just sharing thoughts I had at this point in the story. But now we turn to page 3, where we learn about the theory of Spencer's research. Victor says it's possible, in rare instances, for repeated mutations of the T to trigger abnormal reactions in a host's body, leading to changes in their blood. With all of the focus on blood lately, I think there's something there to at least keep a note of in the back of our heads here. He ends this page saying that the mutated T-virus will consume the world and nothing is going to be able to stop it. Now, if you go ahead and turn the page to page 4, you're going to see that the infected with the mutated T-virus will retain their pre-infection habits and characteristics. This here confirms that all the infected we've seen have the mutated T-virus, and that is why they talk and still perform actions that they used to while they were still human. The chef, the singers, the guy complaining about the lights, some part of the people that they used to be have been preserved into their infections, through their infections. But then he writes blood transformation, the key to humanity's evolution. Again, something is in the blood. I really hope at some points in this game they fully explain the infection itself. I know Capcom doesn't want us asking specific questions, but I just want this pathogen and its underlying structure to be defined a little bit more with some extra clarity. Otherwise, it just seems like it feels like they just might have shooed in the mutation part for the T-virus just for the plot. I mean, sure, it makes sense. Mutations and anomalies are valid, but how and exactly why is this an advanced form of the Tyrant virus? Is this just something that happens after establishing a symbiotic relationship with a 10%er? Or is this something that Victor figured out a way to genome edit or isolate, whatever the scientific term is, in order to now use, or to be used as a weapon, if that's even the focus for these viruses anymore? You guys know what I mean. Without some context, it feels like this just kind of happened out of nowhere to make the story happen. Alright, I'm done with my tangents. Let's just continue the story and see if my answers are questioned. In another room, Grace finds a journal where Victor says that Spencer's research has become realized and that the child is the final piece of the puzzle and that he needs her data. And then, months later, he says that the organization got him said child's med records, and despite it lacking details, it did not hold her genetic information. However, here's the thing. This was written back in 2004 when Leon was saving Ashley from Las Plagas cult. It's now 2006, so this really goes to show how long Victor's been trying to get this ball rolling. Take into account his time actually at Umbrella 2. Goes even further back. A note outside further corroborates. I don't know if I used that word correctly, but I heard it in a TV show once and I wanted... Fine, I'll look it up. Oh damn, I Englished rightly. The note corroborates the theory about blood being a huge role in this center's research. It also mentions a custom blood collector, a device that Grace has been using to drain enemies of their blood, but it goes even further, mentioning combining the blood of the infected with their experimental substances. I don't know if this is just a note to explain why Grace is able to craft items using infected blood, or is there more to blood here? Speaking of blood, like Charlie bit us, Grace runs into this cleaning lady in the washroom. It appears she's been trying to wipe blood away, but well, let's just say, she lied on her resume.
Why the mess?
Fired. After nearly getting run over by a bulldozer, where Grace would simply aim down and zero out the Zed Requiem blast to the head, she finds a background check that was conducted on her from back in mid-September by some detective agency Victor hired. They summarize that she lives alone, close to the FBI office, works late, and almost never leaves her house as she's got no friends. I felt mean saying that. But the detective suggests that if Victor wanted to get close to her, he'd need to find an opportunity when she's not at home. Pressing on, giving that cadaver she found earlier some artificial organs, of course it reanimates, and even though it has a bag over its head, it's able to hone in on Grace's position. She takes a hit, but then shoots it in the shin, painting the room red. But soon, Grace finds another note detailing cases where there have been double mutations, meaning the mutated T-virus strain rapidly mutates again, causing the individual to become even more volatile. These super-mutated T-infected also happen to have these enlarged tumors on their heads, and consequently they'd be dubbed blister heads. Oh, and if they explode, the blood will infect the infected around them, inducing them, too, with the super mutation. However, this next note is important. A nurse writes about a subject 171, a blind girl that the nurse was tasked with taking care of. This child unnerved her, but nonetheless, she did her job. However, one day, she logged that the security manager joined her on that particular workday, asking 171 about blood. Kind of dumb. The child doesn't know, like, how are you going to ask a child about blood? You know what I mean? Like, it's dumb. The child obviously didn't know how to respond, and the nurse thought that this guy was weird for asking. See, it's not just me. However, entering that security manager's office, Grace is dumbfounded because he is dumb, found dead. She shoots him just in case. Finding a code to the puzzle in the room, she can't even input the codes because it's in
Braille. These girls, they look just like... You're the one that locked her up. I'm gonna borrow this.
So that picture tells us that there was indeed another girl, at least seemingly close to the girl in the cell.
Hey! Why did they put you in there?
I don't know. I've always been here.
Do you mind if I come in?
I don't mind.
Sorry. I'm with the police.
Police?
Yes. I'd like you to come with me.
Why?
I'm Grace. What's your name?
Emily?
Emily. You like reading?
Yeah.
Do you think you could read something for me? Please, I really need your help.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll take you there. There are steps. How about I carry you?
But when they get back, the security manager's body is nowhere to be seen. No worries though, because Grace proceeds as planned, placing Emily down and letting her feel out the braille. However, the infected would start snarling outside, and this causes great worry for both Grace and Emily. Despite Grace's terror and discomfort, she tells the little girl to work on the puzzle while she brings herself to face the monsters outside. Chopping, her chopper pops shots in them. Bagging, she's straight-toe tagging them. And after that fustercluck, Emily calls out to her.
Come here.
I found this.
Well done, Emily. Thank you. Was dead. This is all my fault. I can't just leave her. Oh, God.
Why are you here? Is it for me? Or for her? We can talk. Right. Or we can begin your treatment.
Silent treatment, I hope.
You're an investigator, right?
We'll investigate.
What do you want to know? Is this where I conduct my research? The answers to your disease here.
You know, I do have a question. When's the last time you brushed your teeth?
You are an ignorant fool. Do you believe in human evolution? I have devoted my life to studying it, while you have devoted your life to failure. You're a dead man walking.
Hey, can you hear me?
Leon, I've been trying to reach you.
Sorry, I was a little tied up. Did you get what I asked for?
The floor plan? Yeah, sending it now.
I had a talk with Victor. He is batshit crazy. Gotta make my way to his office. I'm glad that FBI agent got away.
FBI?
Yeah, Grace Ashcroft. Victor kidnapped her.
What? Why?
I don't know. And I intend to find out.
On his way to Victor's office, he finds these medical records, talking about two brothers that underwent surgery with the goal to suppress the part of the brain that makes them feel full. This obviously results in them gaining a voracious appetite and immense weight gain, causing them to just eat and eat and eat and eat, even eating human flesh. The brothers' names were Thomas and Timothy. So that chunk that we saw earlier must have been one of the brothers, not one of the geezers from the photos. And the other one, well, Leon is about to have a meal with him. In the attic, right around the corner, he sees it. A giant mass of swollen flesh chowing down, trying to satiate his insatiable... is it satiate or satiable? Satiate? Satiate or satiate? A giant mass of swollen flesh... A giant mass of swollen flesh chowing down, trying to satiate his insatiable hunger. Fuck, I gotta look this up now. Insatiable. It's pronounced insatiable. Cautiously, Leon approaches with his axe at first, but decides he's compelled to get a closer look. The beast puts his food down and growls out more, seeing and seizing Leon, but he responds by slipping his axe out and dropping it on his head. He begins to slice it up, landing hits, and at this point, Leon's got about 35 bodies and Chunk is about to make it 36. Taking out his diamond axe, he jams it until it gets lost in its head before ripping it out to stagger. But the monster's blind hunger would know no bounds, and through the pain continues to try and get Leon. And Leon just rapidly chops away, eventually cutting the chunk down into finely ground beef and blood.
Sorry, but I'm not on the menu.
Descending from the attic, breaking open the door to his office, he finds that it's a bloody mess with zombies all over. However, Leon is a professional, so he isn't going to just let these cold bodies lay still without giving them a double tap. So he pulls out a shotgun on one that's laying on the floor next to him, and it shoots up right away, revealing it's actually a blister head. Power of the netherite and heart of the cards, he slashes it down. This noise alerts more infected that were lying in wait on the other side of the door, so he kills them too, finds a secret lever behind a painting and it begins to open, but ever so slowly. To this, Leon sighs.
Every single time.
Because, of course, he has to slay more zombies that are closing in on his location while that door opens. But with the last zombie down, the door magically opens up really quickly, and he goes down the elevator, which takes him to...
Pretty sure I found Victor's private office.
Nice work. Lock it up.
Yes, ma'am.
Bingo. I have the IP address. Just give me a minute. And... I'm in.
Okay, hit me. Sherry. You're killing me.
I found some information about our illness. Our
Symptoms confirm a T-virus infection.
Oh, fuck. Well, hey, at least we're in it together, right? All right, what do we got? Help us.
Hang on, Emily. I'm coming.
So, Sherry Bergen. You know, back when I did my video on RE6, I said I hoped they were going to bring Sherry back to Resident Evil, and man, am I glad that Capcom finally brought somebody back. Sherry took Hunnigan's job, but yeah, Victor wasn't lying to Leon. The answers to his disease were actually here, and they're in line with what we were theorizing earlier. But again, still, what is Elpis and what does Grace have to do with all of that? However, moving on, this wouldn't be a Resident Evil game without mines, so here we are. Grace would ask a really good question.
Why is this under the hospital?
Finding a surveillance room, she sees Emily through a camera sleeping on a bed. A note to the side talks about how the Shadow Ghost has occupied this basement. Oh, so it's a basement, not a mine. Actually, I guess that kind of makes sense. They were planning to kill her, but it looks like the Shadow Ghost might have made this her domain instead. Looking around for Emily, she notices that there are infected all over. Some kind of look like staff, and some are behind cages. So what was this facility doing, keeping people caged up down here? But most importantly, why was Emily locked in here too?
Oh, thank goodness. Emily! It collects things.
Just like the notes said, the mutated T-virus makes it so that people still retain habits of who they were before changing, furthering that the Shadow Ghost was another girl like Emily at some point. She probably collects dolls because that was what she was into, and she collects Emily because they must have been close friends. However, the issue now is that Grace needs to get that gate open, but naturally there's no power. Trying to find the 3 joint plugs in order to supply power is not going to be easy either, especially with the ghost chasing her around all the time. But after a bunch of puzzles, Grace drops into a grinder, the belt starts moving, feeding corpses into that grinder, and instead of just reaching up to climb out of the grinder, Grace just waits until it's done doing its thing. Grabbing the 3rd joint plug, she takes a bloody slip and slide for a ride. Good thing she's immune, because that stuff gets in her mouth like ew. If she doesn't have a virus, she probably has it now, or she might have contracted something else for sure, because that is just nasty. Finally making it back to install the plugs, by the grace of Grace, let there be light.
It's me! It's me! It's Grace! It's Grace! Calm down. Grace? Yeah. We gotta get out of here. Hold on tight. I'm scared. Why is it so loud? It's gonna be okay. Just don't let go. Come on. Come on. It's just pinning you down. Why won't they close? Stay away! Come on! Go faster!
Grace?
Good, Emily.
What's going on?
Oh, we gotta get out of here. Hurry! Go!
Let's play.
Grace? Grace? Are you okay? Yeah. How about you? You okay? Here, I kept this safe for you. Thank you.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought she got her leg cut off. I was actually like, oh! You know what I mean? Like, absolute cinema, 10 out of 10, Claire Redfield recommends. Finally, Grace and Emily are able to make it out of that hell center, but that doesn't mean that they're safer outside because there is something wrong with the little girl that Grace is carrying. Noticing a red light on the left, she heads down the courtyard steps towards the helipad, where there she would find a way out and somebody to fly it.
Hey! Stay right there!
Hey, it's okay. We're not infected.
So you're normal?
I think so.
Thank fuck. Those things still running around?
Who are you?
You don't need to worry about me.
I'm tired.
I know.
That your kid?
What's...
This? Old war wound. I can't run away even if I wanted to.
Can you fly this?
Sure can. My bastard boss took the key. You know, I could fly us all out of here. If you go get it for me. It's in there. I'd go myself, but I can't outrun those things, not with this leg.
Are you lying to me?
What? Have you seen the same shit I've seen? Look, lady, we're out of options here. How much longer you think any of us can survive?
Can I go back to my room now?
It's not safe.
Hey, we can help each other. I'll protect her. If you get the key, I'll keep her safe. I promise.
It's a deal. Come on. I got you. Ready? No. Come on. Gotta strap you in. Oh, I'm Grace, by the way. This is Emily.
Harry.
Thank you, Harry.
No problem.
I'll be right back.
Upon entering that little house, the first thing she notices is a visitor record for somebody only with the name jotted down as Z. It provides very little detail beyond that he had a meeting for over an hour with Victor back in September, and that it could be surmised as they talked about a patient, as well as research findings, but again, it's not clear, it's obscure. Opening into the next room, it seems like a simple office, and Grace hopes that this is just one small room that has the helicopter key. Spoiler alert, it's not. After reading another note about how it's been more than 20 years since this care center was started, but that because results for the research or whatever thing they're conducting still isn't clear, they want to extend a blockade to 2040, mentioning again that they need to obtain Elpis, but what blockade are they talking about? And this is where Grace's hope is shattered. After solving a puzzle, the floor begins to descend like it's the Haunted Mansion at Disney World. There is an entire facility down here too. And wouldn't you guess it, another note, but this is actually the second part of Spencer's research. You see, very much like his daughter Alex, who tried to use the T-Phobos to transfer her consciousness into Natalia to obtain godhood and overcome her Wesker curse, Spencer believed memory itself could be preserved and transferred into a new vessel. He theorized that blood was the medium which could make that possible. The note says blood carries factors tied to memory, and because the T-virus can control what happens inside of that blood, Spencer saw that as a way to move the memories of one person into another. That also explains why Victor is just so focused on blood, mutation, and finding the right host, because this wasn't just about making stronger infected people for creating weapons or the next step in human evolution. It was about creating somebody who could survive a mutated T-virus strain without losing their mind, and then using that body as a vessel, as a container for Spencer. And so Victor's been trying to finish his master's work, and somehow Grace, the connections, and something called Elpis are connected. Now, obviously, this whole blood memory thing is sci-fi AF because literal memories aren't stored in blood. But if you take a basic biology or behavioral science, I also remember going over this in one of my evolutionary psychology courses, you'll learn that it's pretty common for animals to pass down certain sensitivities or survival responses across generations. And a simple example is mice, right? So in one study, mice were conditioned to fear a specific smell, and their offspring showed an unusual sensitivity to that same odor. And that's not the same thing as inheriting somebody's full memories, but it's close enough to see where, Resident Evil probably got that idea from, and then they just RE-ified it. Pressing along, Grace finds whatever the hell this thing is. A giant blood ball is connected to bodies, and in the center of the room, something was being extracted and then likely distributed into the bodies. This probably ties into the memory transfusion experiments. Further in, Grace finds a blood report on her. It is her blood analysis, and while I don't know what any of this means, I can actually read past a second grade level. The genetic information that Victor got from Grace, which is when he had her upside down, matches the data that he specified. And when he says the data that he specified, he's referring to that report that we saw back at the care center in one of the labs where he was like, oh, this is kind of incomplete information. This research is not complete, but I'm going to work with this. That's what he's referring to. He balanced Grace's blood analysis here with that paper, and it turns out it was a match. So, the way that we read this is Spencer was trying to transfer his consciousness into Grace. I could be wrong, but based off the notes, that's what he was trying to do. That's how he was trying to achieve immortality. Finding the helicopter key and unlocking the door, she enters it. But Victor is here.
Yes, Zeno, that's correct. All tests have come back positive. I can confirm that she is indeed the one that we've been searching for. If all goes as planned, Elpis will soon be in our hands. Of course. But first I must initiate the protocol. I've done it. I've done it. I've done it.
Oh no.
The self-destruct protocol has been initiated. All staff will be evacuated. The self-destruct protocol has been initiated. All staff
Trying to escape Umbrella's tradition of self-destructing facilities, she tries leaving on the elevator, but Victor already used it. Strange how he doesn't wonder why it was already down here. Then the blood ball explodes, gushing blood all over, but Grace manages to find a way up blood rapids, dodging debris, and climbing her way out of the research facility to get back to Emily.
You get it?
Yeah.
Good.
Oh my god.
What the fuck did you do?
Reese? Reese, what's happening? It's okay, Emily. I'm here. Emily, it's gonna get a little bumpy. I'm right next to you.
No, lady, I'm gonna need you up front.
No, it's okay. I'm all right.
Come on, come on, come on.
Oh, there are so many of them.
Strap in.
Oh, come on!
What's it look like I'm doing? No shit! Hold tight, I'm taking off! Get off me! Get the fuck off me!
Emily, are you okay? Oh, Emily.
Elvis. Grace. What's she got to do with this? Hello, gorgeous.
Come on, Emily.
shit.
That girl just can't stay out of trouble. Sherry, Grace is still here.
The FBI agent.
Yeah. Found some files on Victor's computer.
Is she okay?
She's connected to this. No. But I've got it covered.
Cracking another sarcastic joke about it being evening service for the zombies, Leon protects Emily and Grace, sniping and using rocket-propelled grenades to take out any infected that get too close to them. Sliding down the roof, knee dropping onto a Zed head, blowing it up, throwing a heavy-ass gas canister across to blow up these zombies as well, he gets inside of the burning church to find them.
Stay with me.
Grace.
Leon!
Who is she?
Oh, this is Emily. Help me, I can't stop the bleeding.
Hey, look at me. We're gonna be okay. Yeah? Can't stay here. That should be the way to the water treatment plant. It's our way out. Let's go.
Oh. Oh.
Hey, just don't give up. Take her. Get her safe. Go! Now! I'll keep our friends busy.
I'll get you out, Emily. There's gotta be a way to get to the surface.
And there is, but there's just one problem. Something is still wrong with Emily, and she's not getting any better. Currently, the poor girl is in agony, and Grace is helpless. However, it gets even worse.
Dead end. Can't let that thing hurt her. It's okay, Emily. Here, rest here. Here you go. I need to keep you safe.
Okay.
And so, heading out, ready for battle, it's time to hunt down her shadow. Locking the door behind her to keep Emily safe, she presses forward and finds a mechanism to open the hatch above so that light can pour in. But there's no power. So she jumps down, powers the first generator, and shoots off the girl so that she could get to the second generator. However, upon getting to the third, firing her up and then lighting her up in more ways than one, power is restored, and right as she gets to the hatch door controls, the girl climbs up just in time to get blessed.
We're getting out of here. Come on, open!
It's honestly sad. Poor girl got turned to goop, and we know she's just like Emily, a victim of Umbrella's research, a victim of Victor. I think right now would be a great time to tell you, the girl, the shadow ghost, this was Subject 170, and her name was Marie, very close friend to Emily. And speaking of Emily, she's not doing too well.
Emily? Oh no! Wake up! Come on! Oh shit! Oh no! Oh, Emily! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 27, 28, 29, 30. Oh, come on, Emily. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wake up, Emily! Come on! 30. Come on! Emily! I failed you. Emily! Hi, it's me. I'm right here. You okay? You okay? Emily? No! No, that's Emily! It's Emily!
I'm sorry.
Are you That's Emily! No, please stop, please! Please stop, please! No! No, Emily! I wanted to save her!
You don't understand. It's
No, I never would have escaped without her. This is all my fault. Again.
Look, I get it. Trust me, I get it. But we're still alive. We have to keep going.
No.
Grace.
Alpus is within reach, Grace. I'd like you to come with me.
Come with you.
Well, you feel lost, but you're not. You're exactly where you need to be.
waiting for you, Grace.
Who are you?
Raccoon City. You're the reason for its destruction, but you're also the key to building a brave new world. You're the final piece. Let us show you your true purpose.
Okay, sunglasses, white hair, aura, but above all, that voice. I know that I've heard that specific voice somewhere before.
Oh, Ada. What to do with you? Her little act of defiance changes nothing. Besides, we have all we need. Raccoon City. You're the reason for its destruction, but you're also the key to building a brave new world.
I knew that Adonian loving mother lover wasn't dead. Does he know he has a son yet? By the way, where is Jake now in 2026? Imagine if he's been doing missions with Billy this whole time. Jake has to come back so that he and Sherry can continue the bloodline.
Hey, checking in.
Good timing. Did you find anything on Elpis?
Not yet. Nothing on the servers at the CIA or the Pentagon.
Maybe we need a higher clearance.
I requested one.
And I was told to shut down the investigation.
What? Why?
They didn't say.
Orders from on high.
Look, we don't need you taking a hit for this. I'll just go it alone.
We're in this together.
Till the end. I've always been good at working in the shadows.
Just don't do anything too risky, yeah?
Me? Never.
I'm gonna find Grace. She definitely has something to do with Elpis. All the road's gone. Gonna have to find another way around.
All right. I'll leave that to you. I think I found a clue as to where they might be. Some coordinates on Victor's computer.
Got it, thanks.
Right in the center of Raccoon City.
Bro, her hand? Looking at her hand made the hairs on the back of my head crawl. I had a curious thought too, right? She has the G-Virus in her, right? And this is going to be relevant, because back in Resident Evil 6, we saw that she had Wolverine levels of regeneration. So to my understanding, because G stems from T, it makes a lot of sense that she would suffer from the same mutated T-Virus strain. But she doesn't have it as bad as Leon does, because for him, his disease seems to be spreading all over his body, even causing internal hemorrhaging, and that's why we see him choking out blood. This is not the case for Sherry. We only see it spread to her hand. Well, I guess the other argument is perhaps we just don't know because we haven't seen if it's actually spread to the rest of her body or if she has been choking out blood. It could be happening off screen. However, in case we don't see it, the point that I'm trying to make is that I think that her having the G virus regeneration factor is helping her body to naturally fight back against the mutated T virus. But what do you guys think? But moving on, man, Raccoon City, I never thought that I would be back here again. It's been like, what, 3 decades? Driving past that sign, pulling up in the city, it's just, all I can think about is the journey that we've had, seeing all those stories take place here, and it's full circle coming back here. Leon purges through the silent fog and ash. Neither lights from his flashlight nor the moon offers much in terms of visibility, but he does manage to find a newspaper from September 30, 1998, telling the Raccoon City residents to evacuate. He explores further, the memories of that horrific night crashing through his mind, causing this surreal and lightheaded feeling. Just imagine what it was like when the explosion set off here. There were probably survivors who ended up trapped, unable to leave. I do believe most people died, but there had to be at least a couple people, a few survivors, who just had nowhere else to go, and so they probably died in the fallout. Moving on, he finds a letter from a little girl named Meryl. She writes to her mom saying that she left to go find Dad, talking about how people wouldn't let them outside, but because she's small, she would find a way to sneak out. By the way, if you're afraid of spiders or trains, you might want to skip this next scene. Shooting through the webs, hunched Leon runs ahead, only for the spider to crash through the wall like the Kool-Aid Man to stop him. It walks him back and he tries to fight back, but it's currently wearing scripted plot armor. The spider punches... wait, they can't punch. The spider kicks Leon hard through the wall and backs him all the way into a door. Using it, kicking it closed on his assailant, he turns to blow up more spider webs in the way. Getting to the roof, removes the spider's plot armor, allowing Leon to throw a gas canister, fire a rocket at it, and then do this.
I miss our Raccoon City hospitality.
Once out of the subway, Leon finds a barricade preventing his path forward to the city center. But not only that, it appears that somebody else was here first. Sherry tells him that this blockade was raised in order to keep people out and away from the city center, but after going through all of this, seeing the crater, the overpass, the spider, it actually reminds me of a scene from the Outbreak Files. After the missiles bombarded the city, destroying overpasses and buildings, crushing everything to ruins, we see a jet flying over Raccoon City 6 months later. It takes a picture of the crater, and I think it's the center, but I'm not sure because these lab coats are looking at this picture saying that no human could survive being there. But if they're there, then why are they saying there if they're here? You know what I mean? But then he gets a call from a man, and looking back, I think he's on the phone with the Connections. The cameraman pans out, and we see that they've set up a research post here in Raccoon City. But backing up even further, we see a gate and a sign saying to keep out, so I'm thinking 6 months after the fall of Raccoon City, they set up this outpost. Then the connections get a barricade up because they don't want anybody else coming here, and we learned recently that they tried to extend the barricade to 2040. However, I'm bringing this up because now it makes a little bit more sense in hindsight. You see, ever since the Outbreak files, the connections and or Umbrella, because Umbrella was still around at that point, were here doing research, looking for something. Just some thoughts that I noted down during this section of the game. But moving on, Leon needs to find Grace. Grace, who needs to uncover the truth about her role in everything, her destiny, and her connection to Elpis. I keep almost saying Elvis, Elvis Presley. Of course you know who that is. Proceeding to find an old BSAA camp, Leon tells Sherry that he found an old BSAA camp. Wait, why did I write that? Hold on, let me redo this. It's a weird scripting. Discovering that it was the BSAA that had posted up camp here at some point, looking to get to the city center. By the way, remember the last time we saw them was back in RE Village, and we saw that they were corrupted using BOWs now. Sherry wonders why they are here, and even though Leon doesn't know, he can gather that something made them leave without packing up. But that is when he discovers a laptop that somehow still has juice in it and is not locked. Two unbelievable things. Yes, in a video game, I get it, it's a video game, now bugger off, Sherlock.
What is it?
The computer's not locked. And they were also headed to the center of Raccoon City.
Interesting, too. That reminds me. I dug a little deeper in the Pentagon's database, and I noticed something's missing.
What's that?
There's no record of anyone ordering the missile strike on Raccoon City.
Well, if not them, then who?
Leon triggered the alarm. It looks like your campaign to make the DSO stand down really didn't work, Zeno.
I'll leave this matter to you, then.
Damn, so that is actually insane to even postulate, because this whole time we thought that the government was trying to cover its own tracks, but now Sherry confirms no one from the government actually ordered the missile strikes on Raccoon City. So, if not them, then who? I think it's gotta be the connections. Heading into a storehouse, Leon would begin to notice something, and I'm actually surprised that I didn't notice this sooner myself, but where are all the bodies? There should be remains remaining here, but instead, it's empty. Only Raccoon City wasn't empty. It had been waiting for Leon to ask that question because right on cue, zombies would rise from the ground. They assaulted him, skin looking like leather until Leon cut them down and stomped their heads in. It was odd that some of them even used weapons because you would think that they should not even have that cognitive ability to do that. But then again, when Leon tells Sherry that there are zombies here, she says that's impossible. The missiles should have killed all the BOWs and people alike. But answers will come. For now, Leon has to get 3 detonator parts to blow open the barricade wall. Finding the first, then looking at the map to see how far he's come, which is a long way. I mean, just look at it. From Elbridge to Wrenwood to Rhodes Hills, now here in East Rack City, making his way to the city center, and then to the crater itself. It's been quite the journey. Opening the gate out of the garage, when he makes it outside, he sees why the BSAA never packed up camp.
Encountered 3 infected and eliminated them. That's correct, sir. Do we proceed?
So the rumors were true? What rumors? The missile wasn't just about stopping the spread. Don't be ridiculous.
Affirmative. Listen up! Our objective hasn't changed. We rendezvous with the advanced party in the center of Raccoon City, then head for Ark. Our mission is to retrieve Elpis. Move out! Jesus! Fuck! Where is he? I'm fucking blind here! Oh, God! Oh, my fucking legs! Get cover! Get cover! Please help me! Holy shit!
I thought I had a short fuse.
What are we doing here?
All in good time. You'll see.
Four takeaways from that scene. 1. The missiles really weren't sent to contain the virus. 2. The BSAA was here to get to the city center to find a place called Ark to 3. Get Elpis. And 4. Wesker was here to stop them. Which, by the way, I don't know how he survived the volcano, but here he is, alive and killing, working with Victor to get Elpis. I guess he doesn't want the BSAA to get in his way. Sending the footage over to Sherry and asking her if she can find anything about Zeno, which she doesn't. But actually, hold on, why is Wesker going by the name Zeno? I looked this up, I googled it. The name Zeno is Greek for gift of Zeus. So he's basically calling himself God's gift, essentially. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is Wesker. Opening the container up at the camp, it looks like the BSAA had left a gift for Leon. That's right, Virgil's chair from Devil May Cry. Still in prime condition. Heading to the gas station, he finds another note from that little girl Meryl. She tells her mom how scared she was because of all the Walking Dead, but that she found her dad's friend who took her to the police station in his police car. And so from this, we can ascertain that this is the daughter of somebody from RPD. And at this moment, I can only remember 2 officers, Kevin and Marvin. I especially remember Marvin for scolding Leon, but being super nice to Claire. Pressing on, Leon encounters who he calls the town's lumberjack. Putting him out of a job, taking his chainsaw, he heads outside to tank an explosion. Now he knows how it feels. A fight breaks out. Fires are all around, and I'm surprised that this place hasn't blown up yet, but Leon would even fight the zombies in those fires. However, one would grapple him from behind and bite into his shoulder. So Leon flips him over, and then gunshots him to turn around and then parry a chainsaw like he's going to save the president's daughter. Filling up on some gas. Wait, does gas expire? Legit question, does gas expire? I would have at least thought that it probably would have evaporated by now, but I guess not. Running along, he fights Blisterheads, which tells us that the mutated T-virus is now here, either through natural mutations or because somebody brought it here, probably Victor. But then again, now that I'm reading that I wrote this, I'm thinking to myself, well, I mean, it was a natural occurrence, so is it really out of the realm of possibility that it just happened? So maybe Victor or the connections didn't even bring the mutated virus here? I don't know why I'm perseverating over this, it's really not that important. But moving on, ziplining into a broken building, Leon takes his time to admire the breathtaking views. Ruins of a city, where probably millions of souls had filled this place with noise once. And now, all that is left is the sound of winds and desolation. Vertigo, navigating through fallen buildings, jumping down an elevator shaft, dodging those elevators, kicking open a crate that somebody had left for him, sliding down onto windows that will definitely break, and then using them to kill BSA zombies, he gets the next detonator piece. And this is when Sherry calls in, saying that the Pentagon put pressure on the BSAA. The North American branch had been doing their own thing. Now, Leon adds on to this, saying that there was an internal dispute that could be related to everything. And then Sherry just says there's an increase in government surveillance and that her fan base is growing. I don't know what she means by that. Falling off platforms 3 times in a row, well, I guess 2 platforms and 1 set of stairs. I'm reminded why I hate platformers as much as puzzles. Leon parries, chops, throws a spear, and hacks away at more zombies until he has to take a scaffolding down. The issue is that there are zombies inside of the building next to him, and they're coming out and down onto his platform, causing it to eventually detach, plummeting them down below. But it works out because this is where he needed to go, finding his way back out and then back up another building to take care of mortar-firing zombies. He is now ready to detonate the gate.
That took longer than planned. Luckily, I found a bike. Should make up for lost time.
Great. You'll need it. It's 15 miles to the city center on the 419.
Alright, should make it there in no time.
Good to hear. How are the roads? Leon?
Just a few potholes. Stage just keeps getting better and better.
Who let the dogs out? Or should I say Cerberus? Shooting them down, Victor pulls up in front of him. The road gets blocked off, separating them, but Leon takes the roof detour. Finding his adversary again, he chases him up an escalator out of the building where he would get blocked off again, but Leon shoots a series of conveniently placed gas tanks that open up the way forward for him. Victor sees him approaching, and then he shoots an RPG at a car, but Leon just drives under it as it flips overhead. And so, when that doesn't work, Victor attempts to drop a building in front of him.
Ken, seriously. I don't give up that easy.
I've had enough of you! I know the feeling! Come on!
Should've worn a helmet.
I don't think Victor's dead. Sure, they had a motorcycle joust and he fell off, but the general RE rule of thumb that I've learned is if there's no body, then no body is dead.
You should be close to the coordinates.
Yeah. Looks like it. I'll take a look around then.
Looking around, this place instantly looks familiar. An exploded tanker flipped over, cop car to the left. This is where it all started, when Leon and Claire came to Raccoon City during the outbreak and almost got killed by that dying truck driver. I am kind of itching to play RE2 again. There is also a part of me that wishes Leon and Claire ended up together, because they were flirting hard back in RE2, and it almost felt like as if Sherry was going to be their adopted kid by the end of it. I know that Ada is a thing, but at this point I feel like Ada is always going to be the one that got away. Insane levels of magnetic attraction, but always just a dream and a memory of what never was. I'm saying Claire and Leon would probably just make more sense. Like more realistic, if you know what I mean. Moving forward, even the path felt instantly familiar, and Leon would stop in his tracks because RPD was still standing. Flashbacks of that night. Such a mesmerizing, weird sensation to be retreading these steps. But nostalgia can't last forever. He's got a job to do.
It's on you now.
Leon stood there for a while. Everything structurally was still the same, and it was almost like he was just here no more than 4 months ago.
Sherryman RPD.
It's been a while since you've been back there.
Yeah. Looks like the BSAA set up HQ here.
Abandoned?
Not sure. That fucking guy. And Grace. Shit, she's in danger. Sherry found Grace.
At RPD?
Yeah, exactly. Someone's been expecting us. Got a lock on her location. Headed there now.
Copy that.
Turning around to look at the statue puzzle, he remembers it all too well and fires an RPG at it. Up the stairs, at another puzzle, he'd remark about how weird that one was. Kind of fun to see that the characters in the game are aware that they're doing puzzles. But then he would head into the offices, where he would find Marvin's nameplate.
Hey, Lieutenant Brenna. Kennedy. Reporting for duty.
A requiem of another person he couldn't save. But at least Leon can lay a fellow officer to rest, because down the hall, one happens to still be cursed and animated. So Leon gently gives him peace and tells him to rest easy.
Rest easy, officer.
He even sees the cop that was killed and left slouched in the corner that night when the lickers came in. The other cop that was hung from the back of his skull on the pipes was buried under the debris. Gosh, Leon couldn't believe he was really here, and he could not resist exploring even more. So he heads upstairs into the STARS office. Chris's jacket, a puzzle from Barry he's not going to spare time for, Jill's beret, the STARS team photo, Barry's to-do list, Rebecca's medical bag, which Leon is sure is empty because he already took the first aid spray that was there 28 years ago. All of these items that represented people, these were their requiems. By now you're probably thinking, we get it, bro. You managed to work in the name of the game into your script. Chill now. Okay. Heading into the library, he finds that jack he used to move the bookcases, and using that, he opens the shutters, and going in, he hears Zeno and Grace talking. He says, I'm sure you have questions, and she asks what this place is. He tells her it's the ruins of RPD, and Leon looks at the BSA corpses on the floor as she asks Zeno why he brought her here. Zeno calmly says he's going to explain everything so that she doesn't have to be afraid, so Grace says, okay, explain. To which Zeno just says,
You need to understand. Covert military units from every country on Earth come to Raccoon City for one purpose. To find Elpis.
What is Elpis?
The power to upset the military balance of the world. The last virus, created by Spencer. Designed to control human consciousness.
Mind control?
They couldn't let it be stolen. So they launched the missile strike to hide it.
To hide a virus? Why do something so extreme?
Extreme? Is it? When the president tried to investigate, they had him assassinated. And you are the key to retrieving Elpis.
Emily.
In a way. But not the girl you met. So many attempts. So many failures. Such a waste.
What do you mean?
Copies. Crafted to duplicate you. All useless. All scrapped. They each have their own sad story.
So, Wesker mentioned something in his talk with, well, he mentioned a few things, but the first was a reference to Resident Evil 6 where the president was going to expose the truth about Raccoon City, so they, the family, assassinated him. Then he talks about copies.
Oh my God, we need to do something. I called security, but nobody answered. They are out of control.
Doctor, we can't contain them.
Sedate them now! Are you kidding me? Get out of my way!
Hey, are you awake? What? Where did everybody go?
So the year is 1990, 8 years before the Raccoon City incidents, and this girl is named Chloe. She looks around and notices that none of the other girls are in their beds. Where are they? Layering on everything here, especially considering Wesker's statements about making copies and the RE6 reference, it seems like cloning people was already a thing before the events of RE6, so it's weird that by the time that Derek wanted to clone Ada, this method isn't already known to him. Instead, he forces Carla to undergo experimentation with a modified C virus, which of course mutates her. With Ada's DNA, Carla's appearance, voice, and attitude, all of it changes, effectively creating a perfect clone. But considering that doesn't happen for another around over 20 years, I wonder if Carla's research to create the C virus stems from the research taking place here. Actually, now that I'm reading this, I just remembered Sergei Vladimir from Umbrella Chronicles. He was cloned. In fact, he had 10 clones of him, and they were all used to make tyrants, which were deployed all around Raccoon City on that night. So, they've been cloning people for a while. Back to Chloe. Before heading out, we take a look at this picture of the orphan girls who all look identical. When she steps out of the room, she sees a door open, and then she hears panic in one of the researchers' voice.
Stay away. Stay away! Get back! Don't come any closer! No. No, get back! Get back!
Hey! What are you doing?
Those are the other girls, but where did their hair go? Why are their eyes red? Why are they now killing machines? And why now? Hiding under the bed, Chloe holds her breath as the other orphan girls giggle their way into the room. They slowly walked in and surrounded one of the beds, and inexplicably they began to bang the mattress, causing Chloe to tense up and shake out a little bit of breath. They do the same to another bed, and then, in sync, they all turn to face her bed. Chloe was worried that they would peek under, but then a woman screamed down the hall, which got all of their attention. Chloe runs after to see where they went, but in this room where one day Sherry Birkin would be trapped and hunted by Brian Irons, she found only cold bodies. Nervously stepping out to see the moon haunting her, slowly down the steps, she looks behind her, worried they were still there. At first, she saw nothing, but then little hands popped up from behind the window and began banging on the window panes. They started to hit it faster and harder until cracks would form, and at first, she attempted to open up a door, but that was locked, so she hid under the table behind her, and once again, she would hope they wouldn't find her. They'd get up inhumanely, and one would force the door open. No choice, only hope. She rushes through that door and down the hall, not sure if there would even be an exit, but she had to try. However, turning the hall, two girls were there, and they screeched as they saw her. They gave chase, so immediately Chloe turns tail and runs back under the table. After some time, when she thinks the coast is clear, Chloe is able to get to the back room and find a key for a hatch on the floor. But then, the other girls wandered in, making Chloe hide behind some boxes. And they were so close to finding her, one even walked behind the boxes to look directly at Chloe, but she gets distracted and leaves, giving Chloe the chance to go down the hatch. Hoping it was a bad dream, sniffing and sobbing through the horror, she runs along, passing a toy truck that turned on by itself and into... What is this? I don't remember this being here in the future. It looked like some sort of chapel, except the stone wall in the center opened up to reveal Umbrella's logo. Pulling a lever opens up a side gate, and Chloe sees this section is full of caskets. Opening one, she finds a toe tag for a 7-year-old girl named Charlotte, with a note saying she was discarded for volatile symptoms. To her dismay, Chloe wasn't down here alone, because the other girls have now found their way in. But not just that, the caskets begin to open up. She panics and runs, almost getting caught, but manages to scream and shove them aside to climb up the ladder. Crying and terror-stricken, she shuts the hatch down before they can follow up, and she moves on ahead. She didn't know this, but she was in one of Umbrella's facilities. Inside one of the labs, she sees a picture of Oswald Spencer looking like a mother-flippin' weirdo, taking a picture surrounded by a ton of little girls back in 1987. She sees that all the rooms in the orphanage have been being monitored in this room. Reading a researcher's note, Chloe learns that this facility that she is in, right under the orphanage, is ARC. I'm reminded of ARC from Resident Evil Gun Survivor, but this is the ARC facility that the BSAA, Wesker, and Victor have all been looking for. Chloe reads more to learn that the researcher was creeped out by all of the orphans here because they had scars across their heads, and that if you looked them in the eyes, they'd giggle at you. Umbrella was using the orphans to conduct experiments. At first, this researcher writes in his notes that Spencer was unhinged for establishing this place and conducting these practices, but then he says it is actually sensational. The chance to experiment on kids without any ramifications excites this sick bastard. And through his words here, we can kind of see that he looks up to Spencer, like he respects him, he likes Spencer. And so I'm thinking, what if this was Victor who wrote this note? Dancing with her reflection, she reads another note. It shows that Spencer's memory transfer experiments were still failing even after they tried to strengthen the process with recombinant DNA and larger amounts of his plasma. I had to Google what the duck recombinant DNA meant since I'm not a plumber, and recombinant DNA is a form of artificial DNA created by combining genetic material from 2 or more different sources, often different species, using laboratory techniques. Now, the note talks about Series 60. Remember, in the present, we saw that they were working on Subject 171, which is obviously related to Subject 170, Marie the Shadow Girl. During this time with Chloe, Umbrella is working on Series, not Subject, and I think that's the difference between a batch of girls versus just one. Series 60 did not successfully receive Spencer's memories and instead developed mental abnormalities. The issue was stability, in that a body might survive the procedure physically and still collapse mentally. And so that's why the next procedure matters, because by the time they reached Series 70, Chloe showed improved stability after they adjusted the viral load in her blood. In simple terms, Umbrella was getting closer to bioengineering a host that could actually withstand Spencer's blood, to receive his memories, take on his consciousness, and give that mother lover the immortality he desired. Opening into this hall, she sees that it is lined with rows on both sides of lab-grown babies. And I'm trying to think about what my reaction would be in real life if, it's just a video game, so it's not that deep, but just try to conceptualize or imagine you saw this in real life. How would you react to this? I don't know how I would react. I'm staggered even just thinking about it. It is so unreal. That's why it's a video game. Yeah, none of this stuff happens in real life. Right? Right? Continuing into a dark room with a projector that's on, she sees the researchers, babies, and then her.
Is that how I...
I've got her! Get over here, now!
She's showing symptoms too.
We need to get rid of her.
They weren't able to recreate Spencer's key. But now we have the original. We have you. You can unlock Elpis at Ark. That's where we'll go.
So, what, I was made?
Correct.
So it really was all my fault.
What was?
That mom was murdered, and when she turned into that thing.
What's done is done. You need to focus on the future.
Was she even really my mother?
It's time to embrace your destiny. I had a feeling you'd make an appearance. Sorry, but I don't have time to spare.
Holy shit.
Have fun.
I remember you.
Oh, God. I remember that, too.
Sherry, wasn't there an orphanage around here?
Yes, there was. Why?
I'm gonna do some digging.
Real quick, is that realistic? Mr. X throws a punch and Leon parries the... you know what, never mind, it's Leon. But bro, you guys remember back in Resident Evil Revelations 2, I was like, hey, we haven't seen any tyrants in a while, and then boom, this mother effer drops down out of nowhere. Love it. However, running it back, the discussion between Zeno and Grace, he says Umbrella couldn't recreate Spencer's original key. They couldn't recreate the clone, or they couldn't clone a recreation. You know what I mean? They couldn't make Grace, but now they have Grace. He calls her the original, and that she is the key to Elpis. So this confirms that the orphan girls, Emily, Chloe, the monster girl, they're all clones of Grace. Or are they? Because Grace is in her early 20s right now. She would have been born in the early 2000s, but Spencer was making clones before the 2000s, at least since the 1980s. So are they really clones of Grace? I'm not a mathematician, but something's not adding up. On that note, how could she have caused the destruction of Raccoon City in 1998? It's not like she ordered the missile strikes. She would not have even been born. And Elpis, once more, what is it? And how is Grace the key for Elpis? And was Spencer this whole time trying to become immortal through Grace? Because Victor had that blood analysis done that verified Grace's blood matched Spencer's information. And another question, Alyssa Ashcroft, is she really her mother? Well, all those questions. But right now what's important is Leon has to take down another T-103. Leon paints the tyrant's face red, but it's relentless, smashing through walls and even doing this. I low-key thought it was a helicopter, but proceeding through Brian Irons' office, the tyrant bashes through the wall, and going through it, we see that it's actually an old expended missile.
Everything all right, Leon?
Yeah. I'm good.
So why'd you ask about the orphanage?
They're taking Grace to Ark. The orphanage is the entrance.
What is Ark?
I'm not sure. But apparently it's someplace important.
Leaving RPD once again, he recognizes this street as the one he once walked with Ada that night that she saved him from the tyrants. In fact, he turns to check the parking garage. It's still there. Here he finds the BSAA's equipment, and he also finds the truck that Ada used to smash the tyrants into the wall. What ends up happening next is Leon goes to Kendo's shop, or what's left of it.
You're a cop. You're supposed to know something. How did this happen? Those fucking things outside. What they did to us.
I'm so sorry. Never again.
Outside, Leon finds that little girl's third letter to her mother. She found her dad at RPD, but he yelled at her asking why she was here, refusing to let her in. Mr. George tells her that there's a way into RPD through the parking garage. However, Meryl says that he has an owie on his hand, so she gives him a kitty bandage. I think George got bit. Leon would read this and put two and two together. Meryl is Marvin's daughter. He knew that he wasn't going to survive, and that is why he was mad when she showed up at RPD instead of escaping the city. What a grim realization. But Leon doesn't have time to think about that because his old nemesis is back. The Tyrant catches Leon's attention, moving the helicopter aside just like the other one did back in 1998.
Fuck me. I couldn't save them. But I can stop bastards like you.
No fear, Leon walks the Super Tyrant down. When it rushes forward, he parries and gives him a back shot, and then a full load all over his chest. The Tyrant pauses and just stares like, what did the narrator just say? Leon's like, I don't know. He loves his wife though. Hearing that, the Super Tyrant's like, nah, fuck that lovey-dovey crap. But Leon parries that too, as well as the next strike. After bringing the Titan to its knees, it tries to swipe Leon away, but he twirls around and cleaves into his exposed heart. Leon would tell it to just die already, and it tries to leave, but Leon would quickly whip out an RPG to shoot it in its back.
I'll stop you as many times as I have to.
See, now I believe the ending of Resident Evil Damnation when Leon was really going to fight off two Super Tyrants just with a knife. With his plot armor, yeah, I think he would have won. Making it to the orphanage, he fires an RPG off into the distance to see how far it would actually go. He is surprised to see it fly all the way to the building and blow up instead of just disappearing. Jumping down the hole in the floor of the wrecked orphanage, he makes it out to see just how bad it is, closer to the epicenter of where the missiles hit. In fact, a train's just hanging over an abyss. Heading down and getting a closer look, really cool shot by the way, he uses the train as a bridge by crossing the inside of it. Looking down, he sees floors have been rusted through, leaving holes, but then the train starts to shake as tendrils creep in and a plant-like BOW attacks him. When he blows that up, it unfortunately shakes the train, causing it to careen down with him in it. Hanging on for dear life, he climbs out of a window and manages to jump onto a ledge just before the train crash. He makes a joke about this being his stop and presses on to find a rope that the BSAA left behind. Rappelling down, he comments about how deep it is.
It just keeps going.
Just like my love for my wife. But all around him are gigantic black roots that cover the walls, and once at the bottom it seems like it covers every inch of this place. Eventually, Leon gets an achievement to reveal that this is Plant 43. Nonetheless, Leon blows the giant's plant up and hopes it stays dead this time. That is when he arrives at Ark.
Sherry, I found some kind of massive facility.
What do you think it is?
I'm seeing supplies with the logos of the usual suspects.
Well, whatever it is, clearly wasn't meant to be found.
Yeah. You're telling me.
By the way, we saw logos for Umbrella, Tricell, and HCF. Now we know the first two, but HCF I don't think we've talked about before, and if we did, not well enough because I had to look up who HCF was. Stands for Hive or Host Control Force, the private army of Umbrella's rival company, also known as the Organization. This is the same force that Wesker took with him when he attacked Rockford Island to get the T. Veronica virus. But for HCF to be here next to Umbrella and Tricell makes me think that the connections just absorbed all of those companies' assets. Finding his way deeper into ARC, he sees where Grace and Zeno are on the monitors. He also sees HCF, at least I think they're HCF because of the all-black gear, coming straight for him. But you guys already know how that goes. Apparently these guys are elite, by the way. Leon makes them look like scrubs. After showing them how it's done, so they can learn for next time, he enters whatever this is.
Here at ARC, your movements will be constantly monitored. Do not leave the designated areas without authorization. The recording and transmitting of information is strictly prohibited.
It almost feels like a museum. Even in the next room, all the models of... You know what I think this is? It looks like art trying to portray the evolution of man, but because it's Umbrella, we just know that it's twisted art and ideals. It's like the showroom in an art museum. And in one room, Leon finds monitors that show BOW catalogs, each with their own price and product specifications. Tyrant, around 120 million. Nemesis, negotiable. Garmer, 30... Garmer, 30 mil. It should be noted that these are the improved versions of Umbrella's Cerberuses. Liquors, 14 million. And I want to point out a note here that says that the liquors were initially an unplanned infection anomaly. Then there is the plant, 100 million, close to the Tyrants, kinda. It does note that the plant was developed from a viral plant infection found in the Arklay Mountains and Raccoon City, so I think this is another reference to Outbreak Files with the Axeman and his wife Dorothy. In the catalog, it also notes that a transportation incident of Plant 43 resulted in what Leon ended up incinerating just outside of the ARC entrance. There's another monitor that talks about how ARC is a facility for BOW R&D, but here's the interesting part. It says that they ran experiments by infecting these zombies with the mutated T-virus. They infected the already infected with the MT virus, including the BSAA soldiers, which explains why we even fought BSAA soldiers when we first got to Raccoon City. Although I'm wondering if the BSAA just secretly infected their soldiers, because remember in Resident Evil Village, they were using BOWs, their soldiers were BOWs, so I don't know, I wish they would talk about that more. But then it mentions the data they gathered fueled the development of a new BOW, that it is in its final stages, so I wonder what is this new BMW. Heading out, Leon enters a triangular hall, where someone was there to stop him.
Backup is on the way.
Not necessary. I'll neutralize the target myself. Leon Kennedy. We finally meet.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass.
Is that Hunk? That's gotta be him. But why the question marks? I wouldn't be surprised if he was here working for the Connections, because this is the same dude who worked for the Ashfords.
Get a little handsy, are we? Make no mistake. Nothing will stand in my way. I'll complete this mission.
into trouble. This guy was one tough bastard.
Coming from you, that's quite the compliment.
Making his way back up, he finally catches up to Grace.
Grace, this is where we are. The world is under threat. The technology to control another's will already exists, but it's not efficient at infecting others. I believe Spencer solved that with Elpis. The connection sealed Raccoon City to save it for themselves, and it's been waiting here ever since. This is as far as we could get. If the wrong password is entered, the Ark will be destroyed and Elpis will be lost forever. So tell me, Grace, what's the password?
I don't know.
Of course you do. You're the...
Leon!
Don't embarrass yourself, Mr. Kennedy. You can't beat me.
Aren't we fancy?
Don't move! Oh, wait! You still need me, right?
Come on! Trap time!
I got you.
Are you okay?
Me? I feel like $1,000,000.
Where does this take us?
Your guess is as good as mine. Time to get off. Come on.
What now? Leon. Leon! Leon, are you okay?
How long was I out?
I don't know. A while. Those marks.
It's T-virus. Stage 3 infection.
If you're so sick, why would you come here?
This place. Raccoon City was where it all began for me. When it all happened, I couldn't make a difference. So I am here now.
We can't stop Zeno.
He said something about you having a password. What was he talking about?
I don't know. I'm sorry. Hey, here.
I'm going back. I'm gonna destroy Elvis.
I'm coming with you.
No, you're not.
I don't want any more regrets. Whatever it takes, count me in.
If anything happens to me, you promise you'll end this.
I promise.
Come on.
Look, there's a door over there.
The crane's blocking it, though.
I can check it out for us. You think you can give me a boost?
Guess we're about to find out. Come on. Watch out for yourself up there, yeah?
I will.
Alright, so let's talk about this. Zeno reveals that Elpis is a weapon that Spencer created, and that the Connections ordered the missile strike and sealed off Raccoon City because they wanted Elpis for themselves. And Grace knows the password. Well, he hopes she knows it. We also notice Wesker's skin, how he has the mutated virus too, but it doesn't affect him as it does anybody else. And I think that's basically because Spencer bred him in that way. And bro, is Leon aware of his plot armor, or does he just leap off and expect that everything's gonna work out for him, you know what I mean? Then when he's divulging everything to Grace, he explains his motivations for everything he's done over the past few decades. For him, it's not just about being a hero. Raccoon City was where it all began. It is because he failed to save anyone that, through the years, he's been trying to save everyone without any ambivalence. Really, this is him trying to make up for what he feels like is his failure. He is locked in 1998 trying to save everybody. Moving on, Grace gets a boost from Leon so that she can move the crane to open up the way out of the dump. She fights lickers, zombies, and soon she helps him through. From there, she throws acid and fire on more lickers around Ark to get access to the room that would unveil the unknowns.
Something important. I'll explain later.
Shutting yourself away in a dark room like this is quite the change for you. after the life you've led?
Life takes unexpected turns, don't you think?
Looking back, do you feel that the choices you've made have contributed to your present circumstances?
Of course. What you sow, you reap. Isn't that the natural order?
So, tell me, Lord Spencer, what would you like the world to know?
The truth. But, a short break before we begin, Miss Ashcroft. I'm not a young man. I don't have the energy I once did.
Why would Mom hide this?
Okay. Back in biz.
You alright, Leon?
I am now. Grace cleared the way for me.
That's not what I'm talking about. Your body can't take much more.
I'm gonna settle this. You just sent us a chopper for immediate evacuation.
Leon climbs out of the dump, but he still feels like trash, and it's progressively getting worse. His vision blurs, colors mute, sound dampens. The T-virus is finally catching up to him. But despite this, he manages to fight the BOWs in his path, even telling the Lickers that they haven't changed much. And he even shoots one Licker so hard that its body just spasms in place. After a while, as the life is leaving his tired voice, he would get swarmed with more infected, but he continues to blow them all off. Taking an elevator down, he can barely stand and struggles to get a word out, leaving Sherry concerned. He's going faint. He can hear the blood in his veins, the pumping, the infection trying to take over. But even as he stumbles and coughs along the walls, Leon refuses to give up. However, it looks like the legendary Leon S. Kennedy does have limits.
What kind of legacy do you want to leave behind?
My research opened Pandora's box, unleashing disaster upon the world.
Except Elpis, the goddess of hope? Or so the myth goes.
A blind hope.
What do you mean?
Humans cannot predict when death will come for them. This is why they have hope. I was wrong, and I am plagued by guilt. Happiness cannot be achieved at the expense of others. I think that's enough for today.
Why did you accept my request for an interview? Who is the... Is that one of your subjects?
Of course not. She was alone in the world. I took her in to make amends.
Is she...
Perfectly normal. Just an average child needing a home. She is my hope. Aren't you beautiful? Would you like to hold her?
Oh, okay. She's adorable. What's her name?
Grace.
Grace. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me?
I've said my piece. I only hope it serves as a requiem for those who have passed.
Leon. Leon. Oh, I need to hurry.
Spencer lived a reprehensible life, a top 10 villain in all of the games that I've played so far. And for him to finally at the end of his own life come to realize that you can't achieve happiness by stepping on other people's necks, for him to feel guilty after killing millions, it's too little too late. But then he reveals that he adopted an orphan girl to make himself feel better for the bioterrorism that he unleashed on the planet. To feel like he repented, he takes in this completely normal girl, no ulterior motives, nothing special about her, no experiments, just a regular little girl sitting in the Raccoon City orphanage waiting for a home. Grace was Spencer's blind hope, and his final words with Alyssa, a requiem for those who've died by his hands. Grace knows the password for Elpis now. But Leon is on the verge of death, and it looks like he's not going to be able to parry it this time, so she needs to hurry. Passing through a door, suddenly she is thrust into decor that looks like it belongs in a mansion. A large and regal office with a most peculiar painting on display. A woman in the woods holding something. Maybe a baby? There's also just the letter M on the bottom right. Legitimately, if any of you guys have any information about this painting, please let me know. Comment down below. I've never found anything about this, so I'm curious. Looking around a bit more, even noticing Spencer's wheelchair, she enters the elevator and sees that Leon is unconscious.
Leon. Oh, no. Oh, hey, it's me. It's Grace. Oh, please wake up. Come on. Wake up, wake up. Hey.
Hey, you. I was just resting my eyes.
You're okay. Oh, let me help you.
Let's do this.
Okay. I don't know the password.
It's okay. Soon left are wide open for us. Any wrong code will do. It'll destroy Elpis.
Let's try.
Grace, whatever it takes. I can buy you some time.
No. No, I have an idea.
I trust you. I trust you.
So, the prodigal daughter returns.
I know the password.
Fulfill your destiny, and all will be forgiven.
Only if you let Leon live.
Very well.
Grace knew what she had to do. She couldn't let Elpis out.
I was wrong, and I am plagued by guilt.
I'm gonna destroy Elpis. You promise you'll end this.
This is it.
What did you do?
What I had to.
Grace, get out of here! Go! Right behind you!
Leon! What are you doing? Come on! Leon!
At least I could save you.
No!
I wish I could have saved you, Leon.
That was the non-canon ending. But this is the canon ending to actually remember.
Please know that you are my hope.
She is my hope. A blind hope.
Okay.
What are you doing, Grace?
Spencer regretted what he did. He...
Well done.
You promised.
Yes, that I would let him live. Mr. Kennedy, I give you the honor of experiencing my power firsthand.
I'm not sure Elpis is what you think it is. There's nothing special about me. I was never any key. Spencer wanted to make amends. He...
But you released Elpis. What is it? Tell me!
Leon!
Why? My powers!
Elpis is Spencer's atonement. It's an antiviral.
Amazing. I am humbled by my master's genius.
Your research was wrong. Elpis wasn't a weapon. There was never a key.
Spencer's paper was obviously incomplete. There was no connection between Grace and Emily.
Do you know how much time and money I wasted on this?
Don't you see the genius? With Elpis, all virus-based weapons are useless. The world order will be thrown into chaos.
We wanted a weapon.
Instead, Spencer gave us anarchy. I will carry his torch and bring his vision to life.
You? You and Spencer were a means to an end.
Yet he outwitted you all.
Spencer defied us and paid the price with his life. He was nothing.
You are nothing but an imitation.
It's over, Victor. The Connections is done with you!
We can't let him have it.
Your ignorance is staggering.
It's a cure. Oh, it's working. Leon, it's working. Wake up.
Now, let it all come down. All of it.
Grace, what happened?
It's gonna go! Grab something!
Grace.
Grace!
Time to bury Umbrella's last skeleton.
So the way that I understand it is that almost everything the Connections, Zeno, and Victor believed about Grace was built on a bad foundation. They were operating this entire time on incorrect information. Spencer's original clone project goes back to Umbrella in the 1980s. And the point of that project was to create ideal young test subjects for Spencer's memory transplant immortality BS. Eventually, Spencer would also take in an infant, and later records connected that infant to Grace. From Victor's perspective, that blood match, that blood analysis thing that he had going on, the match looked like the answer to everything. And there's a bias involved because Victor wanted it. He wanted her to be the answer. Remember, Victor was a devout follower of Spencer. One, he and the Connections never could have guessed, never would have guessed, that Spencer would seek atonement for his evils. And two, Victor is too arrogant to believe that he could be wrong, which is his own undoing. Victor and the Connections took Grace's blood match as empirical confirmation that she was the chosen one, when really, she wasn't special in terms of what they wanted. The other thing that they firmly believed to be true was that Grace was the original that the clones were based off of, but she wasn't. Again, as mentioned before, the timelines couldn't have added up, and in Spencer's own words, Grace had nothing to do with all of that. He abandoned all of that and had a change of heart. That means that Grace was never carrying Spencer's memories at all. She was not the final product of his immortality experiment. She was just a normal baby who had been pulled into the orbit of Spencer's research. And the other real big twist was Elpis. Everyone thought that Elpis was this mind-controlling super weapon that Spencer left behind, but really, Elpis was an absolute cure for any and all progenitor-based viruses. Also, Spencer likely gave Grace Elpis as an infant, which would explain her immunity. Now, Victor, he was trapped by his devotion and arrogance, but he wasn't stupid. In the end, he understood his master. In the final scene, when he says Spencer created something more powerful than a virus, anarchy. The way he says that just like sticks in my head. It's gonna live in my head forever now. But bringing it back, Spencer creates Elpis to atone for his sins, for his crimes against humanity. However, Victor sees this as, he takes this and twists it, right? He says that Spencer made something that could destabilize the entire global bioweapons order, and the reason he thinks about this is because he believes that Spencer was like 40 steps ahead trying to outwit everybody, which in a way he was, but I still don't think it was for nefarious reasons. I think Spencer really wanted to repent, so I think the cure-all was just that, a cure-all. However, Victor twists this and takes this as Spencer wants chaos. Think about it. An antiviral capable of neutralizing all viruses, or all progenitor-based viruses, that would absolutely decimate the value of BOWs all around, and any corporation or nation that made money off of BOWs. And that is why Victor laughs at the quote-unquote brilliance of his master. Now, when it comes to Zeno, Victor says something interesting here. He calls him an imitation. So even though he's got the same voice actor, moves like Wesker, and aura farms like him, it's actually not Wesker. Not the original Wesker. I think he really is just dead in the volcano. This is just a copy. And nowhere do they ever mention Carla's C virus, so I actually don't know if they ever used it to create clones. I mean, it looks like they had the means to grow clones already in ARC way back in the 1980s, so maybe they just perfected it for Xeno. I'm sure before I die, Capcom will give us definitive answers. And maybe the C virus is also based off of what ARC was doing with the clones as well. But I digress. Basically, this boils down to one big misunderstanding. But what I still don't get is, if Grace was so valuable to Xeno, the connections, and Victor, why didn't they just protect her more? Instead, they almost let her die multiple times at the hands of the girl and a bunch of zombies. Makes no sense for me. But moving forward, as Leon and Victor fight, Victor babbles on about carrying out what he believes was his master's true vision, to thrust the world into absolute, pure chaos. But Leon swears he's going to protect everybody and stop him.
It's over. Good riddance. Nemesis. No wonder you're so damn relentless.
This time, you ain't getting back up. Grace. Grace, where are you? Sherry. Sherry, come in. Sherry! Shit. Grace! Grace, hang on. Fuck. Grace. Grace.
Leon.
We need to get you out of here. Come on. Let's get you out.
There's no way out, is there?
Well, I'm not gonna leave your side. I'm gonna sit right here with you.
I guess this is it then.
Leon S. Kennedy?
Depends who's asking.
Alpha, you read me, sir? Yeah, they're safe. I got them. Yes, sir. Mr. Kennedy, I have a message from Captain Redfield.
I'll be damned. Can't believe that antiviral actually worked. Feel better than I have in ages.
Oh, thank God. I'm glad you're okay.
We got a dose with your name on it. We'll be back in action in no time.
Thank you, Leon.
Would have been a lot smoother if Chris hadn't been so late to the party.
Where is Chris, anyway?
No idea. I'm sure I'll run into him at some point. Hey, I'll call you back. It's over then.
Yeah. Hope this really was our last hope.
Let's pray Umbrella hasn't left us any more nasty surprises.
I wish we could have saved Emily.
Grace, I didn't hit any of her vitals. She could still be alive.
What are you saying?
Maybe we can save her.
The government has confirmed the existence of an actively trading bioweapons lab located here in the ruins of Raccoon City. The origin point for the worldwide spread of bioorganic weapons. This illegal facility appears to have been in operation for decades.
Sources say that the extension of the lockdown and the recent series of mysterious deaths may be related to tragic events in Raccoon City 28 years ago.
Evidence seized in Raccoon City has led the Justice Department to reopen its investigation into Oswald Spencer and the long-defunct Umbrella Corporation. Some believe the government deliberately drove Umbrella into bankruptcy.
The late Alyssa Ashcroft is credited with cracking the Oswald Spencer story. Conspiracy theorists are already claiming that she was killed in a cover-up, and that the organization responsible is secretly controlling our government.
Tonight, in a speech from the Oval Office, the president is expected to reject allegations of any government involvement since the Raccoon City incident.
And Sherry's okay? Oh, good. I'm so glad. Emily, yeah, she's doing great. I'm actually teaching her how to read.
Grace. Grace. Where's that report?
Sorry. Leon, gotta go. Catch up soon.
Remaining BSAA forces have been neutralized. Retrieving the objective before they send in the wolves.
Yeah, I think if Chris was here, it probably would have been smoother, but it also would have been more action-oriented. Whenever Chris and Leon team up, it's a wrap. I do want to see what Chris looks like now, in his old age. I know I said this earlier, but in Resident Evil Village, we learned that he's alive in 2036, so I just want to see what it looks like. Same thing with Leon. Imagine Leon in 2036. Like, he looks pretty old now. Imagine him 10 years from now. Also, Leon just littered. He threw his glove on the floor. When it comes to Leon not hitting any vitals on Emily, I call BS because he aimed straight at her exposed heart, but what do I know? Because we see that she is still alive, just encased in that flesh, like she's a Titan. I am glad that she's good, though. Grace even says she's teaching her to read, but didn't she already know? I mean, when she met her, she was already reading, so... Oh, unless she gained her eyesight back, then that makes sense. And in the very last scene, who are those unknown soldiers? They killed the BSAA soldiers, and they were smart enough to try and retrieve their objective and dip before Chris and his hounds showed up. Alright, so I want to thank those of you guys who literally watched every video in my Resident Evil journey. I can confidently say that I know quite a bit about the RE-verse now, at least enough to be in the know with some of the memes and even start calling myself a Resident Evil fan. This was a huge endeavor and a big learning experience for me. I mean, I compacted 3 decades worth of RE material into about 4 months, and if I had to do it again, I would have started sooner so that I wouldn't have felt the need to rush things. I didn't rush things. I took my time with each video, but I still felt rushed. I don't know if that makes any sense. But the important thing is I didn't just pump out stuff for the hype, even though it would have done numbers. I wanted to actually enjoy Resident Evil and have integrity with you guys, my viewers, because when I rewatch all of this 20, 30 years from now with my kid, I'll know if I gave it my all or not. Also, if I had to cover an entire series again, I probably won't do it all back to back the way that I did with Resident Evil. I'd probably spread it out and change it up with different games every now and then, because doing Resident Evil games back to back to back to back was just, it gave me Resident Evil fatigue. Loved the games, but I still got the fatigue from it. Like, I wanted to do something else for like 2 months now. But yeah, thank you guys. What I want to do now is leave up Grace's report that she does give to her boss. I'm going to let that play out. It's mostly Grace recapping all the main points of everything that happened throughout the Resident Evil series. I'm not going to read it because it's pretty straightforward and I've basically said all of this in greater detail in past videos, but there are some small details I saw that I didn't end up mentioning, but again, nothing major. And after that, I will leave up the behind the scenes footage for Resident Evil Requiem, just so that if you want to see it, the option is there. This is not the last you will see of Resident Evil on my channel.
Sorry. If this is about the report you asked for yesterday, it'll be ready in 3. No, 2 days, tops.
Put a hold on that for now. We found another body. One that exhibits the same pathology as the others we've been investigating.
They asked for Miss Ashcroft, and then they hung up on me. Rude. What the? They asked for Miss Ashcroft, and then they hung up on me. Rude. What the?
They're coming. Grace, we need to go.
Go where? Mom, what's going on?
Hurry.
Wait, who's coming? What's wrong?
Shh. We need to keep our voices down.
This is ridiculous.
Come on.
What do I do? Oh, shit. Come on!
Go!
Hello?
It hasn't been easy. But after much effort, here we finally are.
Who are you?
I know now that you're the one that I've been searching for. The special one. The chosen one. Miss Ashcroft.
Lady.
Help me!
Are you okay? What are you doing?
All right. Oh, there are so many of them.
Strap in.
Emily, are you okay? Oh, Emily.
Backup is on the way.
Not necessary. I'll neutralize the target myself.
Okay, and 3, 2, 1, action!
Don't move! Oh, wait! You still need me, right?
Let it all come down. All of it.
3,
Grace. Grace! Time to bury Umbrella's last skeleton.